We're live.
We are live?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me... Oh, you know what?
You still haven't shared your screen.
Yeah, I know. I just remembered I need to do that. Let's, here we go. All right. Are you guys able to see it?
No.
I see.
No, oh, wait. Give me a second.
Okay.
It's complicated.
Oh. We have 4 more followers till 400.
I do?
That's what Twitch is telling me.
Oh. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
I'm getting spinny logo on your Discord stream.
Oh,
you...
Yeah.
I just need a little bit.
Yeah.
It's got the little exclamation. The stream you're viewing currently has reduced video or audio quality.
Are you able to see it, though?
No.
Yeah.
Stop watching and try watching again. No, it's just doing the spinny thing. Can you see it go?
No.
Shit. Dang,
Just
it was working.
Give it a little bit.
Yeah, I give it a little bit. Where
Who even remembers the Vita?
Who even remembers the Vita? I mean, Goujer does.
I like the Vita.
Goujer loves console. The Vita.
Ah, shit, I forgot my... Give me a moment, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Let me know when you're able to see it.
Will do.
Yeah, let me... Can also... Yeah, that's a concern. Shit.
That's a concern.
I'm gonna see. Let me do.
Oh,
you got it.
As soon as you did that, I could see it.
Okay, how about
whatever you did? Yes, I can see. Happy anniversary.
Okay. What
did you do? What did you change?
I
didn't do anything.
Went to the task manager on my iPad.
All right, I'm back. Ow, fuck.
Nice. Hey, go.
You know what? Let me take
out
out
hey,
Drive.
We can see your
Let
iPad now.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm taking out stuff.
Safari.
I was
Yahoo.
Ooh, Canvas.
Yeah,
I used to use that.
You do know all those take up resources in your background when you don't close them.
Why do you think? Why do you think I'm taking them out? Anyhow. Yeah, I've been using Yahoo since I was like a little fucking kid. So.
I used to be a big Ask.com user.
I mean, I have Gmails. I have like 3 Gmails right now.
Hello, Echo.
Stream has went back to spinny.
No,
it has not for me.
Yes. That's weird.
That's weird. Okay.
What do you see, Echo? Goujer.
Happy anniversary, Hedgehog rules.
Oopsie.
I can see it now. I saw rules. I saw happy. I can see it now.
Okay.
Very strange.
That's mostly what matters is you guys can see it, and then that Goujer can capture it. Yeah, it's our anniversary. Can you believe it? It's been a whole fucking year.
Happy anniversary, girls.
It's crazy, isn't it? A whole year.
It's been far too long. Oh, and Tamagotchi's evolving. Maybe now it won't shit itself all the time.
Also, I gotta ask, why is the Vita your favorite console?
It's not my favorite console. It's just like my favorite handheld console.
You just said like 2 minutes ago it's my favorite console.
Oh. That's what you got issue with?
Not issue. I'm just curious as to like who even remembers the Vita. But
me. It was a big Vita user.
Yeah, obviously Goujer does, but I think what Russo was asking is what about the Vita makes it your favorite?
First of all, it does fit in your pocket, unlike the Switch or even Switch Lite.
I'm okay with that. I'm like so okay with the Switch Lite not fitting in your fucking thing.
I love it. The side, it's a lot bulkier than the Switch Lite. It's got better plastic. It feels better in your hand. I've never held the Switch and gone, oh yeah, this is happening. This is really comfy. Vita's always been comfy.
Oh yeah. This is happening.
Smaller analog. The analog sticks are great on it. I
don't know. I've never been a fan of the flat analog stick. I've never been a fan of flat analog stick on like any kind of console. Like it's just like the circle. I mean, it's not flat, but like it's not like a stick. You know what I mean?
Yes. I mean, have you used a Vita's analog stick?
A what?
Have you used a PlayStation Vita's analog stick?
I've used the analog pad, but not the.
What?
Well, I don't know. I've never. Well, hold on.
Are you talking about a PSP or a Vita, Ami?
Doesn't the Vita also have the directional pad?
Oh, they have very different types of pads.
Okay, that's you
also,
know what? That's
the flat analog was pretty good on the PSP, in my opinion. I'm agreeing with Gucci.
The PSP was a nub.
Yeah, it's more like a nub. I think you can actually switch the 3DS's C nub for a PSP style stick.
I was going to say what games are on the Vita, and I see there are currently 1,732 games across the PlayStation Vita.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of good games for Vita. The issue is it doesn't really have a lot of exclusives.
Are they? Is it basically like how Nintendo will port old games to the Switch? It's like PlayStation version of will port.
Well, that's what. Yeah, okay. Sony first party did that a lot with the Vita, but
yeah,
it's got Borderlands 2, I think.
There's a lot of ports.
You can Borderlands.
It's got a lot of interesting Monster Hunter likes.
It's got Dynasty Warriors 8 Empires. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Resident Evil 2. Okay. F1. Yeah, it does seem like Book of Memories. Yeah, okay. There's some cool shit on here.
So you got Center on Kagura was big, like Vita game for a while, and I think was exclusive for a small time. You had a lot of visual novels on it. The Gravity Rush was a fantastic Vita game.
I've heard of that.
I do remember playing Gravity Rush on the Vita. Because I would go to like Best Buy or Toys R Us or whatever had like the demos, and I would always go to Gravity Rush when I played the PS Vita on there.
Yeah, Gravity Rush was a fucking fantastic game. There's Tearaway.
That was a fucking cool one, dude.
Tearaway was like a tech demo that got turned into a full game in the best way possible.
I feel like only like 5 people are going to care about this, but I think one of the Danganronpa games was on Vita too, right?
There's Corpse Party, Danganronpa, one of other similar games.
Some Ding Dang Grandpa.
There's a lot of dating sims for women on there. Or like, I guess, dating sims if you like men, I should say. That had really fancy physical releases. 2017 and 2018 was dumping out these fantastic big box Vita visual novels about seducing guys, and they had collectible cards.
Super Seducer?
No.
How did it only sell 16 to 17 million units where the PSP sold 80 million?
Big issue.
That's insane.
All right, the Vita's biggest issue, I think, so with the Vita, they cracked down hard on security. Vita didn't really get hacked until Sony had already like given up on it.
I remember everybody's PSP that I knew, it was hacked shit, and it had like a bunch of movies and different games and emulators on there. It was just a multimedia center. Everybody's PSP.
The Vita kind of stepped away from that in many regards. It still had a lot of that functionality, but it was like all your physical PSP games didn't work. You got your digital ones forked over.
I was gonna say, like, was it backwards compatible? Because I don't remember.
It actually has PSP hardware built in. It's not even emulation. So
like if I had like my copy of, I don't know, Starship Troopers, the movie on the PSP, I could, in theory, put that on the
No.
the Vita. Oh.
Unless you bought it digitally from the PlayStation Store.
Oh, okay. So it's only backwards compatible digitally. Okay.
Yes.
I see.
It also had its proprietary memory card format that was like twice the cost of an SD card of the same size.
Oh.
I think that's what
That's
really killed the Vita, was that. Because with a memory stick, it was proprietary, but it was easy to get adapters, like from an SD card to it, especially later in its life. Like, you could shove like 128 gigs in your PSP.
My fucking stream went away again. It's because when I go to the 2-player answers chat, it immediately disconnects the stream for some reason. So I'm gonna see if I can get my phone and answer on there instead. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah. That's interesting that it like disconnects you. It doesn't just like minimize the screen.
If anyone in chat's wondering why we're talking about the PlayStation Vita, it's because Russo wanted to know why I like the PlayStation Vita. I actually have had 2 PlayStation Vitas. I built one out of spare parts. And I gave one of them to Litchi.
Nice.
But yeah, the Vita was very nice when I started working at my current job. I would go and commute to the job, like in the office building. And during the commute, I would take public transport, so I would always be on my Vita playing Persona 4 or what was a big game? I played Persona 4 a lot on it. There was other games that I played.
Okay, now it's not loading for me. Oh wait, got it. Come back. It's
okay. Back all right. Let's see.
There's a lot of good games for Vita. Freedom Wars. Oh shit, Freedom Wars is a fantastic game. I hope they port that to something someday. It's like almost a cyberpunk dystopian not cyberpunk, but I guess dystopian cool future technology Monster Hunter. It's a very cool game. Never seen a other game like it. Alright, I had to stop talking about Vita.
Yeah, are you guys ready to go? I'm ready to go.
I'm ready to go. Let me
ready to go. Bing bang.
Bing bang, here we are. Well, welcome in everybody. This is the first anniversary special of the Hedgehog Girls, episode 12. We're not doing our typical Ami news of whatever the fuck Sonic Twitter's been tweeting, but
yeah. We're not even gonna like in another life we probably would have gone over even the Sonic 3 trailer, but we really worked our asses off on this thing, and
I think
we wanted, yeah. On another day we will, do our fucking little new Rockstars frame by frame analysis of the Sonic 3 trailer.
Hell yeah.
I was considering doing that for like as a video for a separate thing, but then I was like, that's a lot of work that I'm already putting myself on. But anyway, yes, this is the trivia game night, the night of knowledge. Well, it's not really night for some of us here, but maybe when you watch it, it'll be nighttime. If you watch this again on the VOD, yeah, maybe it'll be nighttime when you watch this on the VOD. It's nighttime for someone somewhere. But anyway, yes, today is a very special day. We are celebrating the 1 year anniversary. Technically, the actual day of our anniversary was last Friday. But we were all busy that day. So we had to push it back to today. Which honestly, I'm so glad we did, because that gave me even more time to polish up what I need to do on this thing. But yes, and also, yeah, and also this is the we are welcoming our guest, Russo.
Yes.
This is your first time on our pod.
Hello.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
Of course. We wanted to. Originally, I was just gonna have like someone in our friend group, but I was like, I think it might be interesting if Goujer went up against someone who knows a lot about Sonic like we do.
I'm in the box of the ultimate life form.
Yeah. And we don't beforehand. I've talked, like, me and Goujer have talked to Russo. Russo seems to know quite a lot about Sonic, so I thought it'd be interesting to have you do. See how much knowledge you guys have.
See if you can replace me on the Hedgehog girls.
Our little boy Blue.
So much pressure.
But yeah, anyway, so let's get things started.
Sonic autism. Let's do this.
Let's go over the rules. All right. Every correct answer gets you 1 ring. Okay. Sounds simple. You have 7 seconds to answer each question. I've gone over with each of you. I have to submit your answers like a little bit more officially outside of you saying it out loud to me. You can use one of your rings to get a hint if you want to. I will put that in your respective channels. I would say use it wisely because at the end of each round, whoever has more rings gets a red star ring. All right? And whoever at the end has more red star rings, then by how many rings they have, that's how we know who won. All right?
Ah, okay. So you want to win the rounds, not individual questions, essentially.
Not just the individual questions. You do want to get the rounds. Good. Yeah. That's why I say to use it wisely. But you know what? Maybe you might get a ring for another reason. I don't know. We'll have to see.
Okay. I'm intrigued.
We're all understanding?
I think so.
All right. Well then.
Here we go!
But to practice, what color is Sonic the Hedgehog?
Blue.
Okay.
Or wait, are we supposed to like wait until like a ringer or something?
Well, no, I want you to confirm your answer like in the Discord, and then you say it to me. Like when both of you are done confirming. I was gonna ask you when you guys were done.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. Anyway,
and
but like
we can do done when we submit.
Yeah. No, like once you've submitted it, I'll see it. But you guys understand what we're going with, right?
All right. So we will type our answers, and then when the 7 seconds is done, you'll tell us, or when we both have submitted our answers, you'll tell us.
Yes.
And then
I'll let you guys do. And then you guys, one at a time, will tell me what answer you picked, and we'll see if you're right. But this is just a practice question, right? So everyone knows Sonic's blue.
I thought he was green.
I thought he was red. It's a lie.
Well, let's start with this: the dev department zone.
Oh.
So these are questions that are about the behind-the-scenes aspects of the franchise. So this is like programming, the programmers, developers, beta elements like designs, music, etc.
Yeah.
So I really hope you guys know what your background information about each game. This is the first question. Yuji Naka is often credited as one of Sonic's 2 creators. Who is the other one? Is it Sagata Senshiro, Yoshihisa Hashimoto, Naoto Oshima, or Eiji Aonuma? Okay. Let's see. You guys both have your things submitted. You know what, Russo, since you're the guest, why don't you tell me your answer first?
Complete guess, Naoto Oshima.
Okay. Goujer, what did you pick?
I wrote Yoshihisa Hashimoto.
I see. Well, Russo got it right.
Yeah.
Naoto Oshima is indeed our co-creator of Sonic, one of Sonic's two dads.
It was stuck in my brain somewhere.
Yeah,
Sonic has
a lot of
two
people.
dads.
Yeah, Sonic. Yeah.
It's
A lot of
number
people
D,
tend
Your
to think
Honor.
that. A lot of people tend to think that it's just Yuji Naka, but like Naoto Oshima, he's so the specific distinction is Yuji Naka is responsible for Sonic the game, the actual game Sonic. Naoto Oshima is the person who like designed Sonic in the first place. You get me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yes, because Yuji Naka was brought in to program it. Right. Yes. Yes.
Uh-huh. So you guys get it. With that, I am marking down the who got the answer right now. So right now our score is at right now Russo's got 1 ring. Goujer, come on. Just kidding. Anyway, let's go to the next question. Before working on Sonic Mania, Christian Whitehead worked on modern ports of classic Sonic games. How many did he work on before Mania came out?
Oh,
I think that
depends my
depends
answer. Yeah.
on official releases or not.
Yeah, that's what I.
We are talking official releases.
Oh, then I changed my
official
answer.
releases. Oh.
Well, official. Well, the question is, how many did he work on? Right under. We'll be a little bit more specific. How many did he work on under Sega? There we go.
By Sega, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a very.
Okay, I'm gonna keep mine.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with.
I mean, you already confirmed your answer.
Oh, I changed it because you kept changing the question.
Okay, here. We will keep it. You know what? Keep it at the one you had before this one. It's fine. It's fine. I'll work on my wording next time. Okay, so everyone's got locked in.
Yeah.
Goujer, since you went second last, I want you to go first this time.
All right. I think it's 3 because he worked on some before working for Sega officially.
Right.
So if we're talking about only the ones he worked at under Sega, I think it's 2, but like there's at least 4 of them total that he's made, but only 3 were officially released under Sega.
Okay. Russo, what did you pick?
I picked 1 because I didn't realize that
he worked on more than one.
Because I know he did CD before that was before that was official, and I know that was kind of what put him on Sega's radar. But I don't know, like again, 2D Sonic's my blind spot.
I see. No, that's fair. That's fair. And in all essence, I think Goujer actually kind of one up me on this one because I put down the answer as 3 because he worked on Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles, but 3 and Knuckles was canceled. But he did work on CD, and that one did officially release. So that, you know what? Egg on my face. Goujer did get that right though. Mm-hmm. So Goujer did get that right. So that's a ring for Goujer.
I like the 2D Sonic.
Yeah, Goujer loves 2D Sonic.
I do.
Oh, okay. That's what we got.
I wouldn't say love, but like I'd enjoy those games a lot more than a lot of the 3D ones.
That's fair. That's fair. Totally fair. All right. Act 3. Unlike Yuji Naka, Naoto Oshima has worked on Sonic games in the past 10 years. What was the last Sonic game that he worked on? Was it Frontiers, Dream Team, Mario and Sonic at the Olympics Tokyo 2020, Sonic Superstars? Okay.
Go. No, that's meant to be that.
What? Oh, okay. I was like,
on the keyboard.
Okay, no, that's fair. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You guys have both confirmed your answers.
Yeah.
Russo, why don't you go first? What was your pick?
My pick is Sonic Dream Team, just
Sonic
because
Dream Team.
it's the latest Sonic game that came out.
I think no, yeah, it is the latest one that come out. Yeah. I think Superstars was like a little bit before. I'll have to double check that later, but okay. Oh, excuse me. Anyway, Goujer, what did you pick?
Originally I wrote Superstars, but then I changed it to Frontiers. I'm locking in on Frontiers. I don't know.
You're locking in on Frontiers. Well, you're both wrong because it's Sonic Superstars.
Shit.
He was the development
Just stuck
producer,
with my original
game designer,
gut.
and he was the character designer for Trip.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
I believe I read this somewhere. I don't remember how official this is, but I had heard that he worked on the Metal Tails and Metal Amy designs that you see in that game too.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Or whoever it was,
whoever
it was that designed Metal Sonic worked on those two characters. I don't know if it was not Naoto specifically, but Naoto did work on Trip. He was the character design for Trip. But none of you got that right. Damn. That's okay.
That was a good sound effect.
But we're moving on. We're moving on to the next act. Sachiko Kawamura and Yoshihisa Hashimoto worked together to develop the Chow Garden and its functions that would be used in the Sonic Adventure titles. Which of the two still works at Sega? So you might have a little bit of an easier time here.
It was a 50-50.
Yeah.
It is 50-50. Okay. Oopsie. Man, if I only had like one more screen. Anyway, so both of you have locked in your answers already?
Yeah.
Who went first last time? It was Russo, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Goujer, you could go first.
I am going with Yoshihisa Hashimoto.
Okay. And Russo, who did you pick?
Hashimoto-san.
Ah, I see. Well, you guys are both wrong again because Sachiko Kawamura, she is the art director in like a bunch of the mainline Sonic games and like some outside the Sonic games too. But yeah, that's okay. That one's the Chow Garden stuff. That one's a little bit more obscure because I like, dude, before I looked up this like who worked on the Chow Garden, I didn't even know if it was like these two people. You know, so you'll learn something new every day.
It's so crazy that like Sonic team of like 20 people back then for the Dreamcast were like, right, you two are gonna do the Chow Garden. Just you two, go for it.
Yeah, right. But yeah, none of you got that right, man. That's okay. But we're neck and neck on this one. All right. For Act 5, this is the last question of this category.
Okay.
Sonic Adventure 2's City Escape and Mission Street levels famously feature parked and moving cars that Sonic can crash. Why was this included? Is it just a fun gameplay element? Does it reinforce how Sonic is perceived as a criminal in the beginning of the game? The game development just hated all cars? Or did the development team add it as a response to frequently getting parking tickets from the police?
I want to use my ring.
You're going to use your ring? Are you sure this is your only ring?
So, yeah, I got to use it. If I use it and get... Actually, no, wait. Because I'd only get one back. That doesn't make any sense. Right, no, I'm not using it then. Okay. Right. I'm gonna say.
Can we write it down?
You can write it down or just like write down key parts of like the thing, because this is one of the wordier answers. So you can just put in like enough of the answer that I'll get it. Okay, but I see that you two have locked down your answers. Russo, why don't you go first?
I'm gonna guess it's because of the parking tickets when they were over there.
Parking tickets. I see. What did you pick, Goujer?
Same.
You picked the same thing. Well, I'm glad you guys did because that was the right answer.
Oh wow! Wait, what?
Yeah, that is the reason.
So I attached pictures of the actual, like the tweet from Semi-Frequent Sonic Facts that kind of deliberated on this. And Kazuyuki Hoshino, he worked on Sonic Adventure 2. He like kind of, he lightly confirms this. And then I added a little bit about someone tweeting at him ACAB, and he's like, thanks for teaching me a new word.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah, You guys both got that right. That's great. You guys are pretty neck and neck. Which means you both get a red ring.
Wing.
Yeah. So, yeah, I forgot to put in a red ring counter. My bad. Anyway, we are up on to the next round. This is Artist Alley Zone. So these are questions about the artists of Sonic. You can't really have Sonic without the people who drew Sonic, right?
Yeah.
So these are about various artists who are in the Sonic universe, who they work on like game, and this encompasses the entire history of Sonic. This is not just like who is currently working on Sonic, right?
Yeah, this could be like a piece of artwork and be like, whose style is this? Yeah.
I'm not gonna do any questions like that because they do a lot of artists who do like one-time illustrations, and I feel like that would be unfair because it's just the one. So I'm a lot of this is mostly just like who has regularly worked there or often enough that I would put them on here. But you know what?
Okay.
Let's get started with Act 1. In the 14 years since the Nipples the Enchilada comic has been posted, the artist responsible has gone on to actually work on Sonic in official capacities. Who is this artist? Is it Evan Stanley, Tracy Yardley, Tyson Hess, or Ken Penders? Okay. All right. Both of you have answered. I believe. Did Russo go first last time?
I went first last time.
Okay, so Goujer, who did you pick?
Tyson Hess.
Tyson Hess. Oh, I love that guy. I've met that guy. He's great. Russo, who did you pick?
My brain wanted to go with Tyson Hess, but didn't look like his art, so I went with Tracy Yardley.
Tracy Yardley. I see. Well, between the two of you, Goujer got it right. Tyson Hess is
That's his art.
Yep. I included the screen cap of his DeviantArt page. That is this post. I went to his DeviantArt page and I screenshotted myself. This is my screenshot. Yeah, he posted that 14 years.
We're on ad break.
Oh, well.
That looks nothing like what his current art looks like at all. That's insane.
It's called being a good artist and being able to change styles.
Yeah, and like you draw for 14 more years after this. Like, at some point, your style is gonna change, right?
Yeah.
But yes, Tyson Hess has worked on comics like IDW, and I believe he worked a little bit on Archie before they lost Archie. He's worked on official animations like the Rise of the Wisps animation for Sonic Colors Ultimate, and I think he worked on the Sonic Mania opening. I'd have to recheck that. And one of the big things is that he redesigned the movie Sonic design. I do remember that post where they announced that they were changing his design, and it was just Sonic's glove, and people were immediately like, "That's Tyson Hess." Like no one like draws like that. That's Tyson Hess. People locked it in right away. So yeah, Goujer, you got that right. You got that right. Good job. All right. So Act 2. Earlier we went over how Sachiko Kawamura and Yoshihisa Hashimoto collaborated to work on the Chao Garden system. But who actually designed the Chao?
I'm locking in.
You're locking in? Let me... Okay. And then... right now. So... Russo, why don't you go first? Who did you pick?
Sachiko.
Sachiko?
She's lead director of art and stuff nowadays.
Okay, I like that reasoning. Goujer, how about you?
I also chose Sachiko.
You also chose Sachiko. I see. Well, you know what?
We're both
you guys
wrong.
both got that right.
Nice. Okay. My ambient knowledge
Sachiko.
is all right.
So let me.
Somewhere these brain cells have this info stored.
Yeah, let me mark down. I'm gonna go to right, and then Okay, so you guys both got that right. So that's where's the thing that I was using? Okay. I was using the pipes. Okay. So that's okay. We are moving on to fucking soundboard. All right. Moving on to Act 3. Which of these artists is responsible for giving Sonic a new aesthetic visual that has been present in Sonic's identity?
Damn.
Okay.
All right.
All right. You guys have both locked down your answers.
Yes.
Goujer, why don't you go first? Who did you pick?
Yuji Uekawa.
Okay. Russo, who did you pick?
Uekawa's art style is brilliant. It's undisputable.
Oh.
Ah. Well, I am glad to tell you both that you got it right. It was Yuji Uekawa. Or Kawa, my bad.
Okay.
But yeah, very iconic art for Sonic Adventure. Like, dude,
His art style is what I think of when I think of Sonic.
exactly.
Yeah.
And like, it's great, right?
Yeah.
I think nowadays they can just spot his art style, even though it's been like years. But anyway, but for the next one, right?
Have good work, Echo.
Good luck at work, Echo.
See you later, Echo. Anyway, so moving on. All of these people are involved with the creation of Surge the Tenric, except one. Who is it?
Damn.
Yeah, that could be a tough one.
I'm just gonna go with a weird answer.
I'm going off of the knowledge I have gained during the rest of this. Because I don't recognize most of these names.
Ah, I see. Okay. So, Russo, who did you pick?
I picked Tyson Hess because I thought it'd be
Tyson Hess.
It'd be a good contrast to the previous answer where he contributed to art.
I see. I like where you're going with that. Goujer, who did you pick?
The psychology route.
I put down Mauro Fonseca because I don't know who the fuck that is.
Honestly, I get that. I so get that. But the only person out of these four that didn't really work on the creation of Surge the Tenric was indeed Tyson Hess.
Damn.
Yeah. I believe Ian wrote the character, like he came up with the idea for the character. I believe Evan made the design concepts, and Morrow did the final design. I believe. I might have gotten Evan and Morrow mixed up, but like, regardless, all those guys except for Tyson worked on Surge. All right. But yeah, Russo, you got that right. Good job.
Good job,
Thank
Russo.
you. We're back on even footing, homie.
You are back on even footing. So for the last one of this category.
Oh, goodness.
Which of these artists drew the box art for the Sega 3D Classics collection game for the Nintendo 3DS family of systems?
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Fucking...
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh. I think it might be this dude.
Lin-Mom Linux.
Oh, I would love... Okay. All right.
Thank you for subscribing for 2 months, Poop. That's so nice of you.
Hedgehog.
That guy's name's fucking Poop.
Yeah, his name's Poop.
That's
Poop
funny.
Hedgehog.
Although I've just found out that I have double the alerts for subs. I hope you're doing good, Poop. Alright, time to pick an answer, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, Russo already locked in, but we're waiting on you, Goujer. Okay.
There we go.
So,
Here we
who
go.
went first last time? It was Russo that went first last time, or was it Goujer that went first last time? You know what, Russo, who did you pick?
I picked Ken Sugimori because it reminds me of the old Pokemon artwork.
I see. That's a
Is
very
that a
interesting
Pokemon
answer.
artist?
Yeah, he drew all
Ken
the first gen stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, the shading actually does look like that.
Mhm. Goujer, who did you pick?
I picked Shigeki Morimoto.
Morimoto. Okay,
Maori.
well, Russo, you have the best reason and also the correct answer because it is Ken Sugimori.
Yes.
He is the Pokemon artist. This one was, I tried to trip you guys up for this one because every single one of these artists have worked on Pokemon in one way or another. James Turner, he designed a lot of Pokemon like Shadow Lugia for Pokemon XD. One of my favorite Pokemon, Ice Cube. Yeah, Shigeki Morimoto. I believe he also does Pokemon designs. I can't remember which ones he designed right now. And Yuka Mori, for anyone who collects the Pokemon trading card games, she does the clay sculpture Pokemon art for the card games. So I tried to trip you guys up by using only Pokemon artists in this one.
Weird. It's the
Ken
Sonic
Sugimori,
shading on his forehead that made me go, "Oh, that looks like Blastoise or whatever."
That is a great observation. That is a great observation, dude. But yeah, Ken Sugimori loves Sega. I think his handle on Twitter is like Sega32X.
Nice.
And he has the Dreamcast watch that they did like a whole collection of like Sega console watches that you could buy.
Oh my
that
God,
was cool.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So
Traitor.
let's see.
That's what
So
Century says.
For this round, Russo got the red ring.
Yeah.
Good job. Yeah. You're in the lead right now, Russo. Dang. But it is a really close match. You're only up by like one ring, I think.
Yeah, it has been close to close. Like neck and neck.
Let's see. All right, just getting some stuff set up real quick, or just double checking on stuff. My bad. Before we go to the next round.
I really like this concept. It's fun.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Hopefully next time we do this, we'll have like a little better. I will have more screens.
More screens.
I underestimated how many screens I would need, but you know what? It's going very good so far. I know. Well, anyway, we're past the first two categories. How are you guys feeling so far?
I'm feeling all right.
You're feeling good? How do you feel about your knowledge of Sonic stuff?
I feel like these may be my weakest rounds. Like I'm probably going to be better at game stuff.
I see.
I don't really know a lot of people behind Sonic. Clearly,
that's fair. This one's like because a lot of people don't tend to pay attention to behind the scenes stuff. But I get that. I totally get that. But let's move on to Genesis Wave Zone.
Oh God.
Yup. Well, these questions actually center around story and character elements that are not canon to the Sonic universe. So you're thinking Archie, Sonic Boom, Sonic X. If it is not canon, it is in this category.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
That's also a great name for the category, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, I had to. There's no way I couldn't. Very famously, the Genesis Wave was probably one of the most impactful things about Archie's last legs.
Yeah, we gotta destroy Ken Penders.
Yeah, well, let's move on to Act 1. Of these Sonic TV shows, which is used as the basis for the Archie comics? Is it Sonic Set AM, The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic Underground, or Sonic X?
The reverse.
No, the show came first before the comic.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, well, wait, maybe.
Okay, so you guys have locked in your answers. I see it here.
Yep.
Russo went first last time. Goujer, what did you pick?
I'm going with Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. And then, Russo, what did you pick?
Sat AM. Sat AM was just the
Sat
Archie
AM.
comics animated.
I think
You're right. You're so right, Russo. Sonic Sat AM is the basis of the Archie Sonic universe.
Hell yeah.
I totally get why some people would get tripped up on this, because these two shows were airing at the same time for some reason. So it's easy to get, like, even I get them mixed up sometimes. So, like, Sonic Sat AM, I get that mixed up with Adventures sometimes. So, yeah.
Like Adventures
Russo.
was meant to be more like kid friendly, whereas Sat AM was trying to be more edgy.
Yeah, Adventures I think was more of like a goof of the week type stuff.
Yeah,
it wasn't really a serialized story.
Like, Robotnik slipped in oil. Whoa.
Exactly.
When did the right from July 1993? Sat AM was also 1993.
Yeah. I believe it was like a little bit before him. But yeah, Russo got the ring. Russo got the ring here. For Act 2, Sonic's famous love of chili dogs originates in Western Sonic media. From which media did this stem from? The television or the comics?
Ken Pender's final answer.
It's always Ken Penders.
Our boy Kenny. Okay.
Our boy Kenny.
Russo, what did you pick?
I'm gonna guess my brain first went to the comics, but I'm gonna say it was the television.
Okay.
I think it was from Adventures or something like that.
Okay. Goujer, what did you pick?
I picked the comics.
I see. Well, Russo, you're 2 for 2 on this category because it was television.
Oh.
You know what?
All right, I also just looked it up. Sonic Archie Comics started July 1993. The television series started September 1993.
Oh shit. Okay. Well. But yeah. You know what? Russo, I'll give you a chance for another ring. What TV show did Sonic start loving chili dogs?
I'm gonna say Adventures.
Nah, it was Sat AM.
Was it?
It was Sat AM. I was looking it up. Yeah, it was Sat AM first.
Sat AM seems like too serious for that, whereas like Adventures would be like
you would think so, but I guess but you know,
Kenny Boy Pendy's is weird.
Yeah. Well, either way, Russo got that one right. Good job.
Solo. How you doing, Solo?
For Act 3. What happens at the end of the PC-only game, The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog? Did Sonic and his friends defeat the train after learning it's a badnik? The player and Tails find out who the murderer is, and the game ends with everyone eating birthday cake to celebrate. Sonic really died, but his friends pulled an Elise and changed the timeline. Or did Espio accidentally reveal he was the murderer too early, and then the game ends with everyone bummed out?
Damn, spoilers on me. I thought you were all about not giving spoilers.
I mean, this is like a spin-off Sonic game that you can play for free, and it's been out for like a year. I feel like if you really wanted to play this game, you would know. And also, the reason why I asked this question, this is a specific question that my brother had asked me to input into the show. And I can't say no to that little guy. So
I like Answer C. That's pretty good.
Okay.
Which one's C?
I'm not going with it, but
see,
it's really good.
Yeah. So I think, Russo, did you go last time, or was that Goujer?
I think I went first last time.
Yeah. Okay. So Russo, what did you pick?
I think it's B. I'm pretty sure it's like you and Tails fight at the murderers, and then it just ends with Amy and everybody eating cake.
I see. Goujer, what did you pick?
A. Sonic and his friends defeat the train after learning it was a badnik.
I see. Well, freaking, can you? Okay. Goujer, you got that right.
Yay.
Really?
So that at the end, so Russo is kind of right in the sense that yes, Sonic the player character and Tails do find out who the murderer is, but the game does not end with everyone eating cake. The game ends with Sonic getting the cake and they're at the train station, but they don't depict them actually eating the cake.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So
I know the train conductor had a cute wife.
I thought,
Yeah, I believe-
remember
yeah.
thinking it was going to be the train conductor the whole time.
Yeah. But yeah, Goujer, you got that right. Good job.
Good job.
Did you? Well, I know
The
Goujer
cake is
played it.
alive.
Russo, did you play the Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog?
I watched somebody play it. I didn't play it
I
myself.
see. Okay, I see.
I enjoyed it.
I love that game. It's a great game. I think you should play it. I mean, it's free. It's on Steam. You don't have to,
I think it's nice that it was a free thing that they dropped for April Fools. I think that's
exactly.
This is a legit game for April Fools. It was awesome.
I would love for there to be like a dub of it. That'd be really good.
I don't understand why people. You told me it was not canon. I don't know what about it would be not canonable.
I think it's mostly because it's not really a Sonic Team game, right? Sonic Team didn't develop any of this. And I looked it up. Evan Stanley straight up just said. Evan Stanley, for people who don't know, wrote is a writer on this game, and they reiterated that Sega is clear that this game is not canon. I was originally going to put this in a different category, but I felt it was more appropriate to put it here. Right?
Yeah. What is Evan Stanley also known for?
Evan Stanley, I believe Evan Stanley, they write regularly for the art for the IDW comics. I think they also do art.
Yeah, that's canon in my opinion. I can't think of anything in there that would be like incredibly wow, this is not canon. This is like so out there.
It's more of like, well, the marketing is all that, it's like they lean into the everything is canon, but like more specifically, this is this is not really
a timeline to show his canon timeline, and then didn't show Sonic 06, which is weird.
Yes,
I guess it's technically been erased from the timeline. I don't know.
I don't know, but yeah, like you get it. Like this game is technically not canon, which I feel is more of like I think they made it just because it's like a fun thing to do, and like you could place it in canon if you really want to, but ultimately it is not canon.
Ultimately, it's just memes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would like to note though.
Memes.
I would like to note though that the conductor, his wife, and the main player character all do appear in the IDW comics, and those comics are canon. So I think that's also why people thought this game would have been canon. But yeah, ultimately it is not canon. Goujer did get that right, so good on you.
Yay.
We're moving on to Act 4. All right. What is the name of Tom and Maddie's niece in the Sonic films that gives Sonic the pair of red shoes?
Oh, I know this.
Oh,
she's adorable.
I love the confidence.
Shit.
That scene is wonderful.
All right, I'm going with my first gut.
Okay. Let's see. You have both locked in your answers. So, Goujer, who did you pick?
I wrote Georgia.
Okay, and
don't know.
Russo, who did you pick?
Jojo, come here and tell your mama.
That's what I thought. That was my second guess. Shit. I was like, did she say Jojo content?
Russo, you are so right because it is JoJo. Ooh. I tried to give you guys the slip because one of the answers that I picked is Melody, and Melody is the name of the actress who plays JoJo. So if you, but like even if you picked Melody, I would have gotten you wrong because that's not the name of the character.
That scene is so wonderful though, where she's like, "Here, so your feet don't hurt," and he's like, "For me."
Aww.
Yeah. No, that's a great scene. I love that. And then, whoopsie, let me get to the thing again. For the last one, we're in the hard light dimension for this one. Yep. So, this is kind of this is a new hiccup in our game. Whoopsie. But let's go over the rules. Players still get one right ring for a right answer because just like Sonic Dash characters, these questions are a little bit different, but Like they're still the same, like as any other question. You will have different time limits on to committing an answer because a bunch of these are just free responses. Actually, some of them will be different. Some of them won't be. You'll just have to wait and see. Ooh. Recap the story of Knuckles the Echidna told to Wade Whipple by Pachacamac by way of rock opera in the 4th episode of Knuckles, The Flames of Disaster. You guys will be going one at a time here. I'm going to ask the other person to deafen themselves so that they don't try to copy off their opponent. All right. So keep in mind, I know that everyone kind of knows this one, so I'm putting it in here. The demon Knuckles faces in the climax of the story, yes, that is in there. But there are some stuff that happened before that final confrontation. So you have to, like I told you, the backstory of Knuckles is told to Wade Whipple by Pachacamac by way of rock opera. So I had just watched the episode before we started. I have the transcripts up on my phone. So, who watched the Knuckles show last? Who has watched it most recently? That wasn't me.
I didn't watch it.
You didn't watch it at all?
Nope.
Oh.
All right. So
I heard how bad it was.
Goujer, because Goujer has watched it and was watched it with me. I will allow her to go first. Russo, I would like you to deafen.
On it.
Yeah, and then I will let you know when to come back.
Okie dokie.
Okay, Goujer, you have. You know what? I'll give you at most 30 seconds to recap the entire story of Knuckles the Echidna in the universe of the Sonic films.
All right, tell me when to
go. You can start. Let me get my stopwatch ready. You can start right now.
Okay, Knuckles was a little bitch baby boy whose papa and everyone died because they went to go kill the owl, and baby bitch Knuckles was all sad and shit, and then got beat up by Iblis, the Flames of Disaster. Then realized he didn't need to defeat the Flames of Disaster, and it was inside him all along. And then he beats up Iblis, and then becomes. And yeah, that was it.
Yeah, he gets the Flames of Disaster.
He found out that it was inside him all along.
Right. You went a little over, but you pretty much got to the end of the story when it hit 30 seconds. So I'll let it go. Okay, so let Russo know that they can undeafen, and then I will ask you to deafen up Goujer real quick.
Hello.
Thatcher's Cottages! I think you guys can still hear me, actually. I just realized that,
I will say,
I'm gonna be real with something here.
Yeah.
Because I was deafened, you guys were not hearable to the stream.
Oh,
so
really?
Here's what I'm gonna do. You guys, I'm gonna take out my headphones and then step away for a minute and then let you guys do that again.
Okay.
All right.
I got take two. Yeah.
Okay, do it again. That's my bad. All right.
That's okay.
I'm taking them out now.
Okay. Yeah, let me get the stopwatch again. You know what? This good opportunity to see if you could clear up what you want to say about it. You can get a second chance. This is
okay.
I don't know if it's gonna happen again. So I want you to start now.
So Knuckles is part of the Echidna tribe. The Echidna tribe go off to war with the owls on the same day that Sonic gets sent away, but Knuckles is too young, so he gets left behind. The Echidna tribe gets wiped out to the point where Knuckles is the last Echidna. Being lost, he encounters the Flames of Disaster and is able to take on its power by himself, and then uses it to defend the world. I don't know.
Well, that was a little bit under 30 seconds, but you sound like you're pretty sure at the end. So, I hope Goujer knows. Okay, here, let me tell Goujer to come back.
Because I've seen the meme, the Flames of Disaster. So I know
everyone knows the Flames of Disaster, but that's not. But honestly, that particular meme doesn't happen until episode 6.
Yes, the weird rhino fight or suit fight or whatever.
It's not even the rhino, dude. It's like some random fucking guy. They don't even tell him. Yeah.
All right.
And he's Scottish for some reason.
Yeah, dude. There's a lot of flubs in that show. Anyway,
there's a reason I didn't watch it.
Anyway,
the Flames of Disaster.
So between both of you, Russo, you did kind of have it for a while. Like you got a lot of the key figures right. You know, you had the Echidna tribe goes to war with the owls, and the tribe is annihilated, except for Knuckles, and he does fight the fire demon, right, with the Flames of Disaster. But Goujer was more specific in that final bit. So Goujer explained that Knuckles lost one fight to the demon, but comes back to fight it with the Flames of Disaster and defeats it. So with that, Goujer was more correct than you, Russo. So
may I ask, how does Knuckles get the Flames of Disaster power?
It was inside him all along.
It was inside him the whole time. It was in his heart.
So Sonic has electricity in the movie universe, and Knuckles has fire now.
I mean, I guess. I mean, Sonic is more lightning than but like I'm very curious how
Frontiers.
I wonder what Shadow will be then.
Yeah, I think he's just got red electricity as well, doesn't he? Because he's Hedgehog.
I don't know.
Maybe Shadow has chaos itself. Ooh.
Well, he does teleport, so he does have chaos control at least.
Yeah.
It will be interesting if they bring back the Chaos Emeralds on the third movie.
Well, they do have the Chaos Emeralds though, right? Because the Chaos Emeralds flew away. They have the Master Emerald.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay.
The Master Emerald out of Duck.
Right. So
I don't want to get into that right now, but I will get into that later.
Give me
But I have noticed in Frontiers that Sonic has now got his electric pulse when he moves, and Knuckles has got fire moves when he does like a down, like ground smash.
Right.
I mean,
so they are trying to integrate things from the films in.
I mean,
okay, so
he kind of had that, Knuckles kind of had a fiery thing in SA too.
Yeah, he had the when he gets one of his upgrades, it allows him to break iron boxes, and that has a flame effect. So yeah. Knuckles has been associated with fire for quite a bit. Yeah. So after doing some calculations, Russo gets the red ring for this round, putting Russo at 2 red rings above Goujer.
Yikes!
Dang. You gotta get your game up, dude.
How many rounds are there?
There will be 1 category for every Chaos Emerald, so 7.
Okay.
Yeah, we're testing it out with the 7 because 7 Chaos Emeralds. If we find 7
Chaos Emeralds, 7 rings in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, you make believe reborn. But anyway, yeah, we'll see how this, we're seeing how the game goes. How are you guys feeling now about how your knowledge of Sonic?
I think that's somewhere in my brain. I got a lot of Sonic knowledge, but it's not really in the forefront of my consciousness.
That's fair. How about you, Russo? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling comfortable. I'll say I'm doing better than I expected I would do. I thought I'd be a lot more lost.
Yeah, I see. Well, now that we've covered this round, let's move on to the next, the canon corner zone. So now we're dealing with the actual canon of Sonic. So stuff like IDW, obviously the games are canon. Any of the I didn't put it here, but I will count the shorts that they have that prelude the games that come out. So like the short, the Sonic Frontier short that is about Knuckles, I will count that as canon. Rise of the Wisps, I will count that as canon. Yeah, so stuff like that, right?
I have a question.
Speaking of stuff like that, I can't wait for Dark Beginnings.
What is your question, Goujer?
Can we take a bathroom break?
You can take a bathroom break. It is important to take a bathroom break, especially if you're hydrating. We've been talking a lot.
Yeah.
I hope you've been hydrating. So
no,
it was a 2-minute piss break.
I do need to
yeah,
piss.
I will let you guys take your bathroom break. It gives me some time to organize your scorings a bit.
Okay, I'll be back in 2 minutes.
All right, bye-bye.
See you soon.
Yeah. But you know what? Let me because we're on stream, let's talk to the people in the audience, huh? How are you guys feeling about Setri, that is a great question. Are the Twitter takeovers canon? I will I consider they're not something that people super think about. I believe the general consensus is that if they are canon, then cool, they're canon. But otherwise, it's just like a fun thing that they do to kind of make the brand a little bit more immersive or whatever, right? But people do. There are people who do consider them canon because ever since Ian Flynn had a more prominent role in the Sonic branding, he writes a lot. So he writes a lot of the Twitter takeover answers. So people do consider that canon because he wrote it. It's kind of like a whole, if you know, it's a weird canon thing. But I consider them kind of canon. It just depends on how serious the question like was. But yeah, I will. But yeah, how are you guys feeling about our game today, huh? Have you guys been playing along? I'd love to know if you guys have been playing along because I'm very curious to see how much Sonic knowledge you guys might know. And while I do that, I am.
All right, I'm back.
Okay.
You got a sad am question right because you remembered Sally. Well.
Sally Acorn, yeah. I don't have any. I don't think I have any other questions about Sad AM and comic stuff. I think the rest is more of a. You know what? I'll let you guys figure it out. We are in the canon zone anyway, so we're dealing with the canon. Also for.
I forgot that was my muted picture.
Yeah, the freaking luxury ball.
I have no idea why. I just forgot.
Yeah. Anyway,
Fuck this Twitch app, I swear.
hold on, let me look. I was looking at one comment. Have been playing along, but okay, I see. Thank you, Poop the Hedgehog. Thank you for tuning in. How are you guys feeling? You guys ready to roll?
I'm feeling good.
Oh no, I'm ready
What's
to
up?
go, but I just saw that Litchi was not able to send messages in the chat.
Oh,
the Twitch app.
I get that. If I pause and then unpause and try typing in, you have to close the entire app and then reopen it. It's fucking bullshit.
That's rough. I don't use the Twitch app so often, so I wasn't aware.
The Twitch app sucks balls. It's got so many weird idiosyncrasies.
I think you can.
I see.
I think you can switch it to chat only mode, especially if you have it on like the TV. Then you don't have to worry about it pausing.
I see. All right, but Yeah, Litchi's on their phone. Yeah, I get that. No, the freaking I hate the phone app. And anyway, you guys are good to go?
Good to go.
Yeah.
Good to go. Okay. So let's get to the freaking can the Discord God. Okay, anyway. Let's go. Let's go to Act 1. After copying the data of all the teams in Sonic Heroes along with the data on Chaos from Chocola and Froggy, Metal Sonic transformed into a monstrous dragon-like form to defeat Sonic. What is this form called? Is it Super Neo Metal Sonic, Metal Madness, Master Overlord, or Metal Overlord? Okay.
All right. Locked in.
You're locked in, Goujer?
Bit.
Russo, we're just waiting on you.
I'm locked in.
You're locked in?
Mhm.
Did you... Okay. So, Russo, who did you pick?
I think it's Super Neo Metal.
Super Neo Metal. Okay. Goujer, how about you?
I went with Metal Overlord.
Metal Overlord. Well, Goujer, you are right. It is Metal Overlord.
Nice.
Damn.
I will say, I did try to trip you guys up because Super Neo Metal Sonic is a form that he does achieve in the IDW comics, and Master Overlord is also the next form after that in the IDW comics. And then I tried to trip you up a little bit. Metal Madness is the form that is right before Metal Overlord.
Is Super Neo Metal the one with like basically Metal Sonic but with a bit more spikes on him?
So no. So yes, kind of yes and kind of no. So Neo Metal Sonic is the one that you're thinking of.
Right.
Super Neo Metal Sonic is basically the same form, but it's gold. But yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Neo Metal Sonic
but
is
yeah,
such a cool form.
I love Metal Sonic. You know what? I like that he could talk. I like that he could finally talk. But yeah, Goujer, you got that ring.
Movie.
You got that answer right. Good job.
Oh, for 100%. Speaking of the movies, that's where they're going next.
I really want
them
them to do Metal Sonic. I really want them to do Metal Sonic.
Metal Sonic's gonna be
100% the
after
reason.
Shadow. That's what's gonna
It
happen.
is.
Yeah.
I wanted it to be before Shadow, but I'm okay if it's after.
It would be cool if
Well,
Amy.
that's why they've given
They
him-
also like that was Amy's introduction as well.
Yeah.
You know what? That would be
Speedy.
cool. I would dig that. Yeah. But anyway, let's move. Yeah, let's move on to Act 2. Another hard like dimension question. Woohoo! In any order, what are the colors for each of the 7 Chaos Emeralds as they appear in Sonic Superstars? Yup. You can list them in any order you want, but if you happen to list them from in order from left to right, if you happen to list them in order from left to right, I will give you an extra ring. Well, not an extra ring. You will be considered more correct than your opponent, and they will not get a ring. So, I will give you the opportunity to lock in your answer like on the text first, and then you can say it out loud. Guys can take like I'll give you 30 seconds.
I'm never gonna get the order of what they are in the game, but
that's fine. That's totally fine. I was just saying, like, if you happen to list them in the right order and your opponent doesn't, you're more correct than your opponent. And isn't that what nerds love to do? They love to be more correct than their peers. Yeah. See, but yeah, I think Goujer's just finishing up. So
no, I got 2 left.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Shit.
Goujer, I'll give you like 10 more seconds.
Damn, don't tell me times. I'm gonna get too pressured.
Okay. So you're locked in. You guys are both locked in. Goujer, why don't you tell me first?
Purple, green, red, yellow, blue, white, orange.
Okay. And Russo, what did you pick?
Cyan, white, pink, green, dark blue, red, yellow.
I see. Well, let's go over the colors.
Shit.
So the colors in order from right to left are blue, red, purple, cyan. I would have accepted light blue instead of cyan. Green, yellow, and white. So give me a second to kind of.
So does my pink count for purple? Will you give me that?
You know, you both said purple. Oh no! Only Goujer said purple.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm like kind of going over it to make sure. So you got okay, yeah, orange. Okay, well, let's go over. Okay. You know what? I will give. Yeah, Goujer is more correct than Russo in this moment. So Goujer gets the point
Light
here.
blue. What are they different colors in different games?
Unfortunately, I tried to really get I really tried looking hard to see if there's a canon set of colors, but no, they do appear differently in different games. So that's what really made this hard. That's why I specifically said Sonic Superstars, because I believe that's the latest time they've appeared in in a Sonic game.
Those said orange instead
They
of
did
like
say orange.
yeah. So how is orange closer than pink is to purple?
That's a good question.
Yeah. Hold on.
Oh, it's like so. Russo, what did you say yours were?
I said cyan, white, pink, green, dark blue, red, yellow.
I see.
Yeah, that's one wrong, and then I have purple.
Cyan.
You had orange instead of cyan, and I had.
I think we're just tied wrong.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, neither of you get this point. You know what? Yeah. Sorry about that. Neither of you get this point. Sorry. I mean, like, look, in your guys' defense, they do change the colors of the Chaos Emeralds like every so often, so it's easy to get this kind of question wrong. But like, you would kind of know this question if you played Sonic Superstars. That's why I
played Sonic Superstars with you, bitch.
Yeah, we didn't finish it though, which we got to do. We have to finish it. I actually just watched the episode where we started, and I'm like, oh right, we did start that. But anyway, let's move on to the next one. What is the name of the vehicle Tails pilots in Sonic Adventure 2? Is it the Tornado 2, the Tornado 3, the Hurricane, or the Cyclone? Okay. Russo was right away very confident in your answer. I'm into that.
Shit. Okay.
I think it is. I'll explain my answer.
Oh shit, I think I might have gotten it wrong.
You already locked in, dude.
I know.
You already locked in. But you know what? You already locked in. You know what? I liked Russo's confidence in their answer, so I want them to answer first. What did you pick?
Only because in the first adventure game, Tails says, "Let's take my plane." The tornado, or Sonic says, "Let's take my plane." The tornado.
Okay.
So, second one has to be the tornado too.
That is very. You know what? That is perfectly fine reasoning. Someone would think that would be the answer. What did you pick, Goujer?
I wrote Tornado 3 because
Tornado 3.
In Sonic Adventure 1, they have the tornado, it gets destroyed, then Tails brings out his experimental plane, the Tornado 2, I think, and then I think that also gets destroyed, but
oh shit,
then
you're right. From
Tornado 3, but I think it might be Cyclone.
I think it might be the Cyclone.
Well, Goujer, you locked in on Tornado 3. I locked in on
Tornado 3.
Russo realized that they were wrong, so obviously they didn't get the point. But, ultimately, none of you got the point because it is the Cyclone.
I was about to go with Cyclone, then went with Tornado 3.
It is a very interesting question. I was going to tell Goujer that I might have counted it right, but the thing is, because if you look on the let's see if we zoom in here. Yeah, if you zoom in on the side of the Cyclone here, it does straight up say Tornado 3, which is interesting. But that's not the official title because this vehicle comes back again in Sonic Frontiers, and I believe it's called the Cyclone Cannon. So,
well, okay, so you gotta also remember when. How the fuck did you know this? I don't know how you knew that answer, Goujitchi, but I do remember that when Tails sees Amy on the aircraft carrier, he says Tornado Transformation, as
Yeah, he does say tornado transformation.
And I believe in Sonic, in some other, I think it was either Sonic X or some other thing. He calls at least that form the X tornado.
Yeah, but I think it's only the X tornado. That's because that's the Sonic X version of it. That's why.
Sonic X actually looked at different shoes and was like,
maybe that was the
shoes, the high speed shoes.
Form in Sonic Adventure 1.
But ultimately, neither of you are right. You guys don't get this question right. I mean, it can be kind of a tricky question.
But I go that like, oh yeah, there's the original plane that Tails crashes. That's how he's introduced. That's the tornado.
Yeah, when you finish, I was like,
when the first plane he crashes is not the tornado. That's like his experimental one. But then he has the tornado, and then he has some other thing after that.
Yeah,
I think that might be the cyclone, actually, in Sonic Adventure 1.
Oh, yes, because he's trying to test out flying with a Chaos Emerald,
or maybe that was the X tornado.
I mean, either way, you guys are not right in this question.
The third plane in Sonic Adventure 1, I do not think is
a tornado?
It's either it's a tornado or it is I do not believe it is Chaos Emerald powered though.
All right. Well, we will look this up after the show.
Glitchy is so right though.
I know that when he crashes, he like shows Sonic. He's like, "Here, I was trying to fly with this," and it's like the yellow emerald or something.
Well, it even shows like in the beginning, like they zoom in and it's like there's a crystal in like the engine of the plane, but it's like not Chaos Emerald shaped at all.
Yeah. Tails, watch out! You're gonna crash! Ah!
Oh, jeez.
All right. Anyway, neither of you got that point. Very sorry, but
Tails, stop crashing your fucking plane.
But let's move on to the next one. Another hard light one.
Oh God.
Yeah. So, the Netflix animated show Sonic Prime is considered to be canon to the universe of the game. When are these events meant to take place? I'm gonna note you don't need the exact placement. You just need to be as close as you can. So it's gonna be the same rules as the last the hard light question before the last one. I'll ask Goujer to step out of the room so that they don't hear Russo's approximate thing, right? And for this one, for both of you, because this is this is not going to be super long. I'm going to ask you to kind of confirm your answers while you're waiting, right? Okay. So Goujer, please remove yourself from your headphones so you don't hear, and then send me like a message when you're done, right? When you're out of the room, put it in your thing when you're out of the room. And then Russo, I see that you've locked in your answer in text, so I will give you.
Oh, shiny igloo buff. Good catch, Lychee.
Nice. Okay, so well, let's just hope Goujer heard me. When I'll give you. You know what? You already locked in, so I'll give you.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't need to give you any time. So, what do you think is the placement of Sonic Prime in conjunction with the rest of the games?
Didn't Ian Flynn, I think, pissed off some people by trying to shoehorn it after Heroes or something like that? Because I remember people being like, "Oh, it makes no sense in the timeline." But a
lot of people did say it makes no sense. I struggled to find how it makes sense. I'd have to. I don't know, man. It's weird. But we will. I don't know. He did not elaborate too hard on it. Let's be real. But anyway, let Goujer. Yeah. Please come back. Okay, and then when Goujer comes back, I would like. Well, you already answered, so you don't really need to deafen, I guess.
Yeah, we can both be.
Yeah.
I again could be entirely wrong, but I remember it pissing.
You could be entirely. I mean, I'm not going to tell you the right answer right now, but let's wait for Goujer to come right on back.
Hello.
Hey.
Goujer. Okay. Do you have an answer locked down?
Shit, I should have been thinking about that.
Oh my fucking god! You know what? I'll give you a bit to lock down your answer, and then I will ask you to.
All right, I got it.
Okay, when did Sonic Prime take place in the universe of the games?
After Sonic Forces, before Sonic Frontiers.
I see. That's an inch. Okay, I see. I can see why you would think that. But let's see. I will. Well, the actual answer is Sonic Prime takes place sometime after Sonic Advance 3.
Yes,
as told
okay.
by Ian Flynn. Yeah, I mean, yes, technically, doesn't Sonic Advance 3 take place after Heroes?
No
I'm
clue.
gonna look at the
Pretty sure
release.
Heroes is before the Advance trilogy.
I'm gonna give it a quick look by release date.
How many games are between
June
guess and
7,
Phil's guess?
2004, Sonic Heroes release is Jan 6, 2004. Okay, so Sonic Advance is a little bit younger by a couple months than Sonic Heroes, but I'm not gonna give it to Russo anyway, because the specific answer is sometime after Advance 3, not after Heroes. As Ian Flynn points out here, he was equally as vague as he was specific. So
Sonic Prime pulls the Sonic 06 and wipes itself out.
Yeah.
It does wipe itself out. Like, if you've seen the show, if you've seen the ending of the show, it does kind of wipe itself out. It's weird. I think this is the only Sonic Prime answer that I have here. So, or a question that I have here. So you guys don't have to worry about Sonic Prime anymore. But yeah, no. Unfortunately, no one got that right. I mean, Russo was closer, but ultimately did not get that right. But that's fine. That is so fine. That's
no point for almost.
Yeah, no point for almost. You got to be right. But you know what? Let's move on to the last one of this category, Act 5. What is the name of the vehicle owned by Fang the Hunter?
Oh, fuck's sake.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Russo's locked in already. Goujer, I would like for you to lock in. Don't worry. Okay. Goujer, what did you pick?
A bullseye.
Bullseye. Okay. Russo, what did you pick?
Bullseye.
I see. Well, none of you got that right because it is the Marvelous Queen.
Shit.
Of course it is.
This one is this one's really tough. I had to really like pull over but it was. So yeah, it's the Marvelous Queen. You were able to find this out by reading the manual of one of the Sonic Drift games. And but yeah, it's the Marvelous Queen. Give me a second to tally up the points here. Okay, let's see. I think only Goujer got like any of the questions right here. So Goujer, you get the red ring for this round.
Yay!
All right, so let's move on to the next category. The Loyal Listener Zone. These questions are about the podcast. Oh, isn't that great?
Fuck.
Bro.
I will say, there's a part of me that didn't want to include it, but I thought it would be funny if I did. I did pick these categories at random. I went through like a name generator, so I didn't consciously put this here on purpose. It's one of the 14 possible categories that we could have gone through. But hey, look, RNG, right? But yeah, if you've listened to us, you'll have an idea about what these questions are going to be. So let's start off with the first one. From what game is the Hedgehog Girls logo inspired from? It's like a 50-50 chance here, so hopefully it's easy for you guys.
Same fucking name.
It's not.
It's not.
It's not. It's not.
One's an ampersand.
One is an ampersand, and one is the word and. Okay, so what did you choose, Russo?
Ampersand. Sonic ampersand Knuckles.
Okay, what about you, Goujer?
Ampersand.
Ampersand Knuckles. And you know what? You guys are both right. It is Sonic ampersand Knuckles. You guys both got that right.
Huzzah!
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that was a really easy one, to be fair. It's kind of I'm not being subtle when I drew that. But yeah, congratulations, you guys both got the question right.
Yeah, it does sound kind of gay century.
Let's move on to the next one. A hard light one.
You love
what
these.
animal is my OC? You do not need the exact animal breed, but hey, if you happen to pick the right one, that's cool. I will. Okay, well, Goujer, I will let you locked in your answer. Russo has not, so I will.
Okay.
You know what? I will let while Russo gives it a thought. I will. Oh well. I was gonna say while we wait, I'd have. Okay. Goujer, what did you say?
Well, first of all, the blue vest looks very good on my character.
Yeah.
I think it's a ferret.
I see. Russo, what did you pick?
I thought it was a mouse because of the round ears.
I see. Well, Goujer is right. Ace is a ferret.
Because my final answer. She's now in the game.
Yeah, one of my favorite animals is the ferret. You would think it'd be a hedgehog, but no, my favorite animal is the ferret.
Ferrets are cute as fuck, though.
I love ferrets. But yeah, Goujer got it right. Good job. Let me get the sound effect for you. All right. The next question, Act 3. Of the 11 episodes of Hedgehog Girls, how many are available to watch as a VOD right now? Just log in your answer.
I'm gonna say you guys have been very diligent.
Okay. I
have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
Does this include YouTube and Twitch, or just?
This is YouTube and Twitch. This is YouTube and Twitch. Did you post them anywhere else?
No.
Okay, then yes, it is just YouTube and Twitch. But you guys already locked down. So, Russo, what did you pick?
I think it's been all 11 episodes that are available as a VOD.
Okay, Goujer, what do you think?
7.
Well, Goujer is right.
I feel like I have an unfair advantage with this.
Almost.
Kind of. I would say kind of, but like.
Kind of. I upload the VODs, and I'm aware of how many VODs are on Twitch for all my streams.
I guess so, huh? Well.
Okay. Literally a category of questions about a podcast you host.
Yeah.
Chance.
I thought this would be a more neutral question when I was thinking about it. All right.
Jeez.
I tried not to make them specifically about Goujer.
I better not get a point for that. I'm gonna be real with you.
Okay. Okay. I will. I mean, you are right, but if you really don't want the point, I won't give it to you.
That feels like a dirty point. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. That's fair. That's totally valid. That's totally valid. It's totally valid. We'll move on to the next one. How long was the first episode of Hedgehog Girls? Was it 2 hours 40 minutes and 56 seconds? Or was it 2 hours 56 minutes and 40 seconds?
It's so cute. Our little guys next to each other.
It has been such a year, huh? This was our first episode, I think.
Little goblin go.
Look how far we've gotten, Goujer. Yeah, look at how far we've gotten. I mean, technically, I still use that PNG thing when I'm on other people's streams, but look how far we've gotten. We have a whole setup now. You got shelves and toys and shit. And some posters. Okay, so you guys have locked in?
Speeding my goblin.
Goujer, what did you pick?
256.
256.40. What did you pick, Russo?
256.40.
I see. Well, again, none of you got that right. It was 2 hours, 40 minutes, and 56 seconds. That's okay. We do these for a long time, so we do record these things for quite a while. I think our longest has been 420.
Jesus Christ.
I think that's been our longest. I'd have to once Goujer is finished putting out all the episodes on the VODs, I will be able to officially check that. But I think so far it's 420.
That's sick.
I'm up to February in my VODs.
Okay. So let's move on to another hardlight one for the last one. Pick 3 items from our podcast setup. Explain what they are and why they're on the shelf. It could be from my side or Goujer's side. But I will note, some of these are really easy to figure out. You can pick them if you want, sure. But I'll be a little bummed that you didn't challenge yourself more. So
I got it.
I'll zoom in for you guys so you can see more clearly.
How is this not unfairly in my favor?
Do you even remember what? Okay, here.
I know everything on my shelf.
Yeah, but you don't
That's
have...
such a good point. You can just peg the 3 things from your shelf and be like, here's my reason for why I have them.
Goujer, I will give you the specific stipulation that you can only pick stuff from my shelf.
All right.
There we go.
I am crawling from underneath here. I am doing my best.
No, that's fair. I will have you guys write these out in the stream chat. You guys, okay. I see that you picked. I see that Russo's already picked them. But remember, you have to explain why they're on the shelf too, other than we like them. Other than we like them, because that would be obvious.
Okay. I'll try.
That was part of the question, that you explain why we have them on there. Like, of course we like them, so I feel like you wouldn't put that. Because of course.
I'll explain as best as I can.
Of course. Explain as best as you can.
Okay.
All right. I'm still typing mine.
That's fine. You know what? For this one, I'll give you guys as long as you need.
I can talk mine out from the 3 choices I've given.
Of course, I will let you do that when you guys are both locked in.
Okay. You turned into a big-time villain this time, Doctor.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay, you're ready. Russo, are you ready, or are you still typing out your reasons?
As ready as I'll ever be.
Okay, you are going to explain them. So, here, Russo, we'll have you go first. What did you pick?
I picked the Vita because Go's favorite handheld is the Vita, because when she was working, she liked to take it on commutes. So there we go. There's one. We have the Green Hill Sonic loop to symbolize Sonic's humble beginnings on your side, and we have Supersonic with all 7 emeralds surrounding him, symbolizing that the 7 Chaos Emeralds and Supersonic are the pinnacle of the Sonic fandom. So there's your 3 reasons.
Okay. I do like that one.
I did my best, dude.
That's fine. You know what? I do like your reasons for some of them. But Goujer.
All right.
What did you pick?
All right, you got the Toa of Light that I forget the name of, but you identify with that guy because his story's a bit like a trans awakening thing, and that's speaks to you a lot. Sonic on the Loop, I'm pretty sure, is supposed to be reminiscent of the Sonic Lego set that was first released, and I think that's why that's there. You also, next to that, you have the Sonic Pointing Up statue that I think is supposed to be the Sonic Mania Collector's Edition statue, and I believe you have that, if I'm not mistaken.
That's great. Glad you're paying attention. I mostly, this question is more of like if you're actually paying attention.
You also
to our
have the
podcast
little
too.
amiibo, if I'm not mistaken.
I do have the little amiibo. You're right.
Yeah.
You know what?
It's almost like I talk to Ami about Sonic for 3 hours every month.
Yeah. I guess technically this. No, you know what? Goujer was a little bit more correct in the Sonic Loop reasoning, because this is specifically the Lego Ideas Sonic Green Hill Zone set. I will give Goujer the point for that because of how specific it is.
I don't know.
It's not rigged.
I mean, I don't know. It feels kind of rigged.
Okay.
Not to mention,
I tried to make this
Litchi is calling it rigged.
Okay,
I think Litchi's jumping in for the memes because I was like, yeah.
You know what?
All right, Litchi, you can decide if I have the point
Litchi and I are moving.
I was gonna give you guys both the point because I do like both. Like obviously, Goujer has has pretty accurate reasonings, but I actually really like Russo's reasonings for why I have Supersonic and the Loop. I really do. I actually did like their reasonings. So
thank you for the hydrate, Thoxa.
I will just give you both the points.
Everyone take a sip of your water.
Lucas Dade, here we come.
I'll just give you both the points for that because I actually do. I really did like Russo's reasonings.
Yay!
They're very impassioned.
Give me a point.
There is a impassioned as to they are on the same level of passion as to how why I would put them on a show. So I'll give it to you both.
Woo!
Next time I think I'm just gonna not have this category at all from now on. This one's a little bit one-sided.
All right.
I think I'll save this one for
okay. Here, I got a funny thing here.
Against somebody that didn't host the podcast, I think it would be fine.
Yeah.
So funny thing is, so if you went with Miku, you could have just said because Go likes Miku. And yeah.
I was going to say because you like them.
I just like
was the whole
Miku.
thing. I couldn't just say that you like them.
I just think they're neat. And,
God, I love you guys.
Also, all the games on the bottom with the blue thing, those are all Vita games.
Yeah.
By the way, I've got to ask because I love it. Why are the volumes in 1, 2, 5, 4, 3, 6, 9, 7?
Because Ami's a jester.
Well, one, I put them out of order because I knew it would piss people off.
Pisses me off. I would never do that.
I love it.
The number 8 isn't even on there.
Yeah,
but there is a second reason. There's a parody of "Let the Bodies Hit the Floor" that is about how this guy is a Muppet and he can't count. I can only count to 4, and the volumes are in that order in the first verse: 1, 2, 5, 4.
Then 3, 6, 9. Damn, she fine.
That wasn't one of my reasons why I put them like that, but it's like a very happy coincidence that they're like that.
Move that up so the actual audience can see.
Also, I love this.
I'm zooming in on it. Are you guys able to see me zooming in on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, they can't.
Yeah.
I can see on stream.
But yeah. If you're mad that I put it out of order, that's kind of what I was going for.
I would never do that. All my manga is and games are alphabetical and in order of series.
Oh, you would hate, I used to have the Xbox collection where you would just have cases, pull out the game, whatever's in, and put it in whatever case you're going to go in next.
I'm going to...
Games are just random cases.
Dude, nothing drives me more
do that
fucking
too.
crazy.
I love to put the games in, if I have a game in the console already and I want to switch out with another game, I just find that game and then switch the things.
Yeah, if you've got COD in your Xbox and you're wanting to play Dead Rising 2, you literally just open the Dead Rising 2 case, take COD, put it in the case, and then put Dead Rising in.
Yeah. I never put it in the right case.
This is why I almost wish I was a librarian, because I just like to sort and organize things.
Because you would just organize all of those.
Yes, I want a library so bad. If I ever own a house, it's having a library in it.
That's you know what? That's
just
great. I would love to.
Games.
Would you have the ladders that move?
The what?
I would love to visit the Goujirland library.
God. I would love to have a 2-story library with a fucking staircase and ladders and shit. That would be so badass.
I love the sliding ladders around libraries. It's such a cool mechanism.
I would have this cool gamer I can envision it now.
Well, while you're envisioning it, I tallied it up. Goujer has won the category. Goujer gets the red ring.
This is unfair advantage.
Take it.
Well,
Right.
we learned, I will. Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. If it put me behind, I would argue it. But since it just ties us up, take it.
Yeah, it does
Okay.
tie you up.
Okay.
You guys are tied in terms of red rings. But we're moving on to Actor Avenue Zone. These are questions about the actors in the Sonic universe, in any Sonic media, where he has a voice actor. So, yep.
Okay.
So yeah, and like this is not just like current voice acting. These are actors, even people who used to voice act for Sonic but no longer do. All right, you guys understand?
Got it.
Okay. Let's go on to the first question. Between Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles in the films, only one of them retains their voice actor from the games.
What?
Who is it? Is it Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, or none of them actually? Russo's very confident.
Well, you can't say one of them retains their voice actor and then be like, none.
Could be a trick question.
Maybe it was a trick question. You don't know that.
Trick questions, yeah.
I've had some pretty silly questions here so far. I don't.
I hate you, Lemmy.
Okay, so you guys are both locked in. Goujer, who do you think has retained their voice actor from the games? Or did none of them do? None of them. Russo, what did you pick?
It's Tails. Colleen got drafted.
Oh.
You're so right, Russo. It is Tails. Colleen O'Shaughnessy reprises her role as Tails in all the Sonic stuff.
Like, why?
But I believe
that.
Okay, you know what? Russo, for the chance of an extra ring, there is one part of the Sonic film universe where Tails is not voiced by Colleen O'Shaughnessy. Do you happen to know which project that is?
Is it the weird little like promo film they did before Sonic 2 with like Tails and Sonic playing with that metal thing?
What?
They play with like one of Eggman's robots, I think.
Okay.
I don't even know what this is.
Yeah, I think it could be entirely.
Can you think of any other character that might be in that thing you're talking about, or is it just Sonic and Tails?
I might be completely wrong. I'm sure there was something for the films. Whatever, I might be wrong, but
So you're saying it is a promotional short before the release of the movie?
Can I steal this?
Okay.
If he gets it wrong, if she gets it wrong,
that is wrong. That is wrong. There is a short that I know of where Tails is not voiced by Colleen, and it's not how Russo described. But Goujer, you sound pretty confident. Do you happen to know
TV show?
The Knuckles TV show? You are also wrong because Colleen is indeed the voice. So the short in question, there is a short included in the Sonic 2 home video release.
That's exactly what I was talking about. That drone, Sonic Drone Home or whatever it's called.
Oh, Drone Home. Yeah, but you said it was released like before the film, and that's not correct.
I'll accept that. That was the thing I was thinking of, but I completely worded it wrongly.
Knuckles is in that, so that's why I was at
4K Blu-ray behind me here.
Yeah, Knuckles is also in that short. That's why I asked you if you could think of any other characters that was in that.
Yeah.
But you ultimately did not get the extra ring, but that it was an extra ring.
Animated short featuring Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles.
So who voices Tails in that?
I don't remember. It's been a while since I saw it. I don't think any of the actors from the movie are in this short.
Oh, that's kind of lame.
Oh, that's weird.
It is kind of lame, but you have to think about it. It is a short, like, couple-minute video for the DVD release of a movie.
For the DVD, at least, like, it's a couple minutes. It's not like a whole new script. Get them in the booth for a day, and that would have been done.
Yeah. I mean, like, look, I'm not Paramount. I can't tell you why they did that.
Yeah. we don't make the money that Paramount makes.
Yeah. Anyway,
4K Blu-ray player.
But yeah, let's move on. Act 2. In Sonic Riders, Dr. Eggman has 2 voice actors in the English version of the game. What is the reasoning for this? Is it that Dean Bristow passed away before the game released and Mike Pollock had to record the rest of the lines? Or was Sega of America trying to bring all the 4Kids actors to the games as well? Okay. Goujer's already locked in. Russo, we're waiting on you. You're guessing.
I'm locked in, sorry, yeah.
Okay. Was it you picked B, or is that the last one? Is the one I'm looking at right now?
Hmm?
Did you lock in already?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Russo, what did you pick?
Going with trying to get all the 4Kids actors to the games.
I see. Goujer, what did you pick?
Fucker died.
I see. I mean, I wouldn't have worded it like that, but yes. Dean Bristow passed away before the game released, and Mike Pollock recorded the remaining lines. As you play Sonic Riders, you can actually hear them splitting the voice lines. Like you'll hear Dean Bristow in some lines when you're racing, and sometimes it's Mike Pollock.
I never noticed, honestly.
It's something.
They're very good. They're very close to each other.
Yeah, it's something that you don't super notice, but if you're really paying attention, then you do notice. Like I was paying attention when I was looking at a playthrough of Sonic Riders for this question, and yeah, you could totally hear the difference if you're really looking for it.
Because Mike Pollock's been Eggman since, right?
Mike Pollock has been the Eggman voice actor since.
And even when 4Kids got let go, he re-auditioned to get the part.
Yeah, he re-auditioned, but they're like, "Nah, you can stay anyway. Like, just fine." But yeah, Goujer, you got the ring for that. Good job. Good job. You know your dead people.
Passed away.
Going on to the next one, Act 3. Jim Cummings, who famously portrayed characters like Winnie the Pooh and Pete from the Disney shit, also portrayed a Sonic character in a TV show. Who is it? Is it Rotor, Big the Cat, Dr. Robotnik, or Knuckles? Yeah.
Oh fuck, man.
Russo's already locked in. Love that. Love your confidence.
It's not confidence. It's just go with a gut.
Okay. Well, Goujer. Goujer went first last time. Russo, who did you pick?
Robotnik. Seems like
Robotnik. Dr. Robotnik. I see. Goujer, who did you pick?
I went with Rotor.
Rotor? Okay, well, between you two, Russo got it right. Jim Cummings was Dr. Robotnik in both Sonic Sat AM and Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh.
He even plays them a little bit differently. So I was listening to a podcast.
Sinister, right?
I was listening to a clip from a podcast where Jim Cummings was explaining him portraying Dr. Robotnik. This was new information to me. I didn't even know it was Jim Cummings until I looked at this reel that was recommended to me on Instagram. And yeah, he's talking about how he in Sonic Sat AM, he voices Dr. Robotnik in a more sinister manner, and he's like more menacing in that one. Yeah, it's interesting. Like once you hear after the show,
I would side by side. If you're putting up Adventures and Sat AM next to each other, I would never guess it's the same.
I would implore you guys to listen to his Pete portrayal and then listen to his Dr. Robotnik portrayal, and they're pretty you can really tell Jim Cummings. So Russo gets the point for that. Good on listening to your gut.
Damn.
You guys both guessed, and this is also new information for me. So hey, you learn something new every day, huh?
Wasn't the Sonic voice actor the same between those two?
Yeah, yes. Jaleel, right?
Jaleel White. But
people wanted to come back and voice classic Sonic in Generations.
Yeah, let's move on to the next act. Act 4. All of these voice actors portrayed Sonic in TV and films, except for one.
Fuck.
Who is it?
Okay.
All right. Remember, these are Sonic in TV and films.
Wait.
So just think about this voice actors you heard.
I think I know this.
I hope you do. Well, I'll be surprised if you do. I'll say that.
Okay.
Okay. Go. Okay.
I am
All right.
venturing a guess there because I am thinking of
All right,
one
all right.
exception that might exist.
Okay, so
For one.
Russo, who did you pick?
So I went with Meg because Devin Mack, I think, is Prime Sonic. Junichi
Yeah.
is Japanese Sonic. Roger Craig is American Sonic.
Yeah. I tried to with Sonic Japanese voice actor, I tried to slip that one in as a fast one because you might not think that Junichi has been not Sonic in TV in Japan.
Oh, yeah.
But no, he's been Sonic like period. He's got the
Sonic
longest
X, yeah.
Yeah, he's got the longest tenure of being Sonic out of any of Sonic's voice actors.
Fucking
That's crazy. Yeah, right? But Goujer, who did you pick?
I would. Let me just say this. I was originally going to pick Roger Craig Smith because I was like, when did he ever portray Sonic in a TV show? But then I remembered that I think in OKKO Let's Be Heroes, he might have voiced Sonic.
That you know what that is
exists.
right, but there is another TV show that Roger Craig Smith voiced Sonic in. Do you know?
No.
This is not for like an extra ring.
No,
okay.
I didn't. Don't.
Sonic Boom.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know, I should have connected those dots.
Yeah, it's easy to forget Sonic Boom. I don't think a lot of people.
I wrote Meg
Sonic
because even though I don't know who Devin Mack is, or Junichi, I figured I don't know. My gut went with Meg.
That's fair. That's fair.
Me too, George.
I actually found out recently that Devin Mack is like the chef from Total Drama Island.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't know that until like I saw him on Twitter like point out like yeah, I'm also the chef.
Hi, George.
But yeah,
I don't mind Devin Mack's Sonic voice, but it is a bit whiny.
I think he's pretty good. I think he does a pretty good job.
When is he Sonic?
He's Sonic Prime.
He's Sonic Prime, yeah.
Don't make Shadow.
Yeah. But to move on to the actual correct answer, you guys both picked Meg Inglima. And I'm happy to tell you that you both got it right. Meg Inglima was the voice in Sonic Schoolhouse.
Oh my god.
Which is not a TV or film.
Thank you for shouting out Church.
Adorable.
Oh, I forgot to edit the answer part on this one because this question used to be who all of these portrayed Sonic in the games except for one, but I felt that one was a little too easy, so I changed it to the one. But yeah, the correct answer. The correct answer was the correct answer was Meg Inglima.
So if you change this to games, the answer would be Devin Mack. Smart. Okay.
Yeah. But it turns out there's nothing on this lady. She only did this one role. This is her only acting credit that I could find. She doesn't even have a picture of herself.
Employee or something?
I don't know. I tried looking. I couldn't find anything. Like I looked at her IMDb. This is her only role.
Holy shit.
It's so interesting. She didn't do anything else after. At least that she's like publicly credited in.
Some Sega hire being like, "Oh, I've got a friend that's looking to get into voice acting."
Yeah, I would imagine that it's just like someone that they just pulled because one of the developers
artists
knew.
that they're like, you sound like Sonic.
Yeah, right.
You do a good Sonic impression.
You do a good cheeky bastard. Come on in the voice booth. Save us some money.
Yeah,
that's how
right.
The best shit's made.
Okay, so you guys both got the ring for that. Good job.
Yay.
Okay. So now let's move on to the last one, a hard light dimension question.
Oh, God.
Oh, you guys are gonna love this one. Sega Sonic Cosmo Fighter was an arcade game released in 1993 and only in Australia and Japan. It features Sonic and Dr. Eggman speaking. It's one of the earliest times that they do. Who are the voice actors in this game? So as a bonus, if you can get both of them right, you get 2 rings. I don't know why I said points, but you get rings. If you can only name one, I'll just give you 1 ring. All right. So okay. I'm gonna have you lock in your answers, and then when you guys are done, let me know. This one can be a tough one, so I'm gonna give you as much time as you need.
I have no idea.
I'll just give you I'll give you a max of like 30 seconds.
I'm just gonna use my brain and be like, okay.
Yeah. Well. I see that.
Makes no sense. I have no idea who.
I see that Russo's already locked in. We're just waiting on you.
I'm using context clues to try and imagine. That's it. I have no idea.
I like that strategy. You're using context clues.
I'm not Australian or Japanese, so.
Well, yeah, it was all. Yeah, I was like looking this up. Yeah, it's only been released in English in Australia. No other country except for Australia has an English version
so
of this
weird.
game. Yeah.
Let me just yeah.
Maybe it was like a test market and it didn't do so well, so they didn't release it anywhere else.
I don't know.
Weird.
I couldn't.
All right, I locked in,
Arcade.
but yeah, fuck if I know.
Yeah.
Okay, so can you tell me, Russo, who did you pick?
I just picked Jaleel White and Jim Cummings in the off chance that they were trying to do a tie-in with the TVs later.
That's a very corporate synergy thing for them to do.
You see, my issue is I didn't know their names. I already forgot.
That's fair. I'm look. I will count them as Jaleel White, and I don't. Goujer, why don't you tell me which ones you picked?
I wrote the guy who played Urkel and President Roosevelt.
Well, you're right with the first one. That is Jaleel White.
Like, are you talking about the actual President Roosevelt, or are
sure?
You... Well,
I use voice clips of him.
That'd be an interesting way to bypass needing a voice actor, but I feel like there's some ethical mumbo jumbo for that. But to let you know, I'm going to tell you guys are both wrong. No one knows who the actors are in English. They're uncredited.
What?
That's fucking trick question.
Again, this is the exact same thing we're talking about. This is 2 Sega employees that have been told, get in the fucking booth.
You know what? I was going to include a video of how Sonic. I was gonna include a video about how Sonic sounds in
Yeah.
Dude, if you look up Sega Sonic Cosmo Fighter in English and you listen to Sonic, you are going to be quite surprised. It sounds nothing like Sonic. I'm going to tell you that. It's crazy.
I wasn't even aware of this game until just now.
Yeah, that's why I put it in the last part, because it's really, really hard. You'd have to be like really into like lost Sonic media for this, because I feel like because I believe the English version was only found relatively recently.
What the fuck is that voice? Let's take off through space to rescue them.
Yeah, you're hearing it right. It's so weird.
Through space and get them.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why.
Why would you look at Sonic and give him the Superman voice?
Yeah.
Is that what they did?
Yeah, that's what they did. He's got like a Superman voice. Yeah, I've seen
like ridiculous.
Yeah. A lot of the comments in the playthrough that I've seen were like, why didn't they just switch Sonic and Dr. Eggman's? They sound like the other. They should have just done that.
They got them mixed
but
up.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. But none of you got that right. So give me a second to tally up. Let's see, you got the red ring. Let's see, you got that. You got that. Well, Goujer wins by 1 ring. So Goujer gets the red ring this round. Ooh. Okay. And neither of you guys used your hints either, which is very impressive.
No, because we know that if we use a ring and we're close, then the other person has the chance to just take over.
Yeah.
So it's risky.
It is risky, but that's why I said use wisely.
It's like your currency of winning is also your currency for tips.
Yeah. Well, we're at the crowning point. We're on the last category. Time sure does fly, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We're in the last category, so it's either tie or go wins.
Like dude, time flies when you're having fun. Don't worry, I have some ideas in mind for certain situations. But let's move on to the next category, the spin-off station zone. These questions deal with games that are not main series
Sonic
games.
Cosmo Fighter.
Thank you.
It's Sega Sonic, Sega Sonic Cosmo Fighter. I just switched it right now. What are you guys seeing? You guys see spin-off station
Sega
now?
Sonic
No,
Cosmo
we don't see
Fighter.
spin-off station yet. I still have the Sonic Cosmo Fighter page.
How about now?
Both.
Now I see both
Sonic and Dr. Eggman.
What?
We see the answer.
Yeah, we see the answer now.
Okay.
So click again.
Okay, how about now?
No.
Is it still? It is not.
It's an update.
Do I have
still the answer?
Do I still have to do I have to stop streaming and then try to get it back?
FDR
so mad.
is messing with the stream.
Here.
I'm not
Does
talking
it
about
say?
Oh, hey, there we go. Spin-off Station Zone.
Okay, wait. I just put it back to the rule of this description of the category. What do you see now?
We can see Knuckles. This says spin-off Station Zone.
Station Zone.
Okay, well, as you can tell from the name, these questions deal with games that are not main series. So, like mobile games, games that are like Sega in the name. There are games that are like, yes, Sonic's in the game and you can play as Sonic, but he's not exactly the main character. So I'm like, something like Sonic Battle or Sonic Advance, right? I would count those as spin-off games. Well, let's move on to the first question. Which is the title of the latest Olympic Games game? Is it Mario and Sonic at the Tokyo Olympic Games 2020? Is it Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020? Is it Mario and Sonic, that's the full word, and at the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020? Or is it Mario and Sonic with the and spelled out fully at the Tokyo Olympic Games 2020?
Fuck's sake. Guess. Got it.
You're guessing. You're guessing.
I remember the one that rolled off the tongue the best.
I see. Ooh, okay. You guys are locked in.
I also like that in the Olympic Games, they allowed Sonic to wear a life jacket in the water events.
Well, yeah, he can't swim.
Yeah, I know.
He's gonna die if he swims.
Why would you let him compete? That's cheating.
I mean,
just wear a life jacket.
Yeah, but he
I guess
has to do the doggy paddle. I mean, he's not much of a threat.
I think for some of them they have stats, right? So I feel like if the swim has a specific stats, Sonic's is probably going to be dog shit.
I ain't afraid of no ghosts.
I ain't afraid of no water.
But anyway, Goujer, what was your answer?
I wrote Mario and Sonic at the Tokyo Olympic Games 2020.
Is it with the ampersand or with the word and spelled out?
Spelled out.
Okay. Russo, what did you pick?
I went with Mario ampersand Sonic at the Tokyo Olympic Games 2020.
I see. Well, I hate to tell you that you guys are both wrong. It is Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020 with the ampersand.
Oh.
I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know why they chose this title. I think Tokyo Olympic Games would have been a little better. They don't even have to specify 2020. I feel like if you just put in Tokyo Olympics, you'll find that it's 2020.
I should have guessed that because the actual title of the series is Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games. The subtitle is Tokyo 2020. Got it.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, that's a tricky one. I want to make that really tricky. I was gonna put it. I originally had the question say the latest Mario and Sonic game, but then that gave away part of the answer. So I had to put in the Olympic Games game.
Yeah, I should have recognized from the question that it's the Olympic Games, not Tokyo Olympic Games.
yeah. But yeah, none of you got that right. So, you win some, you lose some.
Got it.
Let's move on to the next one. Sonic Dash is the first Sonic game that features characters from Sonic's IDW comic continuity. Surge is the latest of these characters. Which character was the first? Was it Tangle? Was it Whisper? Was it both of them at the same time? Because I would count that as, the first.
Are they the lesbians?
They are the people that people love to ship the most, yes. Or was it Dr. Starline? That platypus.
I think I remember who it was when they were added.
Okay.
Because I think I've unlocked them.
Whoa, you've unlocked them. Okay. So you have experience with the game. You should know this. And if you don't, I'm going to be surprised.
I remember Sonic Dash was basically just like Temple Run, but with Sonic, right?
It is. It still is that. Yeah, it's still a thing. They've been going on for like more than 10 years, man. Speaking of Sonic Dash, if you guys happen to be playing Sonic Dash right now, they have an event where it's like a Valhalla Surge that you can unlock, and it's like she's got like 2 axes and she's like dressed like fucking like a Kratos type shit.
Oh, nice.
It's something like that. It's cool. It's cool. She looks really fucking cool. But anyway, are you guys locked in?
Yes.
Okay, so let's see. Okay, Goujer, tell me who you picked.
I picked Tangle and Whisper.
Tangle and Whisper. Russo, what did you pick?
I picked Tangle by herself.
Just Tangle by herself? Okay, well, between the both of you, Russo is right. Tangle the Lemur was the first because I'm gonna give you the stipulation. They were announced at the same time to be coming, but it was Tangle who actually came in first, and then it was Whisper that came in after. So I see where Gojer's line of thinking was because they did announce them to be at the games at the same time.
I had no clue about that.
That's too sweet. Well, yeah, if you were thinking that they were released at the same time, I totally understand why you would think that. But no, it was Tangle first and then Whisper. So Russo, you get the point for that. That's really good.
I'll take that.
Guess?
Golden ring.
Yeah, nice. All right, let's move on to Act 3. How many playable characters are available in the Game Boy Advance title Sonic Battle?
Hold on, we haven't even seen the question right now yet.
Oh, you haven't? I thought, shit.
It's not shifted yet.
Shit. Well,
we still see Act 3.
Oh.
Let
me see. Oh, that's right. It's gonna take a while for me to see it on the freaking. Oh, okay. Here, let me.
So says Act 3.
Okay.
Hey, there we go.
Okay, how about now? Okay, so how many playable characters are available in the Game Boy Advance title Sonic Battle? Is it 8, 10, or 9, 11? All you gotta do is lock in, and we'll go over the answers. Okay. Okay.
I'm thinking here. Shit.
I'm gonna. Yeah.
All right. Locked in.
You're good. You're good.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I'm committing.
So, Russo, what did you pick?
Off a guess, I went with 9.
9. Okay. Goujer, what did you guess?
I went 9.
You went 9. Really? Well, I'm gonna tell you guys both.
Wrong.
Might be 8.
Jumping the gun right there. No, you guys are both wrong.
Oh.
Yeah, it's 10. It's 10.
Which ones are they?
Yeah, none of you. So you have Sonic.
You're counting Emerald.
Yeah,
I counted
right.
Emerald.
Sonic, Knuckles, Tails, right? Then you have Amy, Cream.
Shit.
Shadow, Rouge the Bat, E12. Oh no, this is not E101 Gamma. This is Chaos Gamma. So it's not even the original Gamma. Yeah, they're pretty explicit. Like this is not the Gamma that you know from Sonic Adventure. It's a recreation. This is I've counted 8 so far. Don't worry, I'm counting on my hands. Then you have Chaos, because you unlock Chaos at the end of Emerald's story, and then there's Emerald.
I thought Tikal might have been on there, but I wasn't certain. That's why.
No, it is. Yeah, it is 10. You have 10 playable characters in Sonic Battle. So you guys did not get the point. If you guys guessed 11, I would have been a little bit more understanding, because you do fight an extra character that's pretty unique, and that's Dr. Eggman in Emerald's story. But you never play as him, so he doesn't count as a playable character.
Is he like a fighter, or isn't he like some boss thing?
You fight him. You fight him like you would any other character. Like he has his own moveset and stuff. But yeah, you never play as him. So
it's weird they never made him playable.
I thought that was
when I was playing the game. 2-player or something after you beat him.
He is kind of OP though, because you can like have him just stay in the air. Because like there's a part where he can just stay in there. He's kind of like Rouge, where he stays in the air for a while and then he comes back. But I kind of don't care. That game is one of my favorite games anyway. But let's move on.
Are you excited that they're adding Emerald back into the story?
I am so excited for Dark Beginnings. I'm so excited to see my boy Emerald back. Okay, Act 4. I'm checking. I realize that I should probably be watching the thing on Discord. Anyway, Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020 was not only the latest Mario and Sonic game to release, but it's like the last Mario and Sonic game. Period. They're not continuing with the series. But this doesn't mean that Sonic stopped being in Olympic Games. What was? Oh, oops! Fuck! You guys didn't see that. Fuck. What title was Sonic's last foray into the games? Was it Sonic at the Olympic Games? Was it Olympic Games Tokyo 2020, the official video game? Was it Sonic at the Olympic Games Paris 2024? Or was it Olympic Games Throughout History, the official video game?
Fuck.
And lock in your answers, you guys.
I literally don't know if any of these exist apart from.
Man, I don't fucking know. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
And I thought I was like, oh, I think I saw that long enough to actually.
Okay, so you guys have locked in.
Yeah.
What are your answers? Goujer, can you go first?
Olympic Games Throughout History, the official video game.
I see. Russo, what did you pick?
I picked that too because I don't think any of the others exist.
I see.
Is it the official video game?
That's rough because neither of you got that right. It was Olympic Games Tokyo 2020, the official video game.
Was Sonic's table in that?
It got released
Sonic
a few
is
months
in
after.
that. Yeah. So, if you picked Sonic at the Olympic Games, I would have docked you wrong on that too because this one came out after. So yes, Sonic is in this game by way of as a playable character.
Oh, it's a hat.
Olympic. It's not a hat.
There is also a hat customizable, I think.
There is, but I don't count that as like a playable. Well, I guess he is in it, kind of, but no. He is available in the game by way of a Sonic mascot is able to be picked as a character in Olympic Games Tokyo 2020.
Oh yes,
so,
the outfit. Yeah,
the mascot costume that you see like when he shows up like in real life, like that's an actual playable character. That was the last time Sonic was in the Olympic Games. That was an interesting one. I totally thought it was going to be Sonic at the Olympic Games because I have played that one, or at least the demo version. But no, it's this one, which I thought was really interesting.
Insane.
Neither of you got the point for that. Olympic Games Throughout History, that's not even a real game.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was. I would not be surprised.
Yeah, I tried to pick titles that sounded realistic enough that people could play it. Like if they could make it a game.
Shovelware Olympic shit there has
been. Yeah,
exactly.
But yeah, I don't know. Do you guys happen to know why they're not continuing with Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games anymore?
They dropped it for NFTs.
Yeah. That sucks.
Yeah, more profitable.
More profitable.
That goes for them.
Yeah. That sucks, right? I'm gonna give it a for the death of
nice.
Mario and Sonic. Rest in peace.
Is that what you wanted, that sound effect?
No, I was thinking we'd like be using it more often, but
I think Mario and Sonic, since Nintendo is kind of at least softened up a bit, they should take the opportunity to do more.
Yeah, I've been pretty vocal. I want a Mario and Sonic RPG.
Sentry just gassing up the chat.
Dude, I don't have enough screens. I'm not looking.
You farted.
They keep wanting to make a Sonic RPG, but I'm not sure how you do it because Sonic is a pretty simple character.
Yeah.
There's not much
Sonic
room for role playing.
Yeah, Sonic Chronicles too.
But ideas from Ken Penders.
According to Ken Penders.
The Dark Echidnas.
Well, this is it. This is the last question. We are on Act 5. A hard light dimension question.
Oh, fuck.
How fitting for the last one.
Oh, fuck.
In Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric, it has upgrades to your characters that are unlocked by connecting to Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal on the 3DS. Explain what each upgrade is and the conditions needed to meet each of them.
Go, I'm going to be honest, I literally have no idea on this one, so if you have any idea, go for it.
To make things a little easier, there are just 4 upgrades when connecting these 2 games together. So you only have to think of 4 things. I will give you a second to lock in. I'll give you like 40 seconds to come up. I'll give you 40 seconds to come up with 4 things that are unlocked. Starting right now. Okay. I will you know what? I realized that just thinking of 4 upgrades is kind of gonna take a lot of time.
I have no idea. There's mine.
Okay. Well, here. It has been 40 seconds. Remember, part of the question was to explain the conditions needed to meet them. Which neither of you did.
Know.
That's okay.
Beat the game. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, here. I will
beat
give
the game.
you...
That's my answer too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Beat the game on 3DS.
Okay.
And then connect
Wow. Goujer, what did you pick? What are the 4 things that you can upgrade in Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric?
Get some sort of like hammer blast, a speed up, like a punch harder attack, more attack power, and then being able to go through some special wall or gate of some kind.
I see. Okay, Russo, how about you?
I went for like Sonic gets a speed boost, Knuckles gets like a ground pound, Amy spins a hammer or like a hammer upgrade, and Tails gets some sort of mechanical mech or some device.
I see. Sorry, excuse me. Before we move on to the answer, have you guys even played either of these games?
No.
No.
I played Sonic Boom, the original one, but that was like
there was 2 of them. They released at the same time.
Yeah.
What do you mean? There was Shattered Crystal, and Rise of Lyric were released at the same time.
Is there like a third one too?
Fire and Ice.
There's a third one, but that's Fire and Ice. That was the third one in the Sonic Boom video games.
Isn't that ass? But it was too little, too late.
It's the best of the 3, but it's still not great. Yeah. If you guys have played this game, you probably would have gotten this answer right. But none of you got it right. All the upgrades are just ring cap upgrades.
Wait, what? Literally just like you can hold 100 rings now instead of 50?
So the way the game worked is that you were locked at a maximum of 100 rings. And if you wanted to increase it, you had to play Shattered Crystal on the 3DS and do story progression in that game to upgrade your rings in the Wii U game. So the upgrades are your first ring cap upgrade is you just connect the both games together. That's a simple one. Defeating Styx in a race unlocks the second ring cap. Defeating Metal Sonic in another race is the third one. And the last one was to defeat Lyric in Shattered Crystal, which I guess by extension does beat the game. So you guys were kind of right on that front, but you were wrong about literally everything else.
Everything else.
Yeah, we don't know shit about this stuff.
No, Boom.
Yeah, neither of you guys.
It's amazing how much money they put into
right.
Boom for it to all go down the drain.
They thought that Sonic was going to be the hot new shonen TV show game time series.
The Sonic Boom show is like pretty
easily as possible.
It's a pretty solid show. It's just the games suck.
I think they since the game sucked so bad, they were probably like, well, let's just make it a funny show.
Apparently they were tied with the Wii U for like exclusivity. So the problem is as soon as that happens, they're fucked. Because I don't think they intended that.
Yeah, there is a whole thing for quite a number of games. There is an exclusivity contract that Nintendo had with Sega, where Sonic would be on Nintendo consoles for a couple years.
It wasn't Lost World. I mean, everything from Lost World to like the end of the Boom series on Nintendo stuff.
I think.
I think it was starting from like, wasn't it starting from Colors?
I think Secret Rings,
on the Wii.
Black Knight, Colors. And then
but Sonic Unleashed is before Colors and after the Storybook series. So
I think
that's on other consoles that aren't Nintendo consoles. So I think it's starting from Sonic Colors that they had that whole exclusivity thing.
It was that was only on Nintendo stuff, whereas like that was the only thing they were doing. Whereas the storybook games came out while they were also doing 06, right?
Yeah.
Because I think that's one reason that 06 sucked is because they took people from the 06 team and put them onto Secret Rings and stuff instead.
Is that why? Dang, that's rough.
I think part of the reason is that they tried to do stuff for the Wii instead. And Sonic Team already small.
Sonic 06 was supposed to have a Wii version eventually.
Oh my god!
Wasn't Secret Rings meant to be the 06 port?
Dude, how ass would it have been for Sonic 06 to be on the freaking Wii?
Engines. Actually, they might not have been. I think they used the Sega engine.
Is there a PS2 version of Sonic 06?
No, I think that
it was released in place of an aborted attempt to port 2006 game Sonic the Hedgehog to Wii U or to the Wii. Okay, so that's why Secret Rings exist.
Oh dang, that's rough. Sonic has had a pretty rough time, but you know, that's game.
Has had a rough time. Well done, go.
That's game. So, if you guys give me a second to calculate the results.
All right. Let me...
Yeah. Let me. Whoopsie. Let me stop streaming the thing for a second. And then calculate the calculate the thing. So
that's game. Gay game.
Yes. I'm gonna mute myself because I talk to myself while I do this kind of stuff, and I'm gonna give it away by doing that. So bear with me for a second. You guys talk amongst yourself how you guys feel. Talk to the audience if you want to. Give me a second to do all this.
Right on.
That was fun, Go.
Yeah. How's everyone doing in chat?
It was nice to just like chill and talk shit.
Yeah. How do you think you did, Russo? I'm not.
I lost.
You think so?
I think you won. I think you got this round, and you got the round. You got your podcast round.
Yeah, I shouldn't have that, in my opinion.
I think if you don't have that round, then we tie. I'm thinking.
Well,
I might be wrong as well.
What would the tiebreaker be? The rings, the regular rings.
Possible, but I'm more than happy. I've had a great time, and it's been really fun to just like chill. It's been really good.
Yeah, it's been pretty tight.
I appreciate you guys having me on. It's nice. It's been a chill atmosphere.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
So, did Ami also ask you your most controversial Sonic opinion? I think that was a yeah. That was yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I wonder when that gets pulled in.
Oh, is it whoever loses has to explain their controversial opinion?
Maybe whoever wins has to.
I
don't have a lot to back up mine. I'm gonna be real.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can quickly switch to my phone so I can get.
Well, I already know what yours is. Actually, now I'm thinking about it.
Oh, I deleted that the 2D one. Yeah, hold on, give me 2 seconds.
Oh, you have a new one? Ah, fuck! It's just me now.
Russo does have a new one, but to answer your questions, you guys are actually tied in both red rings and like regular rings.
Oh.
So this is like a super like this is like a super sudden death type shit. We're gonna have to have a tiebreaker. So let me share my screen because I actually do have tiebreakers in mind.
Hello, beautiful ladies.
Hello,
beautiful girl. Let's see. So yeah, I'm starting it off with a blank space first because just so that I can have this up. I had anticipated a tie, but then I forgot to make a tie graphic, so we're just gonna have some blank stuff right now.
Okay.
Tie.
So
I can't tie my shoes.
Okay, so this next question This is going to be a free response question. Okay.
Just say it out loud.
Wait, is it up on the thing? Are you guys able to see it?
It's just blank screens right now.
Ah, shoot. Okay.
Yeah, just say it out loud then, and we'll.
Oh,
no,
it's changing. Oh, we're looking at your. Oh. What's going on?
Are we back?
We're back at the blank screens.
I see blue boxes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So this is what you're seeing. Okay. So are you guys ready to go to the question? This is just like a buffer page that you don't. Okay. So your tiebreaker question is, what is the name of this character?
What the fuck?
This character, I'm gonna note, this character also has an alias that works more like a title. So like how Spider-Man is the superhero alias of both Peter Parker and Miles Morales, but they're both called Spider-Man. It's like that. You are considered correct if you can give me either the name or their alias. All right. Okay.
I've never. I don't know.
You just gotta guess, dude. You just gotta guess.
I know who it is.
You're gonna. I don't know if you're gonna love the answer for this, but Rusa, are you locked in or you're still figuring it out?
I got nothing.
Give me your best guess. Give me your best guess. Just lock it in right now.
Okay.
Ken Penders.
Fucking.
Did I put that? While you know, while Russo is guessing, I'm gonna check if I put that Dr. Pepper in the fridge or in the freezer. Because if I put it in the freezer, because it's a can, so if it's in the fridge,
go get that now.
Yeah, if it's in the freezer, okay, it's not in the freezer. If it was in the freezer, that could have been bad. It's not in the freezer. Thank God.
I'm gonna go with Froggy.
Froggy.
I have no idea what this silhouette is. I've never seen this before.
It's a head.
I literally have no idea.
I'll tell you right now, it's someone's head.
It is the head of a character. It is the head of a character. You guys got that right.
They almost look like Supersonic, but not really. I was like, it's not.
Well, I want you guys to. Well, you guys are both locked in. Goujer, let me know what's your answer.
Infinite.
That's a. You know what? Not an unreasonable choice. Okay.
Oh,
Russo, you said you said it was Froggy.
It's Froggy.
Yeah.
Froggy.
The answer for this one's more tailored. This is just. I'm gonna be honest. I would have been surprised if either of you got this question right.
Oh.
Because I figured no one would get this question right. This is more of a kind of jokey kind of one anyway. The actual name of this character.
We're in ad break.
Is Inuzuka Tsubasa, or Inu brother from Avatar Sentai Dawn Brothers.
Break. No one can
which
see
is not
us.
a song. Oh. But yeah, this is not a Sonic character at all. It's a character from the 2022 Super Sentai series Avatar Sentai Dawn Brothers.
Welcome back, everybody. Now Ami can actually explain to everybody what the answer is.
Hell, that's it.
And everyone will see what it is, because Ami didn't anticipate, ignored me saying there's ads.
My bad. But yeah, the answer was Inuzuka Tsubasa, or Inu brother from Avatar Sentai Dawn Brothers. Yeah, he's not a Sonic character at all. But he has very Sonic proportions, so I figured that'd be like it would be a tricky enough question that I could put it in this game. I feel I couldn't put it in any other category except for a tiebreaker type of question, so that's why it's here. I wanted to see if someone who even my friend was like, "No, this is infinite." That
was a good guess. That was a really.
It's a good guess. It's a good guess, though the way the silhouette looks. But yeah, Inu brother has very Sonic proportions.
It is Ami autism. You're right, Litchi.
Yeah, this is a joke that would be only funny to me.
Tiebreaker.
The tiebreaker of a Sonic quiz.
Well, the thing is,
Sentai.
Goujer, you watched Sentai with me.
I wasn't thinking Sentai. You said, "Oh, what Sentai character is this?"
I figured you would at least get a ballpark answer. But
Infinite.
luckily for you guys, I have an actual tiebreaker. Okay.
Wow.
Ami
well, not actual,
is lying,
not,
and we didn't actually tie. Ami just wanted to show this off.
No, you guys did actually tie. You guys did actually tie.
What was the
I was
score?
not. You guys have equal amounts of red rings and regular
What's
rings.
the numbers?
You guys have like 3 and 13 each.
Alright.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. But anyway, your actual tiebreaker is prior to the show, contestants were asked of their controversial opinions about Sonic or an opinion that they were very impassioned about. I want you to convince me to agree with your opinion. I will give you 5 minutes, and if I'm not convinced by the time those 5 minutes are up, you are not getting the ring.
Okay.
Okay? So, you guys have picked very different opinions, so you guys don't have to like
I thought you
mute
said
yourselves
yesterday
or
that you agreed with mine.
I kind of agree. Well, it's more of like
You've got to sell it in like a debate.
you have to
style.
sell it to me.
Yeah.
How
you
about
basically have
this?
to sell it to me.
Everyone in chat, there's a poll feature that you can do.
Oh, there is a poll feature that you could do.
So
I don't know how to do that though.
We do our 5-minute presentations.
Yeah.
And then everyone in chat can vote on who they're more convinced of for their pitch on their controversial Sonic opinion.
You know what? I do like that better. I do like that better. I mean, like, I know what these opinions are already. But yeah. You know what? Okay. So yeah, who wants to go first?
All right. You can go first, Russo.
You can. Okay, Russo can go first. Okay. So Russo,
I guess
you 5
Russo,
minutes.
you choose whether you want to go first or second, actually, because you're the guest.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll let you go first then, go.
All right.
Let you go first.
Thank you, Russo. All right.
No worries.
I will give you 5 minutes starting now.
All right. My controversial opinion is that they should have made one more Sonic Storybook game. And I specifically think that Journey to the West, I don't know where that's from, actually. I just know it's from
That's the Chinese mythical story.
All right, the Chinese mythical story, Journey to the West. I think that would have been cool because Goku gets a bunch of friends along the way, just like Sonic has a bunch of friends. And I think since Black Knight was such a good extension of Sonic and the Secret Rings and its gameplay mechanics, I think that taking it another step further and really refining what made that good would have resulted in even better gameplay. And yeah, I think Journey to the West, it's a little travel game, so you can have a nice little world map, stage select screen, all sorts of fun little characters that you can have swapped out with Sonic characters. Char's got to be there somehow, I guess. Or Merlina. Everyone likes her. She's cute. She's pink.
Merlina's purple.
Also, well...
hey, go on.
Bring Crush 40 back. Crush 40 did a lot of shit for the Sonic storybook shit. That was kind of the last thing, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Dude, they did Night of the Wind.
Yeah. Make Believe Reborn.
Yep, I think that was also them.
Yeah, we have more banging ass Crush 40 too from that. Even if it was your cup of tea,
I see.
Crush 40's music never goes bad.
I see.
That's I'm at the end of my pitch to talk about shit. So
I was gonna say you have like 3 minutes left.
Yeah, I don't know what else to fill my shit with. Journey to the West is cool. Sonic is cool. Put them together.
Can I challenge you on it then? If you still got minutes left and you can justify a point I've got.
Sure.
Without taking the development and cancelling those storybook games, arguably you don't get Unleashed, or you get Unleashed at a much lesser quality.
Kill the werehog.
Well, you don't like the Werehog? I like the Werehog.
Simple
I don't mind the Werehog. I don't like the frame rate or the song that happens every time you bump into enemies.
You don't like what? You don't like you don't like the jazz?
No.
I don't mind the jazz. I just hate the same fucking 4 notes of jazz going on every
Sonic
time
Unleashed was gonna be shit no matter how. Sega doesn't even like to acknowledge Sonic Unleashed.
The day stages in Sonic Unleashed are really good, but the night stages are just like, who thought of this?
You know what? We could have also said, hey, fuck Sonic 06. Let's all put it all in the storybook games.
That would have been an interesting thing if they did. Okay.
That would have been interesting, but
I see.
I don't know.
Goujer, have you read Journey to the West?
No. I'm gonna be real. I was thinking, what are classical stories that are as like cool as the Arabian Nights and the fucking
Arthurian
yeah,
legend?
I was like, all right,
I can see
we
that.
got origin of Middle East, Europe. What else we got? Africa and Asia. What cool stories that everyone knows about are from there? Journey of the West got Goku, and Goku from Dragon Ball is based off that. That'd be kind of fun.
That is true. Ow, that is true.
You got Black Myth Wukong. That's also based on that shit, isn't it?
Yes, Black Myth Wukong is based on.
Yeah. People like that kind of crap.
I see. Yeah, could you imagine like a Sonic version of, I don't know, Moby Dick?
I don't know who.
God, that'd be awesome. And like the big white Wily's trying to capture like Silver the Hedgehog.
Yeah, who would be Ahab?
I don't know. I don't know who that is. I'm gonna be real. I don't know anything about Journey of the West. Other than Goku is in it.
Be Captain Ahab.
Sonic
Goku,
Momotaro. Man. That's a good one. Momotaro is a really basic story too. It's a pretty it's like
it's
born
the
from the kid's born from a cheats. Yeah, Peach Boy. That's actually what that's actually the theming of Don Brothers. the main guy is Don Momotaro. But anyway, do you have any final thoughts? You got 10 seconds left.
Sonic Journey to the West. It would be good.
It would be good. Okay, well, all right.
So you're willing to sacrifice bits of Unleashed development for another storybook game?
I'm willing to kill Sonic 06 for another storybook game.
I don't know if it would kill Sonic 06.
Because the only reason the storybook games existed was because they couldn't port Sonic 06 to the Wii.
Yeah.
Well, and kill Unleashed. Whoop-de-doo.
Ooh.
Or we'll push everything back and, Sonic,
Sega never pushes anything back. They just release. Broken.
Yeah. That's what they were doing for a long time.
They could do a new one now, It'd work.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind a new one now for like the Switch or something, but again, if you're splitting Sonic Team, which is already tiny.
No, if they split it, that's the next game.
I see. Well,
you mean like put all resources into it?
They have the hyperbolic time chamber. All right, Russo, what's your controversial opinion?
Okay, I will give you your 5 minutes starting now.
Sonic Adventure 2 is 70% mid, and I'm not afraid to say it.
How is it 70% mid?
Yeah,
I feel like that's kind of...
The speed stages in Sonic Adventure 2 are amazing. Really good. Really fucking good. The emerald hunting is gimped from Sonic Adventure 1. Nobody doesn't use the mod that lets you just find every fucking emerald bit at once like Sonic Adventure 1 did. And the mech shooting is so much slower and worse than Gamma's shooting from SA1. I don't get it. Why? So in Sonic Adventure 1, you could, in the Knuckles areas, you would have all 3 emerald slots open for where you could find them. In Sonic Adventure 2, both emerald slots are locked off until you find the specific one. So even if you've walked past the emerald before, you can't collect it until, even if you see it, but it's not the right one you're supposed to collect at the moment, you have to walk past and go. It's just a way to make the level longer.
You can collect the other ones.
You can collect them. It's just the radar doesn't pick them up out of order.
Right. So, in my opinion, that's just kind of a way to literally just pad these levels. Knuckles' gameplay isn't that fun, and I really just don't like the way that they gimped the mechs are so slow. Gamma's gameplay from Adventure 1 is really fast, snappy, and fun, and you can lock on a bunch of targets. You can jump really fast. Eggman and Tails in Sonic Adventure 2 are so clunky and slow. Compared to Gamma, it's a huge downgrade, and I have no idea why they decided to make mech slower and make Knuckles and Rouge's stages just padded for the sake of, I don't know, extra time. But in my opinion, the speed stages are some of the best stages that are in any Sonic game. But when I go back and play Adventure 2, I'm not playing Pumpkin Hill. I'm never playing fucking Rouge hunting around the giant metal room where everything is like so. I'm not playing what's the gravity field one where you have to fly from planet to planet.
Oh yeah, that one sucked.
And all the fucking hints are backwards. Like I'm not never doing that again. But Sonic Adventure 1, I have no problem going through people's stories because it doesn't feel like such a chore. To me, Adventure 2 is only good when you're playing as Sonic or Shadow. And that's... the story is really great, the speed stages are really great, and I think that has carried the game to the sort of like mythical standing where people can't criticize anything else about it. But they intentionally gimped hunting the emeralds, they intentionally slowed down the mechs, and I know we need different gameplay styles, but if you're already doing something really fucking good like the speed stages, I think Sonic Adventure 2 would be a whole better game if it was just Shadow and Sonic stages, but give them like 3 or 4 more stages each. That would be like the best Sonic game ever. But that's not what we have. We have 70% of the game where it's just slow and clunky, and then we have 30% of the game which is some of the best Sonic gameplay you'll ever have.
Isn't 66%?
Oh yeah, you could say 66.6 repeating.
You're just rounding up.
Yeah.
Are there any other aspects about Sonic Adventure 2 that you're not gelling with, like other than the main gameplay? Like, what about side stuff?
No, I'm
not a kart racing fan.
Not a car.
Oh God.
What about Chow
I don't
Garden?
mind that, but again, it feels like Sonic Team has this penchant for like, we've got to, even if it's shittily done. Like, did anybody need a fishing minigame? Did anybody need a fishing minigame in Sonic Adventure? No. But this idea that like, let's have a kart racing level for no reason other than just like, well, Mario Kart's a thing, or let's have a fucking like the flying to different planets. That's a cool idea and concept. But when I'm playing it for 30-40 minutes looking for emeralds, going, I don't know where the fuck I'm supposed to be, it's not fun. I really gel with the story. I really like the serious like Shadow story. I'm really excited for what they're going to do in Sonic 3, but I never enjoyed playing as Tails, Robotnik, or like the Emerald Hunters. It always felt like a massive chore to do so.
Man,
I'm open to replies.
I will say that when I just want to open up Sonic Adventure 2, I'm typically playing the speed stages, but I still have so many fond memories of going through the hunting stages and the mech stages.
The hunting stages have some great music.
The only stages I all around am infuriated by is some of the kart racing stages.
Okay, well, your 5 minutes is up, Russo. Just finished.
Thank you.
You're very impassioned about Sonic Adventure 2 being pretty mid otherwise. That's a really interesting opinion. I will agree on some aspects. When I play Sonic Adventure 2 again, I'm mostly playing like the speed stages. Like, I'll play the shooter stages too every now and again, but it's mostly like the speed stages in Chow Garden.
Yeah, is anybody really going to go back and play like that level where we're flying from planet to planet, finding hints that are backwards and having no idea where to go?
Yeah,
that's fair.
Me.
And I remember the first time I played Death Chamber, I was there for again 30-40 minutes looking in each individual wall, and to me it's the way that they locked off being able to track other emeralds, because you clearly didn't mind that in Sonic Adventure 1, but you obviously felt like people were doing it too fast, so you intentionally gimped it, and that's what really gets to me.
I have opened the poll.
Open the polls. Stop having them be closed.
Pokemon, go to the polls, ladies and gentlemen.
You can vote, Russo, and I say Ami can vote too, and then everyone else in chat as well. Vote to your heart's content.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that the storybook games, I think Journey to the West would be a really cool idea. I mean, Sonic and the Secret Rings got me to read the Arabian Nights. You know, maybe we can get more kids reading.
Speaking of Secret Rings, did you see the Project Reignition that somebody did for Sage this year?
No.
Oh, is that the song? Oh no, that's not the.
Is it Secret
I was thinking of
remake or something.
Yeah, Secret Rings.
Yeah. I did see something about that.
That could be kind of cool.
It looks amazing, dude.
I've seen some interesting concepts like done with Secret Rings and Black Knight. I think Black Knight was just better, but maybe I just like the motion controls.
I like the story. I think of the Arabian Nights one more. It's more like, I don't know, a bit more going on. Whereas I think, and also, everybody knows the King Arthur story. Whereas Arabian Nights kind of made me go, oh, I don't know this. I know of it, but I haven't read it.
Yeah, but the Arabian Nights is fucking long as shit. I've read it, but
is it?
It's not a short game, if I remember correctly.
No, I'm talking about the book.
Oh yeah,
the story.
I meant to say book. I don't know why I fucking said game.
Darkspine Sonic is weird, but I
like Darkspine Sonic. I think he's cool.
It was interesting because it kind of brought up the idea of there being other forms.
It was like the first time
and we had Sonic Rush before with the Saw Emeralds, and that kind of like the idea that we could have other items induce a sort of super state besides the Chaos Emeralds.
Super duper. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, I like even the Werehog, as bad as it is, it's an idea. Like it's a different form for a game that is exclusive to that game. I get it. I get the idea behind it.
It's kind of like an
I just never vibed
super
with this
state, isn't
it? Yeah, exactly. Isn't it like the dark Gaia energy basically corrupts him?
I thought it was like negating his it was like pulling him, like if super pulls him a certain direction on a scale, the Werehog form was pulling him into the negative on that scale.
Okay, yeah. I remember that people would be going crazy, like the townspeople would be going crazy because they're infected by Dark Gaia's energy or something.
Yeah.
But Sonic never lost it. I don't know why.
I don't know either.
Yeah, because he loses the Werehog form after Dark Gaia takes his energy back, and then opens its weird third eye.
Yeah, that was all. The whole thing. Because Werehog Sonic was like mostly, I mean, just in case. Yeah, just in case, like people are trying to get up to date, we are voting on who has convinced people of their point better.
I think between Goujer and Russo. You should also reinstate yours a bit again.
Yeah, Goujer mentioned that they believe that the storybook game should include Journey to the West if they ever made another one. And Russo had a very interesting one. Sonic Adventure 2 is pretty mid.
The thing is, like, I think Sonic Adventure 2 is a fantastic game. The speed stages make it a fantastic game. The problem is 66.6% repeating of the content in that game is stuff I will never ever go back to replay.
I like that.
So I can't in good faith. Like Frontiers, I will play that game again and again and again. Whereas there's no part of that goes, no, I'm not into this.
Sonic Adventure 2 is the only Sonic game I ever play. Sonic Adventure 2 is the only Sonic game I ever play.
And a lot of people are like that. A lot of people love the game, and that's like the only Sonic game they'll ever play. They'll just mod the shit out of it and complain that they never made Adventure 3 and.
Other than some texture mods, I haven't modded SA2 too much.
Yeah, the only thing I did with SA2 is just Dreamcast models and Dreamcast lighting mod.
The lighting mod for Dreamcast might be kind of nice. I did this one that did an older AI image upscaler that looks better than half the shit you get nowadays.
Nice.
AI upscaler. That's a whole other autism. That's a whole other topic that I'm not gonna go down.
But personally, I really do like the speed stages. I think like Radical Highway, fucking White Jungle and Green Forest, and even I really like Final Chase and Final Rush. I think those are really fun. But yeah, I'm never going emerald searching again, like voluntarily.
I liked emerald hunting.
That's good. I don't mind emerald hunting in Sonic Adventure 1 because you can find like 2 emeralds in 5 minutes. Whereas in 2, it's like, oh, I've spent 15 minutes looking for one. Now time to spend 20 minutes going back to where I already was to see if the radar beeps.
The thing, I don't know. Can I make a counterpoint?
Of course, yeah, I made a counterpoint about Unleashed.
All right. Well, yeah, my thing wasn't about Unleashed though.
Yeah, but I was saying that if you do give time to another storybook game, you push Unleashed back or take away development from Unleashed.
I guess my counterpoint is that the when you are trying to get good at the Knuckles stages, the treasure hunting stages in Sonic Adventure 1, it is very much you need to know where the emeralds spawn typically.
Where the spawns are.
Yeah, and then you just try to go between them all as quickly as possible. And I think that having all 3 radars at once, that instantly makes it too easy. But in order to get good at the treasure hunting stages in Sonic Adventure 2, you do need to know where things typically spawn, but you also need to like formulate how to traverse the level as quickly as possible. And
also use the hints that they're giving you.
I think if you use the hints, you actually get score reduction.
You do, yeah.
Yeah, so you can't use the hints, but you have to know how to traverse the level, and I think that knowing them, that gives you better knowledge, or like requires you to get more in touch with how to use the movement provided.
I would agree with that. I would agree with.
And I think that's where the fun comes in, is because when you get good at like a Sonic stage, a lot of it's the same thing, right? You're getting used to the way Sonic moves and how the physics interacts with him.
Yeah, for me, I think that the idea of learning Sonic's gameplay, like I remember not speedrunning, but trying to get the best rank on Metal Harbor. You know how you can go up the loop and you don't have to actually go up it, you can just jump through it and skip like 5 seconds. Like shit like that is fun to me to learn. Whereas like learning where an emerald may spawn wasn't fun to me. And see, I agree with you, like the way that they maybe said it was too easy and then tried to make it like better in Adventure 2. The problem for me is we've already been exposed to what an emerald stage can be, like super easy and not frustrating.
That's
then
true.
In the next game, you made it more frustrating intentionally, which I get, but it's a bit of a whiplash. If the first one, if Adventure 1 was the same mechanics and the same radar blocked off, this would not be an issue. But the problem is they already show you, hey, this is how we're presenting emerald stages. Then you get to Adventure 2 and they say, nah, fuck that, it was too easy. Which you kind of go, well, I kind of liked how they were in Adventure 1. So I think it's just a tone of whiplash of if they had locked off all 3 emeralds at first, that wouldn't even be an argument.
So what's interesting is that I played Sonic Adventure 2 before I played Sonic Adventure 1.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Hmm.
And I had played Sonic Adventure 2 by the time I played Sonic Adventure 1. So
right, okay.
When I played Sonic Adventure 1, I was very like, well, I was kind of disappointed in the treasure hunting stages because they were over so quick.
Yeah,
I did not like that. I was like, this feels like baby mode. I don't like this. I feel like I'm being talked down to by being here. And when it came to Gamma's gameplay, I just felt like it was so sensitive to my input, and like it was just like so overreactive and like quick. But like as time went on, I came to respect the Gamma gameplay and how he was different. But I view him, people like to compare Gamma in the mech to the mechs in Sonic Adventure 2. I view them as similar gameplay styles, but not the same. I do not.
That's fair.
I did not even consider them to be the same until like someone pointed it out to me as an adult that the mechs are just the evolution of Gamma from SA1. I'm like, oh shit, yeah, I guess they are, aren't they? Wow.
And I'll give you that in the SA1, Gamma's controls are very twitchy. Like, but again, I think that's why I like it is fast gameplay and it is orientated and maybe
it's speed oriented, and that's good.
Together. Yeah,
I can see why they dropped the Amy gameplay, but like,
yeah,
I still would have liked
kind of like Gimp Sonic gameplay.
Amy felt good. Amy felt good to control. It just felt like they never gave her enough breathing room.
Speaking of Amy, I think she is the funnest character to play as in the new Final Horizon update. If they use Amy gameplay like that again in the future, I'm so happy.
My fucking dumb ass finished her stage with that part without her first thing without like ever giving her upgrades or testing anything on her, and like I deeply regret that.
How did you do it? Like, there's so many jumps that you gotta do, like the slam down and be higher and shit.
So my issue is that I'm kind of a perfectionist, and especially with my Sonic games. So going into the Final Horizon, I already had I like Sonic maxed, and like everything you can collect as Sonic maxed, and then I think any currency that transferred over, that was like, ooh, yeah, that's done.
It starts out with the new characters all at 0, right?
It does, and then I was like, oh well, maybe I can, when I unlock the next character, I can switch between them readily. Nah, that wasn't what happened.
It's like later on, right? So you play them individually, and then you can switch between them.
Yeah, and now I'm on the first Sonic part of the Final Horizon update, and then I haven't beaten that.
I love the perfectionist attitude with Sonic games because I'm exactly the same. Like, I restart a level anytime I get hit or lose rings.
I do not do it to that extent until I'm at a certain like level of it, I guess. Like if it's the first or second time I'm going through a level, like I'll be like, oh yeah, that's fine. Just keep going. But as soon as I'm like, all right, this is where we're no longer playing baby mode. We have a express goal for score. Then yeah, I'm restarting.
There's something about Sonic that like his attitude. It makes me feel like you gotta play like Sonic, and to do that, he wouldn't get. He'd be.
Oh yeah, I won the poll by the way.
Yeah, I know. I'm super proud. Congratulations,
proud of you.
Oh, thank you. I don't mind putting my feet to the fire.
I've been here kind of double checking everyone's answers just in case I counted wrong, because I started getting paranoid that I counted wrong.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I know. So I'm going over each of your questions like individually right now, just in case. And also my phone's fucking dying, so I have to worry about that. Yeah, so if you guys could please bear with me.
It's all good.
Yeah, so I'm just double checking. I'm on, let me just switch on the thing. Give me fuck.
Yes.
Do you think Sonic feels good in Sonic Frontiers?
Since they added the like jump deceleration, if I put that to 0, I think it's quite fun. The cyberspace controls are a bit wonky, but if you put jump deceleration to 0, you can fly, bro. Like,
oh damn! I need to turn that to 0.
Dude, that's what I was saying about momentum. They added, if you put jump deceleration and momentum to 0, whatever momentum you've got on speed, you take when you jump.
That is beautiful, actually. I'm gonna.
So like spin dash, like the spin dash over a cliff, You can go miles if you turn off jump decelerate. You can clear. You know how there's different islands that you got to do platforming challenges out to them. You can spin dash and jump out to them with jump deceleration 0.
That sounds beautiful. Thank you.
It is. Once that's down and momentum's back, it feels like an upgraded adventure. And I'm not kidding. I'm not saying that just for making people feel good.
I hate how he feels in that game, and I kind of hate how they make him configurable.
I don't mind. I don't mind that, only because if you have like a range, like the speed starting thing, that's fine for me, because that just allows me to tweak how his animations, whether he goes off to a shot or whether he builds up at a certain speed, it's fine for me. But the cyberspace controls are like, they feel really wide. Like if you do a circle in cyberspace, you don't do this like quick nimble thing. You just walk all the way around in this giant wide arc, which I guess they were trying to account for like bigger move. I don't know, but the controls are completely gimped in cyberspace. But open zone, up deceleration at 0, it's mwah.
I think having different controls makes a little sense there, but my big issue is that when you have all the settings to like configure stuff like the jump deceleration and whatnot, that tells me that they did not really think about how, like, what it should be at. They did not test it to a point where they're like, yeah, this is the challenge level. You need to master his movement as it's moving like this.
I can agree with that, but I think one of the things I've noticed with Final Horizons, and you know, with the new Coco, a lot of the new Coco, you needed to have like jump deceleration down, or it would be so much harder.
Yeah.
Because, like they're clearly accounting for, in future games, there are going to be platforming challenges where you need to have like momentum, and they seem to have gotten that with the whole jump deceleration thing. Because as soon as that was added, everyone's like, "Oh my god, this is great!" And the spin dash gives you so much speed and momentum from it. So like, I think they have realized that, oh shit, people actually do want to keep their speed.
But yeah, that's part of the fun of Sonic Adventure 2. Even is like,
yeah,
you earn your speed. You need that's like why I think that feeling is such a good parallel with 2D Sonic, because like in 2D Sonic you have to earn speed. You do not just go fast. You have to earn your speed, and then you have to earn keeping your speed.
Yes, I do agree with that. It's one of the things that is great about the 2Ds and the Adventure 2 gameplay is that if you know the map and you know what you're doing, you can fly through that bitch. And like you say, you earn that speed, and to the point where it feels rewarding when you get to that thing with a fucking A rank way over what you needed, because you're fast as fuck, because you've studied this.
Exactly.
Whereas I agree with Frontiers originally. When Frontiers came out and they didn't have that jump deceleration option, you'd be going at a boost, jump, and then like dead stop.
Yeah,
and it's like,
it fucking sucked.
So I agree. The original settings didn't feel that good, but it feels good now. And I think because that's most people are saying that it's great that the deceleration 0. So I've got to imagine that they've got to add some sort of that into the next game. I'd be interested to see how Shadow Generations open zone gameplay is, because apparently that white zone that he's in is apparently a little bit of an open zone Frontier style.
Yeah, I think that'll be also nicer, because I think from a set piece perspective it will look better with having a bunch of prefabs everywhere, whereas Frontiers, it looked really jarring.
Apparently the rails were added, literally somebody made a rail generator about 2 months or 3 months before the game was due to be finished, and they were like, wow, this makes traversing so much more fun. So they slapped rails everywhere. So that's why there is a bunch of rails in the sky, and the random travel rails are just show up. They were never meant to be there, but they were added because people found them fun. So
well, fucking grinding has always been fun in Sonic. They didn't figure out grinding until like the last 3 months.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there was like, you know the like I think it's Chaos Island that has the thing in the sky that's all twisty and has a bunch of rails on it. I'm sure stuff like that existed, but like how there's just the white travel rails all around the map.
Yeah.
I think those were things like put in at last minute.
Yeah, that one surprised me. It's like the fast travel.
Sonic
I don't remember if there's fast travel or not. I don't fast travel a
there
ton.
is, if you fish the Elder and Hermit Cocoa Scrolls, you can fast travel to them.
God, I fucking hate the fishing disappointed me so much.
The fishing, I didn't mind it to put on like a podcast and just like zone out. It wasn't anything like.
It wasn't random.
There's no challenge to it.
It was just.
Was it not?
Yeah, me and Ami figured that out. The fishing in Sonic Frontiers is a preset list that it just goes through.
Wait, so like it literally just cycles through from like A to Z.
Yep. And then it has like repeats
up
in there and everything. It.
Wow.
A, B, C, D, D again. Like.
That's such an easy way to program it. Instead of literally just doing a random array, you just shoved in a predetermined array.
I saved up all of my like Big the Cat fishing shit so I could do it all in one go, right? Because I was like, gotcha rolls, right? Because that's how I figured the fishing would work. Because that's how every fucking fishing game works. And the results of the fishing are just a preset list.
I would never. To be fair, I would never have known unless you told me.
I think the thing about it.
I would never have known that.
I think the thing about it though is I think it might generate that list on its own. Like the game uses like an RNG at like when you start the game to determine the order of that list. But then after that, it just like cycles through the list over and over.
It won't do it per each fish. It'll do it per like you coming into the fish portal. Okay,
no,
just load the entire
not
script.
even that. It come like when your save starts, like when your save file is created, that like it must save the fishing in there somewhere.
Oh, that's interesting.
So it must save where you are in the list and then what the list is.
That has to be some sort of a workaround because you would think it would just be less work to put in a random array generator in the fishing thing.
Well, I would say just have a list of well, typically I think in fishing shit you have a collection of fish, right?
Yeah.
That meet the criteria of where you're fishing, time of day, like weather. That's how most fishing, but I don't think we have any of that in Sonic Frontiers. We just have like you're fishing or not and where you're fishing.
And to be fair, I think one of the things that is like obviously we know this now, but it's come out like that Sonic Frontiers is pretty much Sega's last big budget Sonic game chance. Like for a good while. And if it didn't do well, it was just going to be like, okay, let's maybe focus more on Yakuza. Let's maybe not put so much money into this going forward. But the fact that like so many gameplay changes up until the last minute with the rails, the Titans, the Beta Chronos, they really wanted this to work. And it still feels like a bit of a copy and paste or a bit of a chop and change job. But the absolute foundation for great Sonic games is now there. And I think Frontiers 2 and even Shadow Generations and stuff like that is going to show that.
I think they're so afraid of open world. I do not. Maybe it's their engine just isn't really equipped to handle it or something.
Well, Final Horizons wasn't, personally to me, already seems like they're working a lot better. I mean, I'm on PC, but I never really had too terrible pop-in issues of being like, where am I going? I never had that. There was some times where you're like walking around and then, oh, there's a rail. But I think even Final Horizon shows that they are already tweaking the engine to the point where it can actually handle more and more. So with more money and more time, I think they can figure shit out.
I think I mess around with it a lot, and how it is I think they use a square around Sonic to determine whether or not an object loads or not. or at least they're like measuring the distance in like distance via X and distance via Y and distance via Z or Z. They're not like looking at how far
British person.
how far away it is, which is how most games do that. And then I also think there's a hard object limit. They have
that would delete objects once you run past it.
Yeah, it's like they base like starting from like where you are as the player going outward, the game is allowed to have this many objects loaded. Because I think in more congested areas you don't see as far as like in a more sparse area. You can see more objects in the distance than you can if you buy a lot of objects.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a really
That's one of the things I thought that
weird way of doing it.
Yeah, because I think that the Hedgehog engine was designed for boost levels. Like that's what that engine was originally made for.
Yeah.
And for boost levels, you don't need to load geometry for anything more than the square around Sonic. If he's ran past it, delete it and like load more memory up ahead. But when it comes to this open zone gameplay, I think it's a fucking astounding thing that they were able to take an engine that was made for chunks at a time.
You might be right on that. Like, cause
yeah, apparently that was the reason, is that like with the boost gameplay, all you need is like as soon as you're past it, delete it.
Yeah, they're probably well, also you gotta remember a lot of boost engine games are very linear. Like you're not.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So their calculation is just distance down the level from you. It's not actually.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
That would make sense. That their culling is based off of that, because that would be more efficient for a linear game level, whereas in open world that would be odd.
That creates that creates. Yeah.
So
that creates the artifact where shit doesn't load until you're right
because
next to
it's like you can definitely tell that it's a square that things are, or a cube that things are loading in. It's not as much a.
Yeah. Because if you load something and walk in a circle, like.
So I'm doing the math. I did the math. I actually did count it kind of wrong.
Oh.
So I counted it wrong. So I counted it like 2 more times to make sure I have it right. So I'm.
Do not. It's okay to be a little bit wrong.
I know.
Take like the average of your sums, and then let's go with that.
Yeah, I know.
You can't.
I got it right. I looked over like 2 more times. I'm just inputting the actual scores now, so you bear with me for just one more bit.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm almost got it. So
it's all good.
I gotta count.
Go and I have been having quite a good conversation about the culling of the Hedgehog engine.
The culling system, yeah. It seems like something they would. It must be on a lower level. Like area
I think,
of the engine,
and that's why I'm impressed with Final Horizons. Is like, you know, the area of is it Kronos again? The last one? No, it's Oronos. The flower, you know, the big flower patch.
I have not beaten Final Horizon. Keep that in mind.
Yes, neither have I.
Neither of you have?
Gameplay. No, I'm only on the Knuckles gameplay at the moment.
I would have thought. Well, I think Goujer is on too. Last I checked, I would have thought.
I'm on the Sonic one.
I'm the only one out of us 3 that's finished it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna, and then I got really sick, and my work basically means it so I've got like a weekend to play games, and it's half the time I'm doing other shit.
Yeah.
But that area, or that flower area, is so densely populated of shit to do, which in the original game would not load at all. Like, so they're already tweaking shit to make it less restrictive on the culling. But the fact that they were able to make Frontiers the way that they did, which again seems like they did it with glue, duct tape, and string, the way it came out as good as it did, I'm excited that it became such a great seller. Sega said, "Hey, here's a bigger budget for your next game," and it's already in development. So it's all great signs for the future of Sonic.
I'm still worried and pessimistic.
About?
Sonic.
What you passed it? What is your worries?
I'm worried that I don't know, man. I've been hurt so many times.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay,
I haven't. Frontiers was like the first Sonic game I was excited about since like, jeez.
For me, it was since Unleashed.
I've been a full Sonic optimist.
Oh, Generations. Yeah, that's a good point. I really enjoyed Generations.
Dude, I was such a full Sonic optimist that I had bought both versions of Sonic Boom, the 3DS and the Wii U version.
God.
I pre-ordered both of them. That's how forward I was looking for.
I was excited for them too until they came out. I wanted to get a Wii U to play them.
Even when I was playing them, I was having such I remember having such a good time. My friend had hit me up and was like, "Hey, how's Sonic Boom going?" I had not looked at social media at all that day. I think I was just busy playing this game. My friend was like, "Hey, how's Sonic Boom going?" And I told him "Yeah, I like this game. I like the fighting. Yeah, I like the fighting. I like everything." And when I looked at the reviews of Sonic Boom for whatever version, everyone was fucking shitting on this game. And then I oh, was that why my friend asked me how I feel about the game? I remember going on Miiverse and saying, I don't care what people say. I think this game is good.
Most people like Colors. I hate Colors.
Colors.
I like Colors.
Colors is just a 2D Sonic game, which is fine, but it's marketed as a 3D Sonic game.
Yeah, I think that was a big issue for me.
Yeah, a lot of it is 2D game.
I was getting sick of the 2D shit, and I was like, I am coming out of Sonic the Black Knight and Sonic Adventure 2, which I'm chronically addicted to, and I'm getting...
I swear Colors is when people started this whole, rough transition to 3D bullshit, because before that it was never, like you say, Sonic Adventure 2 and Heroes, and then they go back to Colors and stuff like that, and people are like, the Sonic had such a rough transition to 3D, they're going back to 2D games now. It's like, fuck off, dude.
Sonic, to be real, even reviews at the time of Sonic Adventure 1 were not spectacular because they were pitching that shit as the Mario 64 killer and
a Mario killer. Yeah, I do remember that.
This is just I know it's the podcast for Sonic fangirls, but I'll take Sonic Adventure over Mario 64 any day.
They're different kinds of games. But I think what you really gotta compare it to is Mario Sunshine. Because that was...
Would you play Adventure 2 or Mario Sunshine? That's...
If they were putting a gun to my head, we're gonna lock you into a room for the next 2 weeks, and you have to play either Sonic Adventure 2 or Mario Sunshine. Honestly, just because I played Sonic Adventure 2 so much, I would choose Mario Sunshine, just because I haven't played it. But I think they're also very different kinds of games.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Mario's more the simple collectathon.
2D Mario versus a 2D Sonic, I think, is much more comparable.
Yes, and basically because 2D Sonic was like, hey, you want to see Mario go fast? And it was like,
that was
shit,
it. Yeah,
okay.
It was Mario go fast. Mario, you have to use your speed to get through stuff, and you also have to try to explore the level a bit.
Yeah, instead of just right line, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas when it gets to 3D, Mario decided to go more the collector route, and Sonic just tried to transition what it was doing in 2D to 3D.
Yeah. And to be real, that was a bit of a struggle because they still haven't really gotten the idea of a high road and low road well in 3D Sonics. But
I see Generations as a bunch of Shadow Generations as a bunch of deviating paths.
Generations did it the best, but they also, and I think Unleashed did it. Unleashed and 06 both. 06 was a little rough with its split paths, and Unleashed as well was a little rough with them, but Unleashed did it better.
Yeah,
but I
Unleashed
think
was a lot more like, oh, did you get this quick time event, or did you get to this ramp?
yeah, like did you do the
quick time
thing
event
to get to where you need to go to get to that alternative path? And I think Color's 3D areas did it a bit, but all their 2D areas always had like the same split path ideology that the OG games had.
And I'm not talking about the copy and paste ones, but the original cyberspace levels, there are some of them with really good different paths.
Yeah, the final Frontier cyberspace levels that like they have insane split pathing. Like it's like overwhelming a bit, but like I'm like
glad.
ooh.
I'm excited for the future of Sonic because it seems like they're going back to zero jump deceleration, open zone. Let's do something different, and split paths and cyberspace levels are. I don't mind. See if a Sonic game has hub worlds that you can run around in like Frontiers and proper like boost stages. That to me is a great marriage of the gameplay.
Yeah, my issue with the split path and the cyberspace levels is that a big thing with Sonic levels has been spectacle, right?
Yes.
I think a lot of Sonic Frontiers is missing that, especially with the cyberspace levels. It's not like when they take away control from you and you're like going through the loop or you're going down the ring thing. They're not wowing you with something.
Yeah,
it's
like
avoid
Sonic Adventures. Yeah, Sonic Adventures levels are very like, here's a set piece. Like Speed Highway is a giant set piece. Like that you're always looking at something like, wow, that's a cool design, that's a cool building, that's a cool level. Whereas cyberspace, it's like, okay, it's Green Hill skin again.
Yeah, like when you do City Escape, right? You do the loop-de-loop to like that's a spectacle that they take away your control a little bit for a second and show you something
and then
cool.
They
like
pan up on you running straight down the hill or the wall.
Yeah, when the truck chases you, that's a spectacle piece that works. Like in Sonic Unleashed, when you're running down the clock tower, that's the spectacle piece. Sonic Adventure 1, when you get to the second part and the music changes and they like pause it for a moment as like
it's like, oh, what the fuck now?
It's like dun, 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 and they even do the fucking camera changing a bit on you. Like that's like they take away control a little bit to show you something cool, and then they bring it back. That's how that's also a thing that got established in 2D Sonic games, like Hydro City and Sonic 3. That was huge on that idea.
I sure it's pronounced Hydrocity.
I was gonna say, do you say Hydro City or Hydrocity?
Hydro City.
I say Hydrocity.
You're gonna fuck me up now.
I think officially
I got when I saw Ice Cap for the first time.
City, though.
Ice Cap's got that.
Is it Hydro City? Well, yeah, when he comes out and like he looks up at the avalanche, goes.
Yeah, that's a bit more like very blatant, like cutscene way of doing it almost. But yeah, that's a big part of the 2D Sonic games that has transitioned well to 3D that I think Frontiers is lacking. They like set it up, but they don't do anything with it.
I get more spectacle in Frontiers from the open zone than I do from the like when you're climbing a tower and you get to the top and you see out like the original in Chronos. Well, my background is a screenshot I've got. You can stand on top of the tower and fucking Giganto is just out there in the distance menacing off, and that's like a great set piece.
Yeah, but that's
you've made it yourself.
You literally taking the time to stop yourself and look. That's not like during like the middle of a high speed, like very action oriented thing, and it's like, ooh, cool, I'm cool.
Yeah, like hanging off the helicopter in Speed Highway.
Yeah.
But again, they're taking control from me, but I feel cool. Yes, Ami?
Do you guys like... You guys have been I'm very thankful for you guys taking a lot of the time to and it allows me to kind of get this up. Do you guys want to know who the winner is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are so into it. I felt bad. I felt bad if I interrupted you. But after checking and then double checking again, the winner of the first Night of Knowledge is Russo.
What?
Yeah, with a score of 17 rings and 5 red rings. You yeah, it was pretty good. You did a really good job. I realize now that I didn't really go over what you're winning. Really all you're winning is bragging rights, but also you are the first to have the title the Lord of Lore because of your knowledge about Sonic and how much you seem to know about Sonic. I will say it was a really close match. It was a really close match.
Dude. We were going back and forth. It was round for round. Good job, Go. It was fantastic. It was a really nice night.
You are the Lord of Lore in the first ever Night of Knowledge game.
Thank you guys.
Thank you for being here.
I was really thank you so much for your participation. I was really like, man, I actually genuinely did not know who was gonna win.
Dude, it was close, and I felt really sick today, but coming on here and like just hanging out.
You powered through it. I do believe I remember you saying that.
You guys have made me feel really good. I feel better now. So thank you for cheering me up.
Yeah. How do you guys feel? How do you guys feel about your first Night of Knowledge?
Go. I think you did really good. You're like, we have like differing knowledges, but it's cool to see.
I mean, yeah, that's like half the fun, right?
Yeah. Our different autistic loves and where our brain goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, dude, I love knowing like random shit about the stuff I love. Like, dude, learning about how there was only 2 people who worked on the Chow Garden. I didn't know that. I thought it would be like technically it was a team of like more. It was more than 2 people on the Chow side, but like the people who like created the Chow and then worked on the system, like it was just those 2 people. I thought that was really interesting. Like Jim Cummings being Robotnik, I didn't know that either. Like when I heard him do the voice, I was like, oh shit, that really is him.
I had no idea it was him either, but I thought when I was looking at the answers, like, who is the most Jim Cummings? That was like,
right? Who's like the Goujer picked Rotor for that one, but like even then, I would believe Rotor would have been voiced by Jim Cummings. Honestly,
that's probably good. But I was like, if they're gonna spend money on Jim Cummings, ad break. Girls, this was really lovely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Of course. Oh.
And I'm always down. I'm always down to fuck around again because, hey, we can talk for hours.
And now you're the number 2 Hedgehog girl. You've taken my place. I will never be on the podcast again until I reclaim my title.
That really was not. I'm going to be clear. That really was not like a prize here. Like Russo was not going to replace Goujer if they won.
I thought I was out now. Shit.
No.
Just when I was out, they pulled me back in.
Russo just has bragging rights.
Damn.
It's mostly just bragging rights and a cool title and like
and a cool trophy.
Yeah, a cool trophy. I designed this to be like if you happen you put it on your VTuber head if you could figure out how to do it. I just designed it.
If you give me the PNG that's
I will be sending you like a transparent version of the PNG so that you can put it on your head. Yeah. But yeah, I had a lot of fun doing this. How do you guys feel?
It was wonderful.
That was a good time. I enjoyed talking about Sonic.
Yeah.
It's a weird love-hate hyperfixation of mine.
Would it implore you guys to start looking into Sonic more often now?
No.
Like just to like look at like behind. No. Not even to find out like cool little tidbits.
No.
I'm already like as deep as I'm diving into the Sonic fandom. I ain't going to the other side of the weirdness fandom. I've seen it. I've seen Sonichu. I ain't going back.
I'm sure you guys would probably be relieved. I was never going to ever put any questions relating to Sonichu in this entire thing. I never would have.
Yeah, that's a topic we best not approach.
Yeah, I would not have done that. I was thinking about putting some Ken Pender stuff, but even then I'm like, oh,
alright.
I'd have to look through all this freaking work.
Listen,
I don't want to do all that work.
Ken Penders is a weirdo. Yeah, like Russo said.
But he is a part of Sonic lore.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is part of Sonic lore.
The dude literally, like, he is responsible, you could argue, for the way that Sonic has went now, because there's every chance that they could have integrated more and more of the Archie stuff, but with it nuked, like, a lot of it went to Ian Flynn, and Frontiers was written by Ian Flynn, so you could argue that without Ken Penders doing the shit he did, Sonic isn't where he is today.
Nah, that's
exactly,
true.
Exactly.
We might have Sonic Chronicles 2, though.
You might have Sally.
Would we? I feel like we would not have had Sonic Chronicles.
Well, wait, Sally's actually owned by Sega, isn't she?
So yeah, so a bunch of the Freedom Fighters. I think the best way to gauge what character Sonic can use, Sega can use, if the character was in any of the TV shows, they're more likely to be used in a future Sonic title if Sega really wanted to. That's like the safest assumption you can make, right? Any character that they made post Genesis Wave, I feel like they could use. Maybe you'd have to really be debating on that. But like, yeah, it really depends. The whole who owns what is like so unclear, kind of.
Like Scourge is a little up in the air, isn't he?
Scourge is very up in the air.
Scourge, that's what it says.
Oh yes, because wasn't Scourge originally the thing, the little like leather jacket wearing Sonic that Ken Penders created like in the 80s or 90s?
Well, here, because the thing is, so Ken Penders makes evil Sonic, right? And he's just Sonic, and he wears sunglasses, boots, and a leather jacket.
And a leather jacket.
At some point, evil Sonic turns into Scourge the Hedgehog, who is written by a different guy, right? I think Ian Flynn wrote that character. It's kind of the same character, but like because of how much Scourge has grown as his own character, and they never really reference his past as evil Sonic. Like that's where the debate kind of stems from, whether or not he's owned by Sega. And even then, there was a collection of, every now and then Archie did those like collection of comic books that they would do.
Yeah.
And Scourge was going to be on the cover of a canceled one, which would have implied that Sega was allowed to use that character. But because that book never came out,
they were doing like edited versions of the collections.
Yeah.
Like before Sega dumped them, and like after the Genesis Wave, they were like photoshopping out the characters that they didn't have anymore.
Exactly. So like, you know, because that compilation never came out, Scourge's ownership is like kind of up in the air. Ken Penders frequently claims that he owns Scourge, but he's never really delved into like the legalities of whether or not that's actually true. So at the moment, no one really knows who owns Scourge. It's really up in the air, at least in terms of how Scourge is.
Technically, it's a split ownership because someone else also was writing on.
He has partial ownership over Evil Sonic as he was until the end of his career at Archie, partially because he obviously couldn't actually use them without crossing Sega's copyright with Sonic himself. So the two parties need to be in agreement for Evil Sonic to be used in anything.
I see. Yeah,
also, Mike Kantarovich is the other writer of the issue that Evil Sonic got debuted in. So technically, if we're going under the same rules Ken has for ownership of the characters from Archie, he had split ownership with Mike Kantarovich. Kantorovich.
Okay.
Kantorovich.
Another writer. Yeah.
I think like the guy that wrote Mammoth Molga also got his characters
God,
from
I would love
Archie.
Mammoth Mogul to be in a Sonic game.
Yeah, but that guy also did the Kenny Pendy route because Kenny Pendy was like, hey,
Kenny Pendy, I love that.
everyone else who worked on the Sonic comics, you should also take your fucking
You should take your royalties as well.
Yeah, I do remember that. And then didn't Kenny Boy try to didn't recently he wanted to re-release a lot of the old Archie issues?
He wanted to do reprints of the original Archie line and was saying he was going to sell them. Nothing has come
I did not see that
from
happening
that
at all, dude.
From my understanding, even the Laura Sue comics that he has, he's kind of making them as ordered in batches.
They're so
yeah, like they're sold out right now. You can't even buy them if you wanted to.
Yeah, I think
he's out of them.
What, really?
I think there are pre-orders on them,
it.
and then he ordered from the. He was showing off how he had ordered the bundle, and if you look at the amount, it's not that many. Truth be told, which would probably tell me that it's the pre-orders plus some extras that he expected to sell. So at least he's being like smart about production. He's not overproducing, thinking these are delusionally gonna sell like hotcakes, but I think there's, at least with the initial Laura Sue comics, there's gonna be a bit of a demand for them out of morbid curiosity.
Yeah.
I don't think future versions will get him by much. I also wouldn't be surprised if he's a bit strapped for cash.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. How was his 401k with Archie? Isn't he like retirement age?
I don't know. Honestly.
I think he's like past his 60. Like 60.
Yeah.
What is Ken Penders doing now?
Well, he's doing the Laura Sue shit.
Last I saw him, he was at a convention signing shit.
2 days ago, he posted to Twitter, looking for a great birthday or Christmas gift for the one word, special fan in your life, go to blah, 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 and buy Laura Sue Chronicles. Okay.
Alright, let's see. Oh god, I hate his art.
It's not great. It's not great art.
It's just Ken Penders' age. He was born September 29th. Oh, his birthday is coming up, I guess.
Goujer, you think we should have a Ken Penders special?
No.
For the podcast?
Dude, I initially said that to you, and you were like, no.
I was saying we try.
Kenny Boy Pendies with a 10-foot pole.
I was saying I don't want to talk about him without doing my proper research, because a lot of what ultimately what happened with him is a lot of legalities and legal mumbo jumbo. I'd rather not get that kind of shit wrong.
All right, he said he was 16 in 1986, so that would be he was born in like what, 1970? Wait, let me, or maybe I read this sentence wrong. Okay, wait, he was 16 at some point before 1986. So, how many years has it been since 1986, at least?
A while.
38.
38.
I'm bad at math.
Alright, if you just add 16 and 38, that's 54, so he's over 54 by a bit.
Over 54 by a bit. Interesting.
Well, I'm doing as close of an estimate as I can right now.
Yeah.
Menswear look for women in this fall's fashion theme. People, oh my god, alright. This is like an old newspaper scan.
I like how we're going the Kenny Fendi route.
Yeah. Oh
Kenny
shit.
Fendi brew.
Oh wow, he looks a lot better, younger, and with a mustache.
He looks, unfortunately, he looks like what people think the average Sonic fan looks like, which is, it's shit.
Alright, he was 33 in 1992.
Oh wow, that's okay. Interesting. I didn't know that.
He was born in 1959.
1959.
So that would mean he is 65. So he is entitled to Social Security and retirement plan things that he has as of this year.
Dang, that's interesting, dude.
He can now withdraw from his 401k or IRAs.
Dang, what the fuck he's trying to do? Peddle his fucking game for that, or his comic for them?
Because Ami, I'll be real, Ami. I doubt that his pension with Archie or any other shit that he might have had back then is gonna work if they even had one for him. And
that's true.
Then I think he's always, well, you know, some people just like to be doing an art of some kind and try to get it out there and sell it. That might just be what he's doing. I mean, if he's not doing grandiose overproduction of his comic, he might just very much be like, you know what, he's trying to make this for himself and share it with others if people are interested.
I guess so.
He's not over it, because even recently on his Twitter, I was just having a scroll through, and when the Sonic 3 trailer came out, it's immediately him going, I know my grandson's going to love this, but I can only look back at the adaptations Carl and I did for Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2 and wish we had the material to work with that the film production did. But that's on Sega. We did the best we could under the circumstances. This is like fucking 24 years ago, and he's still not over it.
Dude, if I'm not mistaken, the reason Sonic Saturn and I think at one point they were debating making a Sonic Sat-Am movie, or like Sonic movie of some degree. And if I'm remembering this correctly, because I watched a little mini documentary on YouTube on it, so take that with a grain of salt. It's all a bit of a, take your salt blocks out with this one. But I think there was a rumor that he went out of his way to find the producer that was like in charge of figuring out if they can do it and putting it all together. And he then started sending them ideas of his and trying to like convince them to let him be the script writer. And it basically turned into harassment until like the producer and other people canned the project out of just wanting to avoid him.
Oh, okay. Here it is. Sonic Armageddon was a film conceptualized by Ken Penders in 2002-2003. The TV series, Ben Hurst and Penders argued over the project, but Sega hired Hurst due to misunderstandings. The plot involved the destruction of Mobius and a darker version of robotization. Penders then pitched the idea to Sega. The film never materialized due to corporate problems. Penders mentioned a massive corporate upheaval as the official reason for the project's abandonment, but no further details are provided on exactly what caused the upheaval. Oh, but it may have been a combination of factors such as management or changes in project priorities. Sonic Armageddon. What the fuck?
I think if I'm not mistaken, he very much wanted to make Sonic Armageddon, and that was the reason. And he like has a thing out for it that he apparently was sending tapes of to people that he thought were working on the like pre-production of the Sonic movie. And yeah.
Oh, didn't he try to sue Paramount or something?
It wouldn't surprise me if he tried to sue anybody, dude. He just tries to use lawsuits like.
Yeah, he
tomorrow.
loves to sue people. He loves to sue the shit out of people, dude.
Controversial Sonic writer Ken Penders claims Sonic 2 used a kid and a father, a kid and a tribe, is seeking legal advice. Jesus fucking Christ.
Dude, there's a whole like intro part to Sonic Armageddon that he made where he has his kid.
Concept art?
What?
I said there's concept art for this shit?
There's a whole animatic.
Yeah, dude.
For fuck's sake.
There's a whole animated animatic that is out there with a introduction that is voiced by his child talking about how his dad looks out in a telescope and watches Sonic and his friends and records it all as an archive, and then implying that that's what the Sonic comics are, is that Ken Penders looks out in a telescope all night and records what Sonic and his friends are doing and makes it into a comic book.
This dude is not over this. This dude is never gonna be over this.
This guy, he's like Sonic Chew if like Sonic Chew got his hands on actual Sonic and was not didn't have the mental issues Sonichu had.
If they gave the Archie comic to Chris Chan, it would not be much different than what Ken Penders is trying to do with Lara Sue and shit like that.
There's a lot of parallels between the two, but like Chris Chan's a different kind of like sad story.
Chris Chan has problems, has problems, and has
very
been
bad
fucked
problems, and
a lot of them
by his parents and by society and by trolls and by himself. His parents failed.
I just use they with Chris Chan because I don't really know what to do with them.
It's only because if you know Chris Chan, you know that his transition comes into sort of question because
they're like
it's a whole thing, dude.
They're like transphobic and homophobic as shit, but they're like,
and then one day,
I think they even said that the only reason they transitioned is so they can date lesbians, since straight women didn't want to be part of their life.
That's what I think.
Yeah,
I personally think is that he transitioned so that he could be closer to women.
I think they admitted that, just outright.
I haven't been keeping up on Chris Chan since they went to jail, and
honestly, you don't really need to. You don't really need to.
I did a refresher when I heard that they were going to prison, just to be like, oh god, what has happened? It's just sad, and it's fucked up that
Magic Chan hallucinations, and there really is problem. There really is problems.
Yeah,
and they're never going to get the help that they need because their family was constantly against getting them any sort of help, and now they highly believe that they don't need any sort of help, so they're never going to get it.
Their dad died. Their mother had her own issues that essentially
hoarder.
It was not just hoarder, by the end there, that she was not mentally there enough to quite realize what was going on.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure if she's alive still.
When they did what they did,
I think she's in a home now, which is probably the best for her. But I think Chris Chan might be out on bail with one of his stalkers. I don't remember.
Chris Chan is out.
Yeah, it's probably best to go to a next topic, which he's right. I've
been trying to get you guys. I wanted to ask the audience how they felt about the Night of Knowledge, how they fared with it. What did you guys like about it? I'm very open to feedback. I would love to hear what you guys liked and didn't like. I wanted to know what you guys like, what you didn't like. I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear your guys' 2 cents in the audience.
Tell us how much.
This is the inaugural episode, so it's our first time doing all this stuff. I've never hosted a game before. this is like my first time making up a freaking trivia night. I had dude. I guess while people are getting their comments in, like while people are getting their thoughts together, I hope. Yeah, dude, I worked my ass off doing all the
You did
art
a really
and
good
stuff
job.
for
Dude, I love the set.
Yeah, the set was like one thing, and then doing the art for each of the categories was like, oh god. I mean, that one was a little bit on the easier side, but like, dude, just trying to think of like a more, you know, illustrative way to represent each category. That one was like, well, I had to figure out like what can convey what I want with what I want to explain with the category. That's like easily tells players and spectators what about like the category. Like for Genesis Wave, yeah, that's Eggman with a Chaos Emerald. But I guess if you don't know what the actual Genesis Wave looks like, it might fly over you. Like I had to look up like what the fuck the Genesis Wave looked like.
It gave Sonic green eyes.
Yeah, I had to, like even finding, like trying to figure out like what cool
I
question.
thought
Like,
Sonic got green eyes before that.
I don't know. Whenever the Adventure comic came out, I think that's when he got green eyes.
I was gonna put on one of these questions about the Adventure Saga in the comics. I thought that would have been all too I don't know how many people read the Adventure era comics is why. So I didn't add it, but it was one of the questions I was considering. I still have a couple of questions that I wanted to put in here, but I ended up not. I was, even trying to figure out like some of these questions, like that took a while too.
Yeah, I can understand that. The Archie comic stuff is like, it's way over my head because we didn't get Archie here. We got Fleetway.
I was thinking about putting some Fleetway stuff in here.
Yeah.
But I don't have any experience with Fleetway at all, other than like I know that Super Sonic becomes a different character and also he's evil. But that's about all I know about Fleetway, right?
I really love the Fleetway.
Let's have
art.
lunch,
like,
Sonic with this, but all we have is this egg.
Oh, that's right. That's where we kind of get an origin for Sonic and Eggman, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was interesting.
One of the many.
That's from the official Sonic Bible. That story is from the official Sonic Bible. Is that Sonic used to like live underground with his three brothers, or next to an old burger place, and one day Robotnik accidentally knocks on his burrow and he finds his way down and trains him how to run.
Yeah.
I thought in the Fleetway, Eggman or Dr. Kintober and Sonic were best friends, and they both worked on a farm together or some shit, and Kintober was a nice little inventive guy that was always, he made Sonic his shoes because after an experiment turned him blue and made him go fast. And
I do remember that. I do remember seeing that.
Let's have lunch.
That was apparently official Sega lore, like in the Sonic Bible for years until like
Sega lore.
I know that the Archie comics had like Robotnik staying with like Sonic and Uncle Chuck, but I don't remember to what extent. I think like Robotnik was still like younger then, and then he was.
Oh, you know what? I just realized I never put any questions about Sonic X in this one. I gotta do that next time.
Sonic X. Well, what do you think about Sonic X?
I'm not a fan of it. I'm not gonna lie.
Japanese Sonic X is really fun. English Sonic X gets really grating after like 5 episodes.
I was a big Sonic X head. I love Sonic X. But like when I rewatch it now, I'm like, I I think I really just like their adaptation of Adventure 1 and 2. That's kind of about it.
That's fair. I like the Japanese one just has much better music and much better sound design, whereas the problem is with 4Kids is that they have like 4 songs for every fucking anime, and then it just gets played all the time. So anytime Sonic ever speeds up, da, 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 and that
that got so grating. I think the Japanese dub uses actual like audio and music from the games. I think in their adaptation of Sonic Adventure 2, they straight up use "Live and Learn" by Crush 40 in the Sonic X fight with the Final Hazard.
Yeah, but there's so much shit in 4Kids where it's like we have 4 fucking tracks that we'll play ad nauseum, and like you say, every time we've got a fight or every time we've got, it's that weird 4Kids. They can't have any silence. Everything's always got to be like, if Knuckles and Sonic are punching each other, it's the weird ding 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 every time they hit each other. Bro, you can have some quiet, or when Sonic says something, they go, just shut up.
I think one of my, I think a nice little tidbit that I think the Sonic X adaptation of SA2 did was they actually gave the soldier who shot Maria like a name, a face, and they gave him a name, a face. They gave him like his reaction to like what like he feels remorse about the whole thing. Like he cries when he's like remembering what happened with Maria.
Damn.
And it's like, and you don't get that in the other game. Like you don't get that in the games. I wonder. Ooh, imagine if they give that. Imagine if they do that in Sonato Generations or that Sonic or that Shadow like little web series that they plan on doing. I think that'd be cool.
I adored Shadow the Hedgehog 2005's like portrayal of the events. Just how tragic it feels on the arc when you're with Maria.
They should definitely release the full cut of the cutscenes they did.
Bro, they're so good.
You're aware of the rated T version, right?
Yeah,
there was a rated T version, I believe,
where like they actually visibly show Maria getting shot, apparently.
And there's like the intro,
so
they show
I do
a
remember
soldier
that,
getting
and
shot
you can kind of see it. Yeah, you can still kind of see it in the reflection of Shadow's eyes, I think.
Yeah, they rendered it and then put it in the reflection of Shadow's eyes, but then that, I think that was shown a little bit at some like games like convention.
E3?
Some E3 like thing.
I know there was a Shadow the Hedgehog E3 demo that's been lost to time. Apparently that was like a darker cut.
Maybe that's what had it. I know that that render was never seen since.
It's the way when Black Doom takes Shadow back to the Ark, and you see Shadow holding Maria's hand and running with her down this hallway as he's like anxiously glancing back to see where the gun's sold. He doesn't want to fight. He just wants to protect Maria, and it's like I felt genuine goosebumps at that moment where he's like,
it's horrifying.
Shadow was made who Shadow was by gun. He wasn't the absolute hurt bastard that he was and wanted to hurt everybody before this. He just wanted to protect Maria. He didn't go out there and fight. Like now, if Shadow's approached by a bunch of gun agents, he'll just fight them all. But originally, he just wanted to run away and protect Maria, and it's heartbreaking.
Well, part of it is like Gerald afterwards fucked around with his memory and like brainwashed him into even more of a weapon.
Yeah, I do remember seeing some theories about how Shadow's memories of the events at the Ark are probably not even real, or that maybe he never even met Maria at all. That was like another theory that I saw.
I think
I'm curious though. Speaking of Shadow the Hedgehog and adaptations, obviously we know that the third Sonic movie, is going to be drawing a lot from Sonic Adventure 2. In the trailer, they do show like Shadow and Gerald mourning over Maria. Like you see, like they're clear, like you can see Shadow holding Maria's hand and stuff. if you look
and
closely
gun
enough.
are literally holding guns at them or coming at them.
I'm curious. Do you think they should have showed that in the trailer?
Yeah, because if you don't know,
like it's known knowledge.
Yeah, I think if you don't know who Maria is, I don't even think you're gonna know that, like, like someone on the ground is Maria. You would just think it's Shadow mourning over somebody. You won't even know the context of it. So
I see.
I
was
don't think it
because
matters.
I was kind of between heads about it because like imagine you're someone who's only watched the Sonic movies. That's like your only that's our only introduction to Sonic. You've only seen the movies.
And then you see like a difficult at this point.
Yeah. But like
kids,
right?
There are kids that haven't played the games, they're just fans of the movies.
Yeah?
Yeah, right? So like you kind of like I was kind of like, man, this would be kind of a little bit of a spoiler, wouldn't it? But I don't know.
Did they even show Shadow with Maria before she gets shot? Like, I don't.
They show him. They show him
yeah,
in one of the containers,
in the glass, right?
Yeah.
So
they do show that, and then like so like they show that, and then they paired that with the general being like, oh, we're yours and Shadow's stories are pretty similar, but where you found friends and family, Shadow found like suffering and pain and whatever,
and
like
lost.
Like automatically, like just by like automatically just with that coupled with like you see Maria and then you see him and Gerald kind of mourning over Maria. I feel like that like you could put 2 and 2 together if you're a layperson, but I feel like that moment would probably be stronger if like when you watch the movie, I feel like the moment would be stronger if they didn't put that in the trailer.
I think it will be only because they're trying to say that like Shadow's a tragic character, but they're trying to show you because we didn't see how it all went down. Like for all we know, we saw a bunch of fire surrounding, and we know that she gets shot. But any other person that's just seeing this for the first time may think, "Oh no, there was an explosion at the facility, and Shadow lost his best friend." We don't know how
they
the thing actually went down.
If you're just watching the film,
and you wouldn't even use Maria unless you're looking really. It's like a 2-second shot, and unless you're doing us and pausing it and going, "Oh, that's Shadow holding Maria," you're not gonna. Especially if you're like a kid watching it. Maybe Shadow holding someone, and you won't know who.
I was also gonna say that like they released the trailer like just a couple weeks ago. We're 4 months out from the movie, right? Like how much of the trailer would someone even remember in 4 months if they only watched it like the one time when it came out?
I do like how it's a small thing, but the fact that they went instead of Shadow just moved Knuckles out the way to Shadow broke Knuckles' wrist. Like that's a good sign. He
twisted his wrist the proper direction for it not to break, though.
I know.
Yeah, that's a lot of what I'm seeing online.
If you twist
he
your
does
wrist
twist
that
it
far,
like.
I think it's
if you twist your wrist that far though, it does hurt.
Maybe it's because
I can move my wrist that far.
Yeah, because Knuckles only moves it at like a couple degree angle, like he's punching, right? But like if you just turn it to the side the way that Shadow turns it, that's a natural way of like how the wrist turns.
The only way.
Yeah, it has to be the other way. I get you.
The only way that would cause. The only way.
They could mirror flip the image, and then that would be hilarious.
The only way that would cause damage is if it was fast enough. If it was done fast enough for the rest of his body to not catch up. The joint. He would have to.
Oh, Chaos Control is so fast. He moved the wrist so fast that he pulls the wrist out of its joint instead of breaking it. Maybe.
How do I explain this? So when you how a whip works, right?
Yeah, the feedback.
Yeah, it takes a while for the motion that you've just done from the front of the whip, like the handle of the whip, to get to the end, right?
Yeah.
You can apply that principle on the idea is if you apply that principle to at a super speed that in theory Shadow would be doing with Chaos Control. You could get a situation where if it was done fast enough, his bones and muscle tissue would not move enough to keep up with the motion that Shadow impulsed onto it. And it would...
So
break.
Shadow moved his wrist at such a speed that his body wasn't even accounting for.
Yeah, the physical properties like of connecting tissue would not keep up in a sense,
Whether it be
especially the
tendons or
bones.
muscles
I
or
see
whatever.
what you mean. I see what you mean.
It's like how like if you see like it's like how when you like watch a bullet go through glass in like slow motion, right? You don't see the whole thing doesn't break at once. It like it goes
Fans
through
out from an
and
epicenter.
then it kind of breaks.
Yeah, the bullet's already through, and then the initial hole will then start to crack and form other.
Yeah, so the hole's
Yeah, okay,
been
I get
done. The hole's already done. So if you replace that with like soft tissue in theory, right? Like or like a bone, for example.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
That you're gonna get that hole punched in, but the rest will be fine.
Okay. Yes. Okay, I see what you're saying.
So at the point of I'm not saying it was going to shatter his bones, but like I'm saying at the point of impact, at the point of impulse where the wrist was turned, it might have moved faster than the elasticity and natural hinging of his elbow,
all the muscles and such.
shoulder and wrist could account for, and then break it.
I just love that they're not making Shadow like a dweeb. He just the first thing he does is kick the shit out of people. It's great.
If I had to guess that we're gonna have like a classic 2 or 3 part like conflict thing where we're gonna get like everybody gets deployed out
Initial fight when everybody gets their ass handed to them.
Yeah, they're initially gonna go to Tokyo and get their fucking shit kicked in, and then Shadow's gonna
London.
fuck off to go continue his plan wherever the next part of it is, and then Sonic, Tails, and everybody are gonna have to reevaluate the situation. Then they'll probably meet him at another location to try to stop him. And that'll set up the final place where they're gonna have to try to stop him, and then that's where the final shebang happens.
I think they're going back in time, because the Eggman and Sonic step through that portal to what looks like an army base. So I assume they're going back to, if not the Ark. But Tails in one shot does fly away from the Ark. So I'm not sure, but the Ark's definitely there.
Well,
so,
I think we're going to the Ark.
They're going to do time travel. They've never established that time travel is possible in this universe even.
It might be a different world then, because they definitely do step through that ring.
It would have to be a different world because they've established that the ring portals go to other planets.
They could just do it. They can do local travel with the portals too, though.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think they go back in time. For sure, they're not going to go back in time.
I don't think they're doing time travel, especially with the rings.
Yeah. Well, so okay. Here's another thing about the film I'm very interested in.
Maybe.
What do you guys think of Gerald being like what we assume is to be alive in the story?
I find that incredibly fascinating.
It's a very interesting choice
because
I don't mind stuff you can do with it.
Originally, Gerald's killed by firing squad.
Yeah, he's already dead by the events of Sonic Adventure 2. So I'm very curious as to like how they're approaching the presence of Gerald like in the modern time.
I mean,
he is a hero again because he's the one that makes sure that he made a deal with Black Doom so that whenever they came back, Shadow would be the only one that could actually stop them. So he was actually a good guy all along. So
I do remember,
but he was also driven insane. But
I do remember that Jeff Fowler had mentioned that he is going to be taking aspects of both SA2 and the Shadow the Hedgehog game.
Because that's where the bite comes from.
Yeah. So I'm curious just to how much of that is going to get into the third Sonic movie.
Get a Black Doom.
It might be an interesting tease for another movie. It would be quite the left field if like they're like, oh yeah, the second part of this whole movie is Black Arms. We were only showing you the SA2 half of the movie.
That would be fucking cool. That honestly would be really cool for them
That'd
to
be
do like that.
I don't
badass.
know. Like,
Black
dude, I
Arms.
really want to see the Final Hazard be in a movie.
I don't think Final Hazard's gonna be in the movie.
I think we should have BioLizard, but I think with going back to Gerald though, being alive, with Gerald, I think him being alive would have to imply that he either escaped. Like we gotta like think about Shadow's motivation, right? Shadow's motivation to like kill everybody in SA2
In the game,
is because
his-
he's been brainwashed by Gerald through the grief of losing Maria. If Gerald's still
because he lost Maria.
yeah, if
Gerald went all crazy and told Shadow that he's like, your mission is to destroy the Earth.
he like brainwashed him to do it, he like put in false memories and shit. Like,
and then Amy reminds him that his actual promise was, Shadow, protect this world that I love so much.
yeah.
I've got to go keep my promise I made to you and Maria.
If Gerald's alive, then he might not have gotten Shadow to do that. Or if he did, he escaped Gunn before it was completely like until they would have killed him, I guess.
I see. What do you think of what if Gerald is actually dead and what we're seeing is Robotnik hallucinating Gerald's presence?
That's funny as fuck.
No,
that is one of the theories that I saw.
That's funny as shit, and I love it.
I think Gunn have hired Team Sonic because they don't want Sonic to figure out that like what happened on the Ark or what happened with Shadow actually. So there's going to be a point where Shadow and them confront each other, and then they go again. Like, what did you? I think when Sonic's saying, "What did you do?" I think he's saying that to someone that was at the Ark. I think he's saying to the general or something. I don't think he's saying that to Shadow.
I think he's saying it to Shadow because Shadow probably fired the Eclipse cannon and blew up the moon.
Possibly, but
or like did something fired at the. Oh my god! What if they just wipe out fucking North America?
Because he's in London. Sonic's in London when he says that line, so you can see the police station in the background.
Yeah,
the same scene where Tails goes, "This is a bad idea." And Sonic goes, "When has that ever stopped me?"
Yeah, that implies that he's made bad ideas in the past, which I mean he has, but it's not been like an established.
He pushed Maddie and Donut Lord off the roof. He pushed them off the roof and tried to throw a ring at them, and then when Robotnik was fast enough because he had the quill, he got fucked. So he is. I would say movie Sonic is kind of rash.
I mean, Sonic's always been a little rash.
The movie Sonic's a bit more like, how to put it, more childlike, I think.
It's supposed to be.
Well, yeah. He's more of a teenager in the movies than he's been like a really long time, actually.
He's more of a child in general. Like,
yeah.
When people think teenagers, they usually think like 16, 17, 18. And we're talking like 12 with movie Sonic.
I think, well, I mean, remember, I think Sonic was supposed to be 16 years old or something like that.
I doubt movie Sonic strikes me as a 12-year to 13-year-old.
Yeah, I would say he's like a freshman in high school.
Which is 14.
In the first film, Sonic's like middle school, dude. Like, 100%. Because he's like, man, the whole rubber band ball thing, he's just a big white-eyed kid.
Well, I mean,
he just wants a friend, like.
Part of that is like he's had no schooling, no social activity. Like,
yeah, he is emotionally stunted.
He is extremely emotionally stunted, much like my D&D character next week.
Yeah, I mean, like, one of his earliest memories is of his mom figure fucking dying.
Yeah, and then he was like really young, and then he's been alone since then.
Yeah,
it wouldn't surprise me if he hasn't really matured much.
It seems like he's maturing more as the films go on, because in this trailer, he seemed a bit more growing up. And in the Knuckles show, I saw the first episode where he's like saying to Knuckles, "Hey, this place is great.
Yeah, he's
relax, chill out for a bit.
I feel like having Tails. I don't know if this is just me
Tails has to
assuming,
act younger.
but I feel like Sonic usually always feels like a big brother to Tails, and I feel like if the movies are gonna follow that, Sonic will probably try to be more of a responsible authority figure to be a good influence for Tails.
When Sonic's on his own, he can be a goof, but when he's with Tails, he needs, like you say, he needs to be the bigger brother to him.
Yeah, Sonic wants to be steps up to be a bit more responsible when I think Tails is involved.
I really love the writing in Frontiers with Tails, where like Tails says that he's gonna go off on his own, and Sonic looks genuinely
like fuck yeah,
what?
guy.
He's like, what? Okay, I guess you just grew up a little fast. You can go your own way. You just grew up faster than I expected. I love Tails going, "You saying I outpaced you?" And Sonic's like, "Don't push it." It's just like this nice little brother dynamic where it's like
They have a
you can go
very
your own
good
way.
sibling
I'll always be there for you.
dynamic.
Yeah.
I do love the Tails and Sonic. They do have they've gotten better since Colors, whereas Tails was just like irrelevant.
Colors felt like Tails was there because they wanted to have another Sonic character there that wasn't Sonic.
Yeah.
Fucking say what you will about the you almost got like your quote unquote controversial opinion like that's pretty much what happened to the future of Sonic after SA2. We lost like treasure hunting and mech shit, and it's all been speed stages pretty much.
Yeah, and Frontiers is finally trying to go. Well, actually, you're kind of right, because even Heroes was like, let's just kind of do the same game 4 times instead of trying to test out these different gameplay styles.
They padded it by having combat that sucked ass.
Yeah, I didn't like the team moves. The weird like cuts, like it takes so long.
Shadow was similar, but at least you could run past them for the most part. There were some places you couldn't, but
Shadow the Hedgehog, you need to like literally gimp the game to play it properly. I like the game, but if you want to kill all the bad guys or do the evil missions, you need to ignore your chaos powers. You need to specifically attack only certain people. But the problem is, if I'm going after the bad guys and I've selected the good guy mission, the good guys still fucking shoot you. How hard would it have been to do a check where it's like, whatever mission you're doing, these guys are your allies?
They don't really it would be, or at least like, hey, like we see that your progress on this mission with this mission result is like more good leaning. The good guys on that would ignore you versus like the bad guys would ignore you if you're.
Yeah, God.
That would have been a smart move. It's not acted upon.
It's just, again, another rush thing where it's like, I think the morality system could have been really good if the chaos powers were tweaked to the point where the good chaos power just skips you to the end of the level, but there's no good mission that needs you to get to the end of the level. All the good missions have like specific things to do.
There's like very few.
So like
they doesn't.
How does boosting me to the end help when it skips me past all the objectives that I'm supposed to do for the good mission?
The issue is like it is like, hey, remember like how Sonic Adventure 2 gave you like little bonus objectives to try to do shit? Like, what if we just expanded on that as an entire game and we didn't really tell you about it, but we still make the levels like a regular speed stage?
Yeah, the first time you play it, you're just like, get to the end of the level.
Yeah, that you go in and you're like, well, you get to the end of the level, like any Sonic game, right? That's what you do. This ain't a collectathon.
And then you bump into Sonic, and he says, "Here's your mission," and you go, "Okay, I'll follow that mission." Then you bump into Black Doom, and Sonic's mission's gone, and you're just like, "Okay, I guess I'll do this mission now." And then you see the emerald at the end, and you go, "Okay, I'll just jump into that," and you do none of the missions. It's poorly communicated. There needed to be a whole like other 6 months of development on Shadow the Hedgehog to properly hash out that morality system, because Like the Maria stage on the Ark, where if you're trying to do the good side, because you have to save the soldiers while they're shooting you. I'm trying to heal you, and you're fucking lighting me up. It's such a pain in the ass, and you can't attack back because you lose points. So it's like, ugh, how am I supposed to do the good mission when I'm literally saying to you, I don't want to fight you. Here's a heal capsule, and everybody's like, kill the headshot. Fuck
Like,
this.
you're welcome, jeez.
Yeah. And like I say, how hard? Like you say, oh, he's done 3 good missions up until this point. Maybe we shouldn't have the good guys attack him on this one.
Or at least off the bat, you know.
It's there's a lot of stuff in Shadow the Hedgehog that I like. Like I say, it's one of my favorite Sonic games. I think it's a really funly structured game. I think the levels are actually pretty fun, but you need to actively research, and it's painful to like I've as an autistic thing, before Shadow Generations came out, I decided to 100% Shadow the Hedgehog. Played it fucking 10 times, did every level, got the last story, and there's parts of it where, like, unless you've got a walkthrough, unless you've got a specific guide, there's no way you're doing this on like a random playthrough. Like do you remember the digital stage where you've got to go across all those weird like colored lines?
Yeah.
That to do the good mission of that, you've got to go to each one individually and then turn on all these different valves and then find your way to the next. It's not fun. It's not intuitive gameplay, and you would never do that if you were just doing the level for the first time. It has.
I think I think one of the mission types that I fucking hated was you have to take out X amount of enemy, and there was that exact amount of enemies in the stage. So if you missed one, you have to backtrack to the entire stage.
God, yeah,
that one sucked.
It's because now you're not speeding through a level. You're literally stopping every second, being like, "All right, where's the next alien to take out?"
Yeah, exactly. I hated that shit, dude.
Understandable. I just as a character, I love Shadow the Hedgehog. So
I just thought it was weird of them to do multiple endings only to invalidate all of them with like a one true ending type of deal.
Yeah.
Like I get why that works, but like I get why that's the thing, but I feel like yeah, I would have just don't put the true ending in it, I guess.
Or have them all. You know how Sonic Adventure 2, there are different stories, but they all end before the last story at like a specific point, whereas Shadow the Hedgehog stories all like have an ending that makes no sense to the last story. Whereas the last story in Sonic Adventure 2, you see Sonic's hanging off the Eclipse Cannon and Shadow's race to the Eclipse Cannon. And then, boom, last story. Whereas in Shadow, it's like, Shadow kills Eggman, Shadow kills Eggman, Shadow kills Black Doom, Shadow kills Eggman, Shadow kills Sonic, and then somehow everybody's just there at the end.
Yeah, like it already invalidates like any of those endings, just like on the very nature of it being a fucking last story or whatever. I feel like
Shadow Android.
I wondered, do you think they could possibly even try to do another Shadow the Hedgehog kind of game like that? Would it end up being a good idea?
If it did it correctly.
I feel like if they leaned heavily into the campiness of Sonic, I think it could work.
I think if they actually implemented a proper morality system, and like, see, even like I say, even if somebody tweaked, I think an interesting mod for Shadow the Hedgehog, the original game, to make it 10,000 times better, just tweak it so whoever's mission you're doing doesn't attack you. And I swear to you, the game would be like 50 to 60 times better. The problem is that even if you're going on the aliens missions or on guns missions, you'll get shot constantly. So it makes you not want to do any of those missions.
I wonder if they'll even let Shadow have a gun again.
Oh,
better
didn't they say
Shadow have a gun?
I think they said when people were like, "Will you have a gun again?" They said, "Oh, he's a weapon. He doesn't need a gun now."
Yeah, that's what they're going with now, which is like fine, I guess so.
Sure, I guess he's gotten
edgy way
better
to
at
put it, but
Chaos
like
Spear.
I like Chaos Spear.
I liked it better
I like
when he wasn't like this god tier fucking like just able to do all this crap all
well,
the
if they're gonna
time.
give Sonic has the Wisps. Sonic has the Wisps, and Sonic can do a bunch of shit now with Frontiers combat. So with Shadow Generations, I think they're trying to be like Shadow has the the combat
Oh god, I hate the
thing where he launches
fucking.
people up.
I hate the weird looking fleshy
The
tendrils he's
squid.
got. I hate him. I don't like him.
I like it.
I love
I
the
like
squid.
them.
I
I
don't
think they're
like
cool.
icky gooky sticky.
I like it.
I
It's
think
like
they're
black,
alright.
black
I
arm
like that
thing.
he's basically got like venom.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they're doing too much power creep in some of the Sonic shit lately.
I wouldn't be surprised if Shadow loses his powers at the end of the game.
It wouldn't surprise me either. But
It always like it's Sonic. Well, even with like a bunch of power ups in the past, we've seen it like, oh, here's a fun gimmick for the game.
God, I can't wait to
I
fucking
wonder
be
what
in a
they're gonna
movie
do
theater
with
and
the
watch
next
this movie.
big Sonic game. I'm very curious.
What Frontiers 2?
I don't know if I want a Frontiers 2.
If they do Frontiers 2, it's gonna have to be a lot better.
That's apparently what they're doing. The next Sonic game in development is open zone. Like it's just taking Frontiers and making it better is the idea, I think.
I mean, I guess I can live with that, but like, I do want them to branch out to other like kind of things.
What would you look for?
I would like I think a platformer would be pretty cool. Like I know a platformer is pretty basic, but I think like I'm trying to think of in line with like mainline Sonic
2D
games
or
on what they usually
3D
do for that.
platformer.
I think I would like a completely 3D platformer. Like
You mean like
I
Mario
understand
Odyssey,
like
but
the
with
why
Sonic?
you do. I understand like the why they'll do like the 3D to like 2.5D type shit. But I want I want a full 3D like kind of thing, like they did with adventure games. Just give me Sonic Adventure 3.
Yeah, it was called
Sonic Unleashed was
Sonic 06, and
Give me
it didn't
Sonic
well,
shit.
Adventure 4.
dude. When people say like Sonic 06 is Adventure 3, like that's
It
exactly what they
is.
were going for.
If you look at like what, especially playing like Project 06, it's very clear that Sonic
They really
06
wanted it
was
to
going to
be
be
Sonic
like
Adventure
it
3.
basically is Adventure 3.
Yeah, they really wanted it to just basically be Sonic Adventure 3. They just didn't want to call it Sonic Adventure 3.
In Japan, Sonic Unleashed is known as Sonic World Adventure.
Yeah, but that's different because he's
Sonic
literally going
Unleashed
around the
also
world.
like keeps a lot more of the adventure style 3D that I think gets lost once you go to Colors and Generations.
Yeah.
But I think
I want. Would you guys want a new super form type thing?
I think you just got to make Super special again.
I think
an
Frontiers
ad,
did a
by the
really.
way.
But personally, I think Frontiers did a good job at trying to make Super a big deal again. Like giant titans you couldn't take on without it. That gives me something of like a.
My issue with that is that it feels like it casualized it.
Yeah, how so?
I don't think so because you're not able to like beat Supersonic anywhere else. You're only able to use it during the boss fights.
You had to collect them on every island, if I'm not mistaken, right?
You still had to collect all the emeralds, but like you couldn't be Supersonic until you fight the boss. Like you can't just be Supersonic in a regular level.
Yeah, but like we didn't have like a boss that didn't use Supersonic, really.
I guess not.
I guess you had like the little world bosses that were out in the open world, but those things were more
the
pains in the asses than anything else.
I think I would take the Titan boss fights over like the Unleashed version of Super, where it's like you get one battle at the end where
I like the one battle at the
You
end.
just run into shit. I don't mind it. I think Generations was okay, but it was a bit, again, you just fly through a tunnel and then punch somebody. And Unleashed was like, hey, fly around this dome and then hit tendrils. Like, not much
I
to
would
it.
like no, you know what? I did like, speaking of Unleashed and the final boss, I actually really did like the Wii version of the final boss where it's like light, you're playing as Light Gaia and you're fucking boxing Dark Gaia.
Yeah, that was fun.
That's awesome.
That was really fucking fun, actually.
Sonic Unleashed on the Wii is like a totally different game with the same exact plot, and it is just better in some ways and worse in others.
You know what kind of Sonic game I want next? I want an actual 2D fighting game.
Yeah, bring back.
Like, give me the Dragon Ball Fighters for Sonic.
I feel like I'm just like such a normie at this point, because I'm like, I'm happy with Frontiers. I'm happy with where it's going. I'm happy with the idea of Frontiers 2. And I think the reason that they've added Shadow Combat and done this stuff for Shadow Generations is so that the next game can involve him.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's a split campaign between Sonic and Shadow in the next game.
I'm kind of getting sick of Sonic and Shadow.
Yeah, I can understand that. I do. You know what?
We've not had Shadow for like 20 years. Well, we had him in Forces, but he kind of sucked in Forces, to be fair.
He was just Sonic again, except he couldn't go super.
That's typically what Shadow just is.
Whereas that's why I kind of appreciate that the Shadow generation is trying to do something different with Shadow.
Yeah. But also he's very much kind of just Sonic. Even with the other bitches in Frontiers, it's like, oh, you guys kind of all just feel like Sonic now.
I like that Knuckles was slower.
Yeah, everyone else is slower, but like you can still get. I mean, they've always been about the same speed as them, but
yeah, I mean, in Heroes, canonically, they could all keep up with Sonic, which makes no sense.
I mean, even in the 2D games, like you can get.
I find the whole Sonic's friends can keep up with him, even though he's supposed to be so fast. I feel like that's not really meant to be an in-universe canon. I feel like that's mostly just.
I think that's
so
Sonic
that the game plays
better for them.
Yeah, Sonic's jogging.
I think we've all, I guess, it's been like very established, especially with like the 06 Mach speed shit. Like Sonic can go a lot faster than you're allowed to go as him in the game's regular levels.
Speed it up.
Yeah, like fuck, like the Archie comics like showed that immensely well. Like during the egg grape thing, like when Sonic travels the like length of the continent in like less than 10 seconds. Like the guy has an enormous amount of speed, but he like chooses not to always use it because like I think he's well aware that he doesn't always have good control over that. And he's also
Sonic X is a good example of that, when the fucking race car comes out and he decides, okay, right, I'll just gun it up and go way past.
Sonic X this first episode of Sonic X is beautiful for that, because it's very much like, oh damn, like this.
He's having a race at his own pace with these other dudes, and then somebody way faster comes along and he decides, oh yeah, let's step it up. Somebody's faster's come along.
It works well with his personality. Sonic's kind of cocky. He's not one to like go full balls to the wall from the get-go.
And like you said, he doesn't have best control. What happens? He goes way too fast and doesn't see the cliff edge and goes way off, and that's how he ends up in the Thorndike pool.
Yeah, like he got like he's going. It's like driving a car, you know. Like the faster you go,
he creates a sonic boom, doesn't he?
Yes, he does actually, dude. I'm down to watch the first episode of Sonic X. Actually, it's like my only episode
all
I like.
Of Sonic X.
Fuck
yeah,
you.
Sonic X. Watch a lot.
I was gonna say, with Sonic X, what do you guys think? Who do you guys think has portrayed Sonic the best, like out of all of his voice actors?
SA2 guy.
Ryan Drummond.
Yeah, I'm biased.
Is that?
I'll admit
Yeah,
it.
I mean, yeah, that's about. I mean, yeah, I can see that. I can see why. That's fair.
I personally think that, again, such a normie take. I think Roger's doing a fantastic job, and Frontiers really, for me, was just like, oh, Sonic can be serious again, and
Yeah,
Roger doesn't have to just play a goof all the time.
I think Roger is definitely doing pretty good.
He's getting
especially
better.
recently. I think one of my favorites will be Jason as Sonic and Shadow. I've always really liked him.
Jason's later work is really good.
Yeah.
But Jason's early work is very anime-esque to me. Like, it gets a bit grating at times. It's just like, oh yeah, bring it on.
Yeah, I totally see that. I think, also, I feel like Devin Mack, who did Sonic in Prime, I feel like if they just gave him more Sonic work, I feel like he could be a really good Sonic, because I think he did a really good job with. He really wanted to emulate like the Jaleel White, like Sonic Sat AM Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog kind of vibe, and I love that. I do love that, because that was a pretty like nice. It's not like a total departure from Sonic, but it was like still pretty cool. So I like that he like made the effort to try to bring that vibe back with Sonic, and I think that could work.
Vibe to like a deeper voice, and I like that.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. All he did was just make that kind of voice deeper, and I think that was really cool. Even when he did the Chaos Sonic character that was in that show, like he did a really good job. I think if you just gave Devin Mack more to work with, like I think he could be a really good Sonic. I really do.
I do like when he's fighting Shadow, or when he's trying to talk to Shadow, and Shadow just like knocks him out, and he just goes, "You could have at least finished what I was gonna say."
Yeah. Let's see. What about, how do you guys feel about Ben Schwartz as movie Sonic?
I like movie Sonic.
You like movie Sonic? How about you, Russo?
I don't dislike him, but it's kind of in the same vein as Jason Griffith, where Jason Griffith felt like he only had one mode, which is like the anime. Ben feels like he's only got one mode sometimes, which is, I love it. Let's start with the giant fireball.
I see what you mean. I usually take it as like, that's just, because this is a version of Sonic who really only has, his only real knowledge of the world is stuff that he's kind of just consumed through pop culture, right?
Yeah.
Like he doesn't really know the world like, let's say, you and I do. Like he only knows like, oh man, Speed. I love Keanu Reeves, and like,
Speed
he only
2.
knows like, yeah, like he only really knows like perceptions about the world that he's just gone through like movies and shows and shit. So I think Ben does a pretty good job portraying a character that is like that.
Now that you mention it, like the first film does, and even the second film, there is a lot of nuance. Because like when he's sad that he's not got any friends, or when him and Tails are like the part where he gives Tails the blanket and Tails puts his tails over him, and it's like, night, buddy. Like,
I love that. That was a really cute moment.
That was really lovely. But there's
a very
smaller
cute part.
But I think sometimes I get it. It's for kids because it's more kidified. But you could play a bit more serious, a bit deeper sometimes.
I would really. How do you guys feel about? How do you guys feel about Keanu being Shadow? Speaking
I like
of like
him.
different interpretations of Sonic characters,
I think he's good.
I think he could be good. I really do. Like, I'm gonna reserve my final judgment for when the movie officially comes out in December, because I think in the trailer we've only really heard 2 lines from him, 2 or 3, less than 5, I know for sure. So it's not enough for me to gauge how well I think he's gonna be.
We've literally just heard "You're a colorful bunch" and "What I had to." That's all we've heard.
Yeah, like it's only 2 lines, so we don't. I haven't gauged enough information about whether he's good or not. So I'm
the performance on "You're a colorful bunch." I think that works for Shadow, where he's just like dismissive. And I know that Keanu can play revenge characters really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
So
sure.
you give him a tragic backstory. You give him someone that's dark and edgy. I think he'll nail it.
I
think he'll
think I
do
would
good.
not.
Yeah, I've seen all these
I,
animated shit people have been doing of like old Keanu roles with
Yeah, I've seen that too. I think what I don't really want though is I don't want like just John Wick, but he's Shadow the Hedgehog. I think that's what I don't super want. You know what I mean?
I don't think he's gonna be John Wick, but Shadow the Hedgehog.
I don't think so either. But like, if dude, I would be a little disappointed if that ends up being what's happening. But I mean, it's Keanu Reeves. He's generally a pretty solid actor. What did you guys think about Idris Elba being Knuckles?
I was skeptical at first, but now that he's playing like the hybrid of, he's kind of goofy, but he's also like the tough idiot. He
Yeah,
works for that.
I dig it.
Whereas we
I
gotta hit
think
the
he
weak spot.
does a pretty solid job. I don't know. I was not super a fan of Knuckles. Just he's essentially just Starfire from Teen Titans in terms of you know he's very clueless
Oh,
about the world
I kind of see
socially.
that.
I guess. I mean, like I mean, it's fine. It makes sense in the story that they're uh displaying. But I don't know. I think also having him just be kind of dumb all the time is like kind of I don't know. I like him when he's like a little bit like he still can be like pretty like clever and adaptable. Like I remember in Sonic X when he fought Shadow in the hallway, he was like he was going pretty toe to toe with Shadow. Like Shadow had to remove his inhibitor rings
Oh, I
just to
love the
beat
inhibitor
Knuckles.
rings.
Yeah, like I think Knuckles can be a really good character.
Yeah.
I really didn't like making him dumb. I think that was like the whole thing. Like when
Yeah.
I feel
the
like there's a good balance, and I think
there could be
again,
a good balance for sure.
Frontier's
I think
amazing.
Sonic Boom made it really bad in my opinion.
Sonic Boom made him like 1 IQ.
They made
Whereas
it
like
really stupid in Sonic Boom.
Frontiers, he's smart. Like the whole
He's smarter in
prologue,
Frontiers for sure,
he
and I like
cares.
that. Yeah,
But he does have
Yeah.
a bit of like idiocy where like
it's more
the
like
part is like with the ruins. He goes, "These ruins are solid. I punched them and they didn't do anything." It's like, yeah, not
yeah.
don't punch the ruins. Like that's
I
fun.
I kind of like the way that I like Knuckles is that it's not that he's not smart, he's just not super bright, you know? I would
Yeah.
say like he's like closer to being book smart than being street smart. I guess is how the closest I can make an analogy to it, you know?
Again, easier to be manipulated because of his isolation, and
Yeah,
easier
exactly.
like
So
Mhm.
I can get that.
more trusting. Like, but in a bad way. Like, can trust the wrong person. He's he's not dumb, like you said. I wouldn't say he's dumb, but like I would imagine how Knuckles would test the strength of something is to just give it a little jab. He wouldn't look at the structural integrity and be like, look at all the bricks. He'd be like, how strong is this? Oh, well, that is pretty strong. You know?
Yeah, no, I totally get that. Yeah. Oh, okay. Here's another like characterization question I wanted to pose to you guys. How do you feel about Amy becoming more present in like more Sonic projects,
I
you know?
enjoy, yes, very
I
much.
liked it.
I'm
I
so
like
into it.
Amy.
I really do appreciate it because like a lot of the you don't really get a lot of Sonic girl stuff, really. Like, yeah, you
No.
have like I think even Adventure no, Sonic '06 was like the last time like Rouge and Amy were both playable in a Sonic game, right? And
Yeah.
like we haven't had any of that since.
And
Like
that's one
I
thing I
really
liked
would
about it
love like
recently.
more presence with the girl characters in
Isn't Cream
um
back in Dream Team?
Dream was back in Dream Team. I didn't love her voice, honestly. I think she's still written like a child, so
I mean,
um
she's supposed to
she's
be.
not super different compared to
How she
um
was.
yeah, how she would be like in like Adventure One, in like
Advanced.
let's say Advance or like see like even there like Cream has been in so not much things that I kind of am have a hard time. Oh, fucking Sonic Battle. She was really good in Sonic Battle. Like
Yeah.
I've made this fucking very clear. Sonic Battle is like my favorite Sonic spin-off game, and the reason for that is because of the characters in that the characterization of like a certain characters in that game, and especially with Cream and her character that she goes through in that game. But
I'm just
yeah,
glad that they're making Amy less of like a Manhera and more of like she actually does stuff. And like
yeah. I mean,
she's
like
not it.
I don't. Let me see. I was okay with her like being super into Sonic. I was totally okay with that. But I like more that she's like now she's not completely over Sonic, but she's like, I have like other priorities that are a little bit more important right now.
Yeah.
Right? I like that a lot.
She still loves Sonic, but she thinks that like she still got to live a life, whereas
Yeah.
the adventure Amy was just like, life is so boring. I wish
Yeah.
Sonic would come along.
Yeah, exactly.
Living in an
curious.
apartment.
I'm curious. Russo, have you read any of the Sonic IDW comics?
I have taken peeks in, but I haven't decided
Like
to
a
give it
little
like a
gander?
proper read.
Okay.
Yeah, I've given.
Yeah,
I've given,
I have.
like,
I do not have as much experience as I would like with the IDW comics, but generally, I think characters in there are also written pretty solidly too. I'm very curious though, because Sonic Frontiers has established Tangle as canon, and also
Sticks.
Styx. Very interestingly enough, I wonder.
I love Sticks, and I know it might.
I
be
wonder how they're going to put. I wonder how they would put either of those into the games in the future. Because right now, Tangle's only presence in the games is just via Sonic Dash and Sonic Forces Mobile. And Styx, well, she's confined to just Boom, the show, and the games. And I think she was also in one of the Mario and Sonic games. I have to double check
She
that.
was at
But
the
like,
Olympics, yeah.
she was in the Olympics, I think. But like, yeah, like we don't really have a canon, quote unquote, version of her character. And I would be very curious to see what like a proper in game universe Styx would be, because like we only know Styx in the context of a comedy show, right?
Yeah.
That whole show is just for comedy, right? And I would love to see how Styx would fare in like the proper Sonic universe.
Do you think the show is canon, the Sonic Boom show?
I don't think it's canon. There's no way that it's canon.
I think
especially now,
Boom's canon to Boom's universe. I think the Sticks in like what Amy mentions in Frontiers, it has to be a different Sticks, because that Boom Sonic doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Because wasn't their plans that, I might be wrong here, but wasn't like Generations or no Forces, wasn't the Avatar originally meant to be Boom Sonic?
Was it really?
I think it was to be classic, modern, and Boom Sonic.
I thought it was Dreamcast Sonic.
No, I think that was Generations they were planning that.
Yeah.
I'm so curious now. I wonder how Sonic Forces would have been if they brought in Sonic Boom Sonic.
That would be weird. I do enjoy Sonic Multiverse shit, but I also like Sonic, classic Sonic being just same timeline, just pull that a little bit.
Oh, okay. In the Sonic Boom games, there's a beam called an Ener Beam, and it's an energy hook that was hyped up as an important new mechanic for the game to be swinging from Vine, and that's okay. But the Avatar was 100% meant to be Boom Sonic. Holy fuck. Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what was originally planned. But also, I do kind of like that they ended up having an official Sonic character creator, though.
Yeah, it kind of sucked.
They probably had the idea.
It sucked. It wasn't as robust as I would like, but it was still like pretty cool that they did it in the first place.
They probably had the idea for like the whole Boom thing. That fell through and thought, shit, what the fuck are we gonna do?
Well, yeah, because I do remember like they did have commemorative art for one of the anniversaries where they do have Sonic Boom Sonic in presence with like normal Sonic and classic Sonic, right? So I feel like I wonder if given another chance, I wonder if the Sonic Boom universe could work in some way if like they gave it a better, more serious chance. Like don't make shitty rushed games that that are pretty much worse advertisements for the game than for the show than like I don't know anything else. Like just focus on one thing. I think them trying to make Sonic Boom in the context of both a show and a game, I think that must have been part of what messed up kind of Boom as a whole thing. Like sure the show is pretty okay, but like it's also a weekly TV show that's like for kids, right? And that's not bad. That's not bad inherently, but it's just like a lot of the appeal of Sonic, especially in modern era, is that there's a ton of lore tied around to Sonic and stuff, and they don't really do all that in Sonic Boom.
Yeah.
And I think I understand where like Boom was meant to be. See if they could. I don't think they needed to create like a new universe. If they literally just took the Sonic characters and put them on an island and did the same thing, and just said this is a part of time. But the problem is Sonic fans like us are so autistic that we're like, where is it in the timeline? Why aren't they like So
I've stopped super thinking about that. The way I see Sonic now is more of Sonic titles. I view the universe as typically an anthology series where it's like you can look at any one story by itself and be completely fine, and the other aspects of the universe kind of do enhance your experience, but you don't necessarily need to have those things to fully enjoy Sonic, right?
Yeah.
I do kind of like looking at Sonic Boom, and it's just Sonic in general is more of like its own thing, right? Like I don't need everything to be connected to each other to enjoy it. It helps for sure, but I don't need it to be like that.
Yeah, I didn't mind the period of time where it's like every Sonic title is done by a different director. It doesn't reference anything from the past. I mean, I get it, but at the same time, for fans like us to go back in Frontiers and for Sonic to be like mentioning Jet the Hawk and fucking Stick, like that's cool for people like us that were kids and played Sonic Riders and thought Jet was the coolest thing ever. That's great. That's awesome. I love that shit. I'll take like people say, "Oh, Frontiers is too referencey." I'll take that over zero references at all.
Yeah, I'm totally cool with references. Like they're not, as long as they're not like super in your face about it, I think I can deal with them.
I remember how stoked I was on playing Frontiers on launch day and just walking around, and I went up to the waterfall, and so I was like, "Wow, this reminds me of the falls at Mystic Ruins." Because like that's it's a small touch, but it's going. He remembers adventure like I do.
Yeah,
it's not just like you like you're rewarding me for playing these games. You're rewarding me for having given attention to the Sonic franchise. I appreciate that. Because again, if you've played it, you go, "Oh shit!" Nice.
Yeah, I'm super like, I really would like. Let me see. I don't know if I want the next Sonic game to be super like in a canon sense. You know what I mean? What if I do want like another spinoff or, yeah, I would like another Sonic racing game, but like it's an on-foot racing game instead of everyone in fucking cars. I mean, I get why everyone's in cars. I do, but like, dude, Sonic R. I think Sonic R could work so well if they just like really polish it up and not made it so fucking slippery.
There's a bunch of like mods and fan games that are like on foot races.
Yeah,
and
exactly. I think it could work. But that a Sonic racing game, I want another Sonic fight. I want a Sonic fighting game, like a proper one. I'm trying to think of like another spin-off type of thing that could work with Sonic. That's not like fucking sports or whatever.
I wouldn't mind a Sonic golfing game.
Sonic, oh dude.
I'm a fucking sucker for
They had
weird ass golf
tennis.
games or weird ass sports games.
They did have
Like,
they did have Sega All Stars Tennis.
Yeah, like I'm a sucker for those weird spin-off shits. Like,
Or
give
here,
me like,
would you even want another Sonic game like from, like, let's say after Sonic and Shadow Generations? Do you even want another Sonic game, or do you want Sega to focus on a different property for like a year? You know what I mean?
nah,
They could give it a
if I
break.
had
I
if I
think
had
they could
my
give
way,
it a break.
I'd say just keep developing Sonic. You don't need to pump out a Sonic title every year like you did.
Yeah,
But
yeah, no, exactly. But like, I'm, like,
Every
I
other
want
year at
them.
least, man.
Like,
I wouldn't
I know
like
they're
them to
bringing
stop
back like,
developing Sonic games.
I know Sega's bringing back like Crazy Taxi and Jet Set. Like, that's cool. That's so cool. I'm very curious though. Like, yeah, I want like other Sega stuff too. When are we gonna get that
Yeah,
freaking? What's that one Sega game that's like personified versions of various Sega games that's in China right now? Like, when
Oh,
the
the
hell do we get
Goujer
that?
one?
Yeah, like, when the hell do we get that?
That'd be kind of
Like,
cool.
I'm vaguely interested in that game. Like, you know?
out of all Sega properties, though, I would say that even like after Yakuza and stuff like that, or like Sonic's just to me the best thing they have in their pocket, and that should be always a priority for Sega. Is like how our Sonic team doing this month should be a monthly thing,
I
because
see.
I think Sonic is a cash cow, and I'm not saying stop developing other games for Sonic games. I'm saying I think you should always at least be internally working on what the next Sonic game is going to be, because it's such a
Yeah.
big, such
Sonic
a
and the Journey
Century.
to the West. Exactly,
Yeah.
Century. I
You know
also want to
what? I
point out
do.
that we've been going for 5 hours.
5 hours.
Yeah, we're on the 5th hour. How are you guys feeling? I know
I'm a little
for
exhausted.
Russo, yeah, I know for Russo especially, it's a very
Yeah.
different time for you than it is for me and Goujer.
It is very late
It's
for you.
Yeah,
currently 2 a.m.
Oh my
but it's
god,
Saturday.
Russo, I would be
Russo,
dying.
you should have said something.
We're good. It's Saturday night. We're good. We're good. We're good.
I'm gonna fuck up your
I'm not
sleep
tired yet.
schedule. I'm getting
Yeah,
hungry. I'm
dude.
not gonna lie.
My sleep schedule's already fucked
It's
up.
the
I've been
sun's
sick.
already
So
set. Like,
Yeah,
oh, dude,
the sun's on its way to set for me.
it's a nice black sky here.
oh,
God.
well, I'm ready to wrap her up for the night.
Okay. Well,
Is this the
as
longest episode?
Yeah.
5 hours, yeah, at this point it is the longest episode.
Hell yeah! New question.
I mean, yeah, you're setting a lot of ground for us, Russo. You know, first game show winner, part of the longest Hedgehog Girls podcast. I mean, it is very
Yeah.
appropriate. It is very appropriate because this is like the 1 year anniversary show. Like,
Yeah.
it should be kind of longer than usual, or at least,
Hell
you
yeah!
know, it's definitely more special than usual.
I'm so happy for you girls. Congratulations again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you very much. But yeah, I guess on that note, I really want to thank everyone who tuned in to watch us do our first trivia night. Ideally, I would love to do this again another time. Maybe I'll be a contestant next time. Who knows?
Hell
That'll
yeah.
be a bridge we burn another day. Um, but yeah, as for me, you can find me at nviewable on Twitter and Instagram. Goujer is the same on Twitch and Twitter and Blue Sky. Russo, where can we find you?
You can find me at Yuso Russo at Twitch and Twitter. Same thing, just Yuso Russo.
Yeah, could you spell out your handle?
YOUSORUSSO.
Thank you very much. Yes, we did enjoy you having me on the show. You are
Yeah.
our third guest. Yeah, you're our third guest ever, and you're a
Thank you
great
so much for
guest.
having me on, guys.
Of
Like,
course, of course.
it was lovely.
Yeah. Yeah, and like, yeah, there's me and Goujer, and we love Sonic, but like to have
Yeah.
another person who likes Sonic be on the show is also great.
Oh hell yeah! I'm always down to talk about our favorite blue mammal.
Yeah.
He is a blue mammal.
But yeah, once again, thank you everyone for watching. If you have any feedback about Trivia Night for me and Goujer, we'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear it because I really loved working on this project. This took a lot of time for me to do. I did a lot of the visual stuff here.
It's gorgeous.
But yeah, thank you
ladies.
very much. Yeah,
Ami's really bad at wrapping up.
Thank you, girls.
Who would we like to raid? Does anyone have any suggestions?
Do we? I don't even know
Russo,
who's
Ami.
on right now.
Do up.
I tried to be a little faster about wrapping it up. I was trying to cover all my bases.
Wait, what?
We're going
fuck.
to the ending screen now.
We're going.
Yeah.
We're going.
Everything has frozen in my OBS.
Uh-oh.
Wonderful.
It's the wrong ending screen. There we go. Alright, everybody. Thank you all for coming here. We're going to raid out to
Good night, everybody.
nobody.
We will see you all again whenever it is we decide to.
Alright, we'll see you all later. It's gonna be great. We're gonna have another stream eventually with the Hedgehog girls.
Yeah.
Alright.